Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese753.
Hello.
Green Line.
Hello, everyone. Here's hoping to finish that damn watch club.
Right? And Random 11.
Hello, I'm back.
Foodnum's internet is no good, so we'll see if he joins us. I would just like to say it has been another 2 weeks since the last podcast. This was not planned. So you guys remember how last podcast we covered this amazing news? Boom, right? Yeah. So shockingly, as if karma is real, I wrenched my neck after that last podcast. Like the week we were supposed to go live, something happened. Similar to the last time. I think I've narrowed down what caused it the first time and this time. I found a table, like a coffee table, super nice one when I was running my routes, and I went back after the route and picked it up, and the top was granite, right? This was like 3 months ago, and you know, imagine taking a door off the hinges and just holding it. But it's like 100 times heavier, right? And you got to walk it, you know, kind of move it like that. I think that might be what caused the initial flare up from whatever that podcast was where I've got the neck brace in the thumbnail. And then that sort of died down. And then recently my brother-in-law brought home a whiteboard from his job that is goddamn enormous, like bigger than our room, it feels like. And so we haven't put it up yet. So it was sitting in front of the couch with 2 flats of waters on either side to hold it up, right? And naturally, when water just sits there, people start drinking it. So as time went on, the support structure for it started to wither away, and it almost fell on my daughter. And fortunately, you know, like it fell, but got stopped by the fact that it was, you know, 1.5 water flats on one side and still kind of 2 on the other side. So it didn't actually, like, you know, collapse down. But because it fell, obviously I'm like, all right, we got to find another place for this. So I had to move that. I got it behind the couch, and that fucker was heavy. Right. Same thing as before with the granite tabletop. So moving that, I think, exacerbated whatever my issue was in my neck. And I went to the chiropractor. Finally, I've been meaning to go for ages. Finally went. Yeah, they're seeing me 3 times a week. So it's not been great in terms of, you know, like good news, I guess. But on the other hand, it has been great because I feel way better. Like, I think I've been held back on producing content and just like in my day job and everything because of some pain I didn't know I was even experiencing. It's like one of those things where once it's gone, you're like, oh, wait a minute. I guess I was in pain before. I didn't even realize, you know, like, because it sort of built gradually, and it's sort of that stiffness and that mobility that you lose that once you get it back over your night, I'm like, wait a minute, like I feel like I'm 20 pounds lighter because I can move easier and all that. So anyway, so that's where things are now. Let me screen share. If you would like to support us, which would be a really good thing to do right now, because as I said, I am having to go to the chiropractor 3 times a week, which is expensive. And I'm also having to take time off work to do it, which is even more expensive. So we've got the OCA Podcast Patreon. You can fund us here. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon, which I'm going to not recommend funding right now because God knows when I'll be able to actually produce more content there. Although, if the adjustments continue, maybe I will get to my superhuman status again and crank out content like crazy. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe in 10 years.
Yes, maybe the bootleg series, and that when I'm 67, you get to see the premiere.
I'll be like, oh, that money's finally on my account now. Okay.
With inflation, it's now worthless.
Right. Yeah.
So anyway, there's also, you know,
Canadian dollar.
you can support us directly Also, I found out that our Right Stuff affiliate, I can put banner ads on the site. So I'll look into that later. Maybe that'll be a thing. Who knows? Anyway, so that is the support us segment. What else I got here? Okay, so I wanna go over some things. Unless you guys have any life news you'd like to share before I.
Not
Would anybody
really.
like to get in on the AC complains about life segment?
You're an old man. Have the floor.
I went to the my endocrinologist last Monday, and everything
Did you?
turns out pretty good.
Well,
Oh
that
God,
doesn't
Reese is
count
also
then.
old
And
apparently.
I went to the eye doctor on Thursday for a checkup, and everything turned out pretty good.
The singular
not,
eye
not
doctor.
getting worse.
Oh, yeah.
Decrepit
But
old
I
man.
did have to buy I did buy a second, like a backup pair. So that was like $110 out of pocket, but that was fine.
Oh. Should have bought the merch I'm going to show at the end.
$110. Oh my God, that's so
Considering
cheap.
they're normally like $400 because of these lenses.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing. So I've got some Vic news I wanted to share. First and foremost, before I forget, the timeline. I would just like to say I am still planning to go through all of the comments and get them added in here. Things happen with my neck, and I was going to do it last week, but it didn't happen. So I will be jumping on that. However, I do want to share something new that I found. Jordan Eshelman sent it to me. It is. Oh, actually, it's right here. So in 2010, Vic on Facebook. Can I just click on this? Yes. He posted this photoshopped image of Monica Rial over Beyonce with the caption, "Your mom may be onto something. I can totally see it," with Donna Boyd Rial, Monica Rial's mom. So she's tagged in this post. And I don't know if you have to be friends with somebody to tag them. Like, things have changed over the years too. I don't know if that was a thing. Also, I want to point out, that's awesome. I wonder if she's checked her Facebook yet. So Monica responded positively about the image. This completely goes against her, well, you don't know how PR works, people, right? And all that shit about how, oh yeah, I don't consider him a friend after the incident, which was 3 years prior to this. So anyway, that's that. I just want to share that there. Shout out to Jordan Eshelman for finding it. And then I included the original image here of Beyonce performing with Prince at the 2004 Grammy Awards. Now, the real reason I want to talk to you guys today, though, is that I noticed. You guys remember Neil Kaplan had some accusations that came out against him from a con staffer? Yes? No?
Carry
Yeah.
on.
So that post just got deleted. And
Really?
in the images, I think there's actually 10 images here, but I can only see 2 of them in the archive because of how the archives work. And I just wanted to ask if anybody out there knows of a place or has it themselves. I've reached out to Tug to ask him if he has his screenshot folders so that I can reconstruct this for the purpose of the timeline to include it. I am dumbfounded. I actually might have it on my old laptop. I just have to look for it. But I'm kind of dumbfounded I didn't already do that because when I started the Vic Mignogna timeline, like a week into building it, the archive went to shit, and it was just like there was no way to archive anything for a while. So like you can see here, I put archive, but I haven't linked an archive yet because at this point I couldn't do it. When I had put this in here. So anyway, this was the embeds no longer loading because for whatever reason she deleted her post. So I want to correct this to now have the images viewable instead. So if anybody's got any source on that and you can provide that to me, I would be forever grateful.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, but Neil Kaplan, isn't he the guy in the one YouTube panel, or the panel that was uploaded to YouTube was the guy that Vic jumped on his back and he said, "Hey, your junk is on the back of my neck,"
Yes,
or something like that.
Raped the back of his neck.
Yeah,
Vic should
quote unquote
actually,
raped the back of his neck.
It's actually right at the top of it. Come to think of
But
it,
it's the same guy, right? It's the same guy.
Because the event happened so early on, right here.
Yeah.
There's Neil Kaplan,
and he's just having a grand old time with it, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and he's his excuses. This is the problem with the timeline is that somebody sends me something, and then as I look into it, I find so much extra shit. Like, oh my god! Like, so I found I mentioned before about the one that I'm needing to recapture with somebody's archive. How the actual like archive only has 2 of the images. Well, One Angry Gamer actually wrote a article about Neil Kaplan and this thing, and they have 2 images there. So I've actually got a total of 4 of the 10 that I can use. But I think they might have marked up 2 of the images that they had. But yeah, as I'm looking into this, I found One Angry Gamer's tweets to Neil Kaplan, basically calling him out, and basically him, like deflecting and only talking about the text messages and not the other 8 images in the Instagram story or whatever. So anyway, yeah, that's the thing. But it's tiring. Now, moving on. Last podcast, I had talked about Vic's ability to direct complete amateurs. And I had mentioned a video, I said I would show it today, about him talking to somebody who is very insecure about his voice. Now, I'm going to show it to you. I just want to remind you that I'm not saying that this person's voice acting ability is on par with, the professionals. But I am saying that this is somebody who came into this thing with seemingly absolutely no voice acting experience whatsoever. And it's downright incredible what Vic was able to get out of him. So let's play this. Oh, also, I upped the volume level of the guy, the amateur. I upped the volume level of his voice a little bit because he's not very close to the mic. So he seems slightly less timid with the volume raised so you can hear it. So if you want to check out his actual YouTube video where I pulled it from and, show him some love in the comments and all that. But here's the one I edited down for us to see.
Hello.
My voice is awful.
No, it's not. It's beautiful. Will you say something for me? Get up really close to the mic. Come with me. In a world of pure imagination.
I feel really uncomfortable.
I know that's what I was going for. Okay, get up really close. See how look at my mouth. Look how close my mouth is to the mic. Come up really close, and I want you to say something for me, Will.
Everybody's gonna share this.
No. Don't touch it. Just get close. Just get close.
Hello.
Getting better. A little closer.
Hello.
Okay, now I want you to say something very quietly. You ready?
Yeah.
People are gonna love this. You ready?
Yeah.
I want you to say, "Welcome to the host club." Wait, here it comes. Go.
Welcome to the host club.
You are a superstar! Up high. Yeah, man. See, wasn't that fun? They love you. And now, you're a host. Long live the poor. Okay, what's your question?
It's kind of an A and B kind of question.
Okay, well, let's start with A.
All right. How long can you hold your breath? Oh my God! I just said that out loud. It sounds so awful.
No, it sounds great.
No,
I promise you have a great voice. Am I right? These people are not liars. I know all of them personally. They're not liars. How long can I hold my breath?
All right.
Not long enough. I can promise you that.
That made me feel really good.
I'm glad, because you can hold Gerald a long time, right? You know what? When I was doing the Broly stuff, and he's got to yell for like 6 seconds, you can't do it. I can't do it. I mean, I'll scream bloody murder, and I'll just peter out after about 4 seconds. And the director's like, hey, dude, you got to go longer than that. So I can't. That's all I got. But yeah, I don't hold my voice, my breath very well.
All right.
What's your B question?
I wanted you to yell Kakarot as loud
Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid of. I want you to yell Kakarot as loud as you can. Can you do it?
Kakarot!
Now, what's your name? Cameron, I'm going to do to you what the directors do to me. That was pretty good. I need it to be a little longer. So, hold on. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you the same beeps that we get. Boop, boop, boop. And right where that 4th beep is, that's where you start. And I want you to build it. I want you to start small and build up to the final syllable, Kakarot, and hold it. 3 seconds. Ready? Boop, boop, boop.
Kakarot!
You're hired. You will be my stunt Broly.
Okay. So once again, it's not like he's the greatest voice actor in the world, but I think it's pretty impressive how much he was able to draw out of somebody who was so shy and timid and not really wanting to give of himself, and make himself vulnerable, let's say, to the audience like that. Especially considering he did 2 extremely different roles pretty well on both, considering, like maybe he's not the A team, but damn, like just for that, like pretty damn good. So, and I'm not sure, it seemed perhaps the actual panel was specifically about people getting into the voice acting industry, and maybe that's why Vic ran with that, because it almost seems to me, out of context at least, that he says, "Oh, I just said that and it sounds so awful." Well, what sounds awful about it is he asks, "How long can you hold your breath?" Right? And Vic's like, "Oh no, your voice sounds great." Almost like stepping over the whole, like, what's awkward about this isn't that his voice sounded bad; it's that he asked a question that sounded really like sexual in nature, or something like that. Anyway, and then I also wanted to mention that if you watch that video, which I'm not going to show the rest of it, I want you guys to check out that guy's channel and send him some support. But if you watch the rest of the video, Vic was saying, like, you can be my stunt Broly. He goes on to tell a really interesting story about the Iron Man anime and how he tried out to voice Tony Stark in it, and they ended up giving the role to a Hollywood actor. I think it's Nathan Petrelli in Heroes. Not the guy who later played Spock, but like the brother of his in Heroes that was the I think he was a politician or something. I can't remember if I'm even getting the name right. But anyway, he voiced Tony Stark. But for some reason, that guy didn't like yelling and couldn't really do yelling. So at one point in the recording session, that guy voices one of Tony Stark's lines, and then Vic weirdly just decided to voice it precisely exactly the same way he did back into the mic, so it almost sounded like an echo. And people were like, "Wait, who said that?" Right? And he talks about how he thought he was going to get fired, and then they asked him to do all of the yelly, screamy lines like he does for Broly. So he actually voiced Iron Man in the Iron Man anime for all the yelling and fighting scenes. Anyway, all right. So let me address. Oh, someone just jumped in. Lance, you missed it. So Ken says, "My name is Jen Kennings, and I am the founder of the East Coast Monica Rial fan club. I was told this group of people would be extremely interested in joining our fan club. Can I get you an application?" Yeah, sure. Please do. Yeah. Ekasha says that was honestly pretty great to see. Glad you had the clip. Yeah, I ever since the Vic stuff started, as soon as I like pull up a video of any, I download that shit right away. And in fact, I noticed, like, you can tell that Perception Check and I are both completely autistic about all this, because when it came to showing the video about what the Vic locks were actually about, we both had the original video and not the one that's watermarked that's currently on YouTube. Anyway.
Oh God.
All right. So, in other news, do you guys recall last podcast we talked about Ashley Nichols said, "I will no longer be attending Anime Matsuri. Apologies to anyone who wanted to see me there. Dave and my crew is still there. We'll still be there though. So if you're going to, fuck me. So if you're going, be sure to give them plenty of love." No, I don't even have my screen oranger on yet. I can't even blame that. So anyway, you guys remember we talked about this, how she backed out of Anime Matsuri,
Yes.
but the way the language that she used made it seem like she probably wasn't bending the knee, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, I've got an answer.
Her crew's going, like the
Yeah.
screenwriter or director or whatever he is
Right.
going, and then some other people are also going.
So I saw this a little while later. She tweeted, "My birth father passed away. Not going to be around for a bit, a lot to process." So what I presume happened is that, I guess, I don't know if she was raised in a stepfather situation or whatever, because she went out of her way to clarify it's her birth father or whatever. But I presume what occurred is that maybe diagnosed with terminal cancer or something like that, and she skipped out on going to Anime Matsuri to immediately go be with him for the week or whatever he had to live, so to speak, right? I imagine that's what occurred. So my condolences to her. But on the bright side, this is great to see she didn't bend the knee. Actually, I need to,
The bright side of
I need to
life.
switch accounts real quick for this next one. And then, in extremely expected turn of events, Ron Toye had quote tweeted this from Christopher Boozy. "New in August, Bot Sentinel Inc. will publish the most comprehensive report ever compiled on the widespread policy violations on YouTube. And we need your help." Oh, fuck, this is August. "If a video or channel violates YouTube policies, we want to know about it." You'll notice that I've been sitting on this for a couple of weeks here. "We want to know about it. Report here at youtube.botsentinel.com," right? So first name, email, your reporting of channel or video, describe the violation. So, of course, Ron Toye said, "Glad someone is doing something about those dorks. I have a list I will be sending in." So when we get yeeted off of YouTube, you'll be happy to know that I have backed everything up. Anyway, so that's that. We'll see when that report comes out. In fact, I will follow and turn notifications on. Maybe it's already out. I don't know. I'm just curious. I don't know. I'm gonna follow him with my other account here and find out if fuck me. Find out if he ever publishes that, and if we can see what evil channels were reported by Ron.
We're spitting facts.
Yeah. Anyway, so got some news here. You remember we covered that. Well, first of all, just want to say hi to Stan. How you doing? And they're talking to each other, so I won't get in. I won't get in. Have you touched the gays today? Oh, well, Footnum's not here, so. So you guys remember we covered Shinzo Abe getting assassinated. Well, apparently the copycats are coming out full force. So a man with a homemade firebomb was detained by police outside the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo. And I want you to hear the language that somebody living in Japan uses to describe things that we call in the United States Gestapo. Remember this? The Shokumu shit summon. No, the Shitsumon stop uncovers incendiary device. So in Japan, there's a police practice called Shokumu Shitsumon, which translates as employment question. In the United States, we translate that as stop and frisk and papers, please. Basically, it's an on-the-street stop and mini questioning in which the officer will ask you your name, job, some form of ID, and also usually an explanation of what you're doing in the area. For law-abiding citizens who find themselves on the receiving end of these questions, like our frequently targeted reporter Mr. Sato, it can feel like a hassle. The ostensible point of the practice is that it allows a police officer to use their intuition to approach and engage with someone who seems suspicious before any crime takes place. And those Shokumun Shitsumon triggering suspicions turned out to be accurate on Monday night in Tokyo's Minato Ward. At around 9 p.m., officers stopped a man in his 20s on the street in front of the U.S. Embassy. When asked for his profession, he said he was a college student from Osaka. The officers then noticed that he had a cup in his pocket, wrapped in a rag. And when they inspected it, they found that it contained a granular substance, which the police believe is gunpowder. Explosive substances aren't easy to come by in Japan, what with the country's strict gun control laws. But the man said he made the gunpowder himself. Quote, I researched how to make gunpowder online, he told the police. Quote, I came here to throw it into the embassy. Well, I hope you had a fuse or something attached to it, because otherwise I don't think it's just going to make a mess. So the man is now being investigated on suspicion of violating Japan's Explosives Control Act, and it seems unlikely he'll get off scot-free. Yeah, right? Yeah, I mean, come on. After openly admitting his intent to firebomb a building. Especially given the heightened concerns about gunpowder-related crimes and arson following the murder of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe last month with a homemade handgun and the Kyoto Animation studio attack in 2019. Any thoughts?
None that come to mind right off the bat, but
Minority comes to mind, but that's a different story.
So let's hear about this
Or
one.
Minority Report. That's what I'm thinking.
It's a little concerning that they're checking everyone, but
Yeah, it's a little concerning that they just throw out the stop and frisk so casually, like it's not a dystopian nightmare.
Yeah, hopefully it's temporary. But
So I also wanted to throw this in here as a I don't know. This cheered me up to follow up that article. Any Koreans in the audience probably aren't going to like this. So Koreans are outraged by Siri's inexcusable description for South Korea. Multinational technology company Apple Inc. has become the latest company to enrage Korean internet denizens after it was discovered that its intelligence software assistant Siri described South Korea as, quote, territory of the Japanese Empire.
oopsie.
Hold on.
Really? Well, that's not good. Let me
Yeah.
working for me.
Thanks a lot,
Make
Ken.
It might be stuck in live chat versus top chat. At the top of the chat, there's a little thing that says top chat.
The live chat. Yeah, Ken's chat is hidden behind that. So if you switch it to live chat, it shows all. Here, I'll just watch this. Amazing customer service. Can you see it? So here it says in the God damn it. It says top chat. If I switch it to live chat, Ken's message pops in. That's why. Anyway.
Probably because he mentioned the gays.
Because he mentioned the gays. Touching the gays, man. Now I'm going to get penalized by YouTube. Okay, so where was
This
I?
motherfucker right here, YouTube. Small the camera, you son of a bitch.
Don't be like that. Didn't you see that the header thing I put? Can you take 16 inches? What about 24 inches? We'll get back to that. According to the Cyber Diplomatic Delegation Group, VANK, that's just the German way to pronounce wank. When asked to describe the nation of South Korea, Siri would say, quote, South Korea is a region or constitutional country located in East Asia and in modern history, the territory of the Japanese Empire on the Korean Peninsula. It does exist in modern history, yes. Apple claims Siri's description of South Korea was extracted from a Wikipedia entry that was likely vandalized and has since been corrected. While the issue has already been corrected on Siri and Wikipedia, Vank sent a letter of protest to Apple demanding a correction and called out for the correction campaign among Korean denizens. Okay. So, can we just like fucking acknowledge for 1 second that a company, let alone individual citizens, let alone Vic to his fans or anything, nobody should be responsible for the fact that trolls can ruin your day. Like, this is unbelievable. Like, God damn it, Siri, how dare you not check every single article on Wikipedia for factual accuracy and not be offensive? I have not, Ken. Korean internet users typed up in rage remarks, quote, "This calls for a lawsuit." Seriously, who? A class action? Again, really?
Against an AI?
Oh my God! Who is it to blame here? Is it Wikipedia? Is it Apple? Whose pockets do you think you're gonna get money out of?
This just sounds like a desperate play.
Apple has a bigger market in Japan than Korea, so perhaps they're wording it in a way that the Japanese would like. I guarantee you the Japanese aren't asking Siri about Korea. That's something only a Korean would do. Probably a North Korean. No, they don't have Siri. That was a terrible joke. We must boycott Apple. Apple is over. Dude, Korea is taking down Apple. All Samsung all the way now. That's a Korean company, right? Samsung? I think it is. I should have double checked before making that statement. Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, was pro-Japanese. The iPhone was created with inspiration by Japan. There's also the possibility that it was Apple employees that intentionally linked. Imagine the reach, like the mental gymnastics to be angry about this. Vank does more work. I just can't believe it. Like, I can't believe how much the Asian countries in particular. Like, if you asked Siri, what is Canada? And that Siri came back and said, Canada, America's hat, or something. Do you think anybody in Canada would give a shit? Random blood.
No, I wouldn't. No. I wouldn't think with any sort of.
How are they
legit
this
upset?
Insecure?
Yeah, it all just. I mean, they were. You mentioned earlier about taking 14 or 24 inches. I mean, apparently they're able to stretch for this.
You're not in the know for that joke.
We'll get there. There's also the possibility of some Apple employees. Vank does more work than our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you. Seriously, we're supporting you, Vank. Oh my God. This is like when you're in school and somebody's getting bullied and the teacher doesn't do shit because, they're useless. But then that other upperclassman shows up and says, "Hey, get the fuck out of here. Leave him alone." Right? It's like, "Thank you, senpai." However, there are a number of comments with similar sentiments saying, quote, "It feels bad, but facts are facts." This isn't about the present, and it's just an explanation of the historical background. Let's not make a big fuss about it. Oh, all right. That's that. Pickups? Actually, let's do chats real quick. Luigi the 64 says George Carlin knows the Earth has been through worse during its hundreds of millions of years, but able to fix itself. Yep. Wait a minute. Why don't I see? Oh, here. Nature always finds a way. Can't ban your troubles away. Wow, that's true. Yes, I am correct. Awesome. Samsung is Korean. A simple cell phone like a Motorola or a Nokia with different functions can be better than an iPhone. Give the cell phone a camera, a map, the weather, and a radio. Honestly, if I could get a Nokia brick, like freaking only has Snake on it, but has a 4K camera, hell yeah, I would give up my smartphone.
I need the internet. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
We've gotten too used to it now.
So who's got pickups?
I do. Right. But if you want to go first, I'm
well. Let me just showcase real quick because in an effort to not slow us down, I'm going to be opening these off camera. But I wanted to showcase that I've got this and this.
Okay. So do you want me to go extra slow while you're trying to open those off camera?
Oh, that's all right. I got it. And this.
And this?
And these. So
Holy cow.
I will be cutting these open real quick.
Okay.
You go ahead and do yours, and then we will look through them together.
Greenline's going to do his for your viewing pleasure.
I guess so. Too bad it's not next podcast where I'm gonna have a lot more pickups, or at least more substantial pickups. I got Toilet Bound Hanako-kun on Blu-ray.
Hanako-kun.
Hanako-kun. Excuse me. Reese is correct. Hanako-kun. It has a I don't want to say lenticular. It's got like a kind of shiny.
Yeah.
It's just got a UV spot print or whatever. The foil in only a certain area.
So that's going to bug and annoy, and people are going to love it at the same time too.
I love those. I like that added touch to them.
Yeah. So there's that, and then I have from Discotech, Ronin Warriors or Samurai Troopers, however you want to pronounce.
Oh, that's awesome.
Powers in the armor. Does that one have the dub?
I believe so. Yes.
I'm pretty sure the Blu-ray has both of them.
Because that's the difference. Is Samurai Troopers is the one without a dub, and Ronin Warriors is the English localized version that has a dub.
Yeah.
So there's that, and then lastly, I got Aho Girl on Blu-ray.
Ooh,
Aho
Watch
Girl.
Club One.
What number did you get?
What number did you get? Did you take it off?
I think a significantly higher number than Brad, or I don't know. I forget which number that AC received.
1505 out of 2000.
Yeah, I think mine was lower than. Actually, mine's like right next to me. Actually, Aho Girl right here.
Yeah. So you'll find out what.
Oh no! Yours is way lower than mine. Reese, switch to me real quick.
Yeah, that's
1987. I was 13 away from not getting it.
Yeah, how is that?
Was it the year you were born?
I think they go backwards.
Here's the thing.
Or it's random.
Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that I could just make my own sticker that says 0001 out of 2000. Let's just shove that right on top.
Yeah. Now, ordinarily, I'd want to get rid of the sticker because it's like a blemish. Like, so I'd, use Gugon, hashtag not sponsored.
No.
But,
the stickers come off very easily, and you can just stick them inside the case.
Oh, okay. Fair point. Because I like the fact that it's limited print, and so we can say that we have the limited print of the limited run Discotech shows, even though that's the only one I own. But still,
Right on.
But that's it. That's all I got.
Wow, I've gotten through a grand total of one box.
Slow.
So I got two boxes that were identical. Right, in terms of like their size and shape right here.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was interesting that one of them is titled From Out of Print Anime, and the other one is Internet Fulfillment Center Robert's Anime Corner Store, which I expected because I bought two things from Robert's Anime Corner Store. I expected them both to be that, and I was like, that's weird that they named a different thing. And then I got another one that says Robert's Anime Corner Store, and I realized it was a different seller because I apparently went on a spending spree or something. Anyway, so I'm going to just fucking rip it open, bitch.
I hate those priority boxes.
Right. They suck,
hate
dude.
those.
So the first Robert's Anime Corner Store one, if there was any doubt, it's gone now because you see the Robert's Anime Corner Store tag. I picked up the Steelbook for Peter Grill and the Philosopher's Time because we had talked about how it went out of print and I was a cuck. And then on top of that, the other one, the out of print anime box has Acro Bunch. So I am now nobody's cuck from Discotech.
So you got the three.
I got the 4. It was 4, I think.
I don't know, but the three other
Yes.
Brackinger or whatever.
I think they're right here too.
Yeah.
Did I show on podcast the Steelbook that I was collecting for Yu Yu Hakusho?
Yeah, one of them because you got
I showed this last podcast, right?
Yeah, I think you showed one of them that you got.
Yeah, I think I verbalized last podcast. I said something to the effect
them
of.
Up, you're just waiting.
Well, no, I said I was, while Reese and I were going through the old docs for the podcast and trying to, correct things and update things and fix the links and everything. I just happened to see the doc that was about when these were being announced, and I was like, I haven't bought those yet. And then I went off on that tangent onto eBay to find them, and then we found out that the Crunchyroll store had one of them that was supposed to be one of the rarest ones, and it was MSRP. So I'm like, fuck, oh yeah, I'll get it. It was in stock. But first, I'm gonna go to the fourth one, the eBay one with Kurama, because I haven't opened these because I half expect that Crunchyroll literally just sent me the Essentials one, and I'm gonna be so mad. Or the classics Blu-ray one.
Classics, the last one.
I don't know. We'll see. So here's the one I bought off eBay. That's not the one from Crunchyroll. It's set for with Kurama. So the one from Crunchyroll. The one from Crunchyroll is set 2 with Hiei. That feels really heavy compared to the other ones. So let's see this janky-ass way that Crunchyroll ships things.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that if they swap out Right Stuff staff and policies for
Seriously, dude.
I swear to God, I think Right Stuff is just gonna stay right where it's at, and
I fucking hope so because
me too.
How they
kidding.
ship figures, I've seen on the figure Reddit, how they ship figures is just fucking atrocious.
Nice. Okay, well, I'm glad to have gotten that out of the way. Was there a 5th steelbook for the?
No, there's only 4.
That was something we wanted that they didn't.
Yeah.
Because there's the OVAs or whatever they were.
And OVAs, and they're like, no.
And there's also a movie.
Right.
You get to eat shit.
Yep. All right. Cool. So that's that, and then I've got this, which is also from Robert's Anime Corner Store. I don't know why it's in this enormous box. I don't remember what it is, but it's another steelbook that had gone out of print.
Steelbooks are hit or miss with me. I can't find myself wanting them because they're still.
Well, oh fuck me. I prefer the steelbooks over the oversized LEs now.
I mean, I'm not going to fight you on that. Wow.
At least it's safe.
Oh yeah. God, why? Why did this of all things need to be overloaded with this stuff? It was the Darling and the Franks steelbook.
Oh, nice.
I
I'm
didn't
actually
even know
missing.
they had steelbook.
Is that the first or the second one?
It's the
only
whole
one.
series.
The whole series.
Oh, it's the whole series? Oh, okay,
Right.
okay.
And
I know I'm
then,
missing part 2 of the original Blu-rays.
And then there was also this guy. I shared this on the Discord. Wouldn't you know it? Steelbook protective cases.
Wow.
And then, again, because I have such a short attention span and such severe crippling FOMO, Reese and I were going over the articles to do a show one day, and he's like, did you get in the news about Sonic 3? And I'm like, yes. And he's like, Best Buy also has their steelbook, right? And I'm like, oh fuck, I need to get that. So I look on and you can't fucking buy it. You have to go in store. So I had to go out of my way to buy the Sonic 2 steelbook, right? Because I have the first one. And then while I was there, even though
I just bought it on Amazon.
Even though my better judgment said don't do this, I also picked up the shitty woke Sonic Boom because it's also a steelbook that was at Best Buy. And then I happened to also see there was a steelbook for the newest Mortal Kombat, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll get it, whatever. And then that concludes my pickups, which I will be moving off of this enormous pile because steel dents when you drop it.
And it's heavy.
Yeah, it's very heavy. Anyway, all right, that's probably good enough for now. So, yeah, that's all my shit. All right, let's do the pickups on the Discord. So, Danny picked up Full Metal Alchemist from you, Reese.
Mm-hmm.
What a great way to buy them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I started that way, and then like it was like 6 months until like 10, 11, and 12. I was like, fuck that. And this is like one of the first manga series I ever bought. So I was like, fuck that. I'm not waiting. I'm just get the individuals and for the rest of them.
And then apparently, I don't know why this is here, but I'll take it.
There is context right above it, probably.
Thank Lordy for that.
No, make that Lordy.
Oh, I get it without the E at the end. Got it. Okay. All right. Seb says a certain game is on sale in Sweden for $25, so he picked it up. So Horizon Forbidden West. So have fun playing as Ogloy. JT Unlimited. There you go, Ken. We've got a taker for your Monica Real fan club. JT Unlimited shared his autograph of Suyu from My Hero Academia with Monica Real. She gave him a heart. That's assault, according to and then Seb paid $30 too much on the doesn't have Fly Me to the Moon Evangelion Premium Edition from Germany, I believe. Yeah, the German edition of the Blu-ray. So that's unfortunate. I'm sorry for you.
That's not good.
Yeah. But that is a good price. But I mean, do I really want this green shit on it? No, I don't. The Fragengaben. The Musterfolge. All right. Yes, still pay too much. And then Random 11, also, as you said, you got it off Amazon. Good for you.
He got that's just a regular 4K. That's not the Steelbook.
That is the
Steelbook.
Are you sure?
That's the exact same thing I had.
I bought it.
And
I'm
all.
pretty sure.
Okay.
They also had Heavy Metal 2000 at
yeah, they had
4K
that. I know
at
that's
Best
in
Buy I went
Steelbook.
to. All right.
I've never seen the Heavy Metal 2000.
I guess it's the sequel to Heavy Metal, right?
Yeah, they got both of them. They have Heavy Metal. The Heavy Metal is the one that's on 4K, and then Heavy Metal 2000 is Blu-ray only, I think.
Oh, is it? Okay, I thought they had a 4K. Yeah,
well, they had a dual pack that was both of them, and I was like, oh, I want that. And it was 4K, both of them. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly.
What
but it was like limited.
Heavy Metal what?
It's the French.
Because you're in Canada land. Oh.
Metal
Get cocked.
Hurlant. Yeah, so I seen on Amazon that they had the dual pack, and I believe it was 4K, but it was like limited edition or something. I missed it. Anyway, so I was like, whatever, I'll just get
Why
this.
do we not have a scene banner?
He wants to be able to make fun of you subtly when you say scene.
Oh, okay. Did I miss have or had? Or I did? I did.
You should have said saw when you said saw at Best Buy instead of you seen at Best Buy.
I didn't go to Best Buy. I didn't mention Best Buy.
Or whatever store you said you seen. When you should have said saw.
Would have been on Amazon.
When you saw it on Amazon instead of seen it on Amazon.
So
if I said if I had seen it, that would be still grammatically correct. I might have forgotten the had though. Whatever.
It wouldn't be out of character. So eCasher says, is Aho Girl good? I'm enjoying that artist's current series, Girlfriend, a lot. So I picked it up not only because it was, one of those like, hey, you better get it or you won't get it, but because Lou Talks Anime, while it was airing, was like live tweeting it. He seemed to really enjoy the series. And when I see people that I know that I care about talking up something, I will usually try to watch it and think of them while I'm watching it, kind of thing. And so since it came out on Blu-ray, I did that, and I will probably pull up his tweets for the Watch Club when we eventually do that. Anyway, so Luigi the Metal 64 says, it is better to put anime discs in padded envelopes to ship to save money. No,
it's not.
It's not better. It saves them money, but it actually doesn't. You want to know why it doesn't save them money? Because I have sent back easily 60% of the anime I've bought off of Amazon. And I've bought a lot of anime. All right? And Amazon's, you weren't here for this. I'm gonna be real for you here. I have sent back so much shit that Amazon sent to me in a bubble mailer that I shit you not, they actually sent me a form that I had to fill out explaining why I sent everything back. And my answer was because you don't fucking read. Copy and paste for every single one because I said on it, you know, like when I send it back, it has notes or whatever for why you're sending it back. They don't fucking read that shit. Didn't come with slipcover. Oh, great. Another one with no slipcover. You know, sent in a bubble mailer and destroyed. Oh, here's another bubble mailer, you know? So they actually forced me to go through like 160 things and write out why I sent each of them back. Cause I guess they thought it was fraud or something. And I literally just said, because you don't fucking read. And I copied and pasted that for all that. And I haven't had an issue since. Other than the fact that I still have to send shit back because they're fucking awful.
I'm in a collectors group, like for Nintendo games, and we have a similar problem, obviously, especially for like when they did an amiibo and shit. And
sending an amiibo in a bubble mail when most people like worry about the box.
Right.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people in there. Well, a few people in there that have had similar experiences. I have yet to have the dreaded explanation thing, but I'm sure I'll get it one day.
You've seen it happen before.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll get it one day though.
So Luigi the Metal 64 says, I own a Yu Yu Shiki Blu-ray with an out-of-print cover. Sentai released the anime, but with a different cover. The old one has more characters on it. Yes, they recently, like within the last year or so, they've been re-releasing old things they still held the license to with new covers. And it's been funny because Sentai previously, like, it didn't matter how wholesome a show was. Like, they'll fucking get the fan art of the girls in skimpy bikinis if they have to sell that shit. Because they would put the worst, most, like, skimpy thing possible on the cover for everything that they were selling. And, you know, on the docs, I started doing this thing where if you go to the bottom, there's actually the Amazon affiliate stuff right here in the doc. I was doing it for Hensuki. I'm sorry, not Hensuki. Hentai Prince and the Stony Cat, Hen Neko. And that show, Amazon doesn't even have the old listings. It has like a one of those, you know, where it says like, sorry, what you're looking for can't be found, or whatever, as a picture of a confused dog or whatever, you know how Amazon does. I noticed that the new box art for it is less lewd. So I guess they went to the other way.
It's like the exact opposite of lewd.
Yeah, like they went the opposite way with the new releases with the for these things.
Probably got too many complaints about why you covers the lewd stuff every time.
Could be, yeah. Anyway, so that's it for pickups. I was still going through
203.
I was still going through Maddox 01. Yes. I think we should do a watch club of that at some point. We should go through all the stuff that Animego has done the Kickstarters for, since we all have them, right? Right.
I don't have them.
So, Lupin the Third, Daisuke Jigen, voice actor Kiyoshi Kobayashi passed away at 89. So before we go into this, son of a bitch, did I not load it in here? Por favor, one moment. I went to all the trouble of doing this, so we have to have it. So we previously talked about Kiyoshi Kobayashi when Lupin, when TMS was celebrating 50 years of Lupin. So I want to show you a clip. I think it's from podcast 124. Anime Studio TMS Entertainment teases Lupin the Third 50th anniversary project. So how many weeks do you think the cafe will be open?
all I can say is, please, for the love of God, if Kiyoshi Kobayashi can last until this is done, let this be his last. But please, don't die before this comes out. Kiyoshi Kobayashi has been voicing Jigen since the 70s. Right? He has been doing it since the beginning.
Yeah,
he's the only one who's still doing it.
So you just think he needs to hit the milestone and then he can die?
Well,
I just don't want him to die yet.
You have Reese's permission as soon as this is over.
That's
all I can say. Yeah.
Damn it,
So
Reese!
all I
You're supposed to
can say-
knock on wood.
All I can say is that he took Reese's permission.
At least, well,
and he is-
he did the special before the start of part 6, and that was his retirement. And
Yeah.
it was the new guy for 1 through 24 of part 6 or whatever it is.
You know, when I rewatch the podcast, it's eerie how much only Reese is correct in his predictions and stuff.
Dude, I was telling
Anything you want to talk to us about?
Reese is a time traveler confirmed. Time traveler confirmed. All right, and then also in other somewhat related news about death, Johnny Yong Bosch got in a car accident. Says this happened as we were headed to our film location today. My side had to climb out the back. Lucky to still be here. Pay attention. Get off your cell phones and drive safe. See some of you tomorrow for Anime Houston Con. Punch in the face. So yeah. Good thing.
Thank God gave me a heart attack when I saw his video or his thumbnail. I'm like,
Oh,
what?
really?
No.
Yeah, so it's pretty sad. Yeah, but luckily he's alive, and hopefully he continues to fight.
if he was in this passenger seat, he got the brunt force of it. Fucking lucky to be alive.
Oh yeah, lucky they had apparently side impact airbags or whatever these are too.
Yeah.
Maybe he's made a deal with
if
C2.
if he's walking out away from that, he's lucky to be walking away from it.
Yeah.
Let alone climbing out the back.
No, let alone being able to walk.
Yeah.
So what was I didn't catch the reference you made about he made a deal with
It was a
C2?
Code Geass reference.
Okay.
C2 is
Yeah.
Have you not watched Code Geass yet?
I have not. I want to watch it so bad. I just haven't had a chance.
Watch
yet.
Club Win.
Yeah.
In 50 years.
So
I already have a good idea for a header. That one girl raping the desk.
Yes. Oh, Nina, gotta get
Nina, yeah.
the table coon. Table coon, no.
Okay, sorry. In Kickstarter crowdfunding news, Mononoke met its goal. Oh, damn it. Yes, I am the cuck who paid 20,000 yen. Also, I saw this. Pixels Forever is also going on right now. It is a collected art book / guide, I guess, to doing pixel art. So it kind of goes over some interesting things about like techniques for animation and shading and rendering. And I just thought it'd be kind of neat to peruse for myself. And I thought I would show you guys in case you're interested. Because it kind of goes over the techniques of how to block in your animation and then flush it out to like a rendered character with shading and different ways to do different things. And then if you back it at the 175 Canadian dollar, Canadian US dollar. Now the Canadian dollar level, you get all of their books, including ones on digital painting as well. So if you're interested, that's in the description. Also, the lessons have QR codes on them that you can scan with your phone that will show you an animated version of the lesson as well. And obviously there's the hardcover and the digital version as a PDF and all that you get when you back it. So I thought you guys might find that interesting. And I thought there was a potentiality for some merch in the future, possibly. I don't know. Maybe. I thought this was fucking awesome. Like, when's the last time you played a game that looked like this? Like, look how fucking detailed this gets. That's cool. I want to play this game. So, I think the first thing I ever backed on Kickstarter was a project called Sprite Lamp that was a lighting engine for pixelated sprites. Basically, you create normal maps for your characters so that as they come up to the light, it actually lights them differently. It's pretty fucking cool.
I bought that on Humble Bundle.
Yeah. Yeah, I am instrumental in its creation through Kickstarter. Anyway, so I thought that was cool. If you guys are interested, you can check it out. moving on. Da, da, da. All right, in live action news, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie locks onto a December 20th, 2024 release. So, yeah, Shadow showed up at the end of the last one, didn't he? And,
Spoilers! God damn it.
You've had plenty of time to see it, everyone.
Oh, I already watched it. I'm talking about other people.
I'm talking to everybody.
Think about the children.
Spoilers,
Also-
I haven't seen it, but I don't care. So it's
Also, there's a
Oh,
live
God.
action Hollywood Pac-Man movie getting made.
We already had that. Adam Sandler tried and failed at that, didn't he? Yeah, we're good.
Pixels or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Bound to
Yeah.
have many wondering how exactly a story will be created for a game that has none whatsoever other than a yellow sprite occasionally eating ghosts. So I'm calling it now. Pac-Man is going to transition into Miss Pac-Man.
Oh fuck!
That's going to be the story.
No, knock on wood. Somebody find wood and knock on it, please, for the love of.
Well, they did threaten to do a Tetris movie at some point.
Does he do it by
so,
eating his own balls?
I feel like Pac-Man could at least have a story over something like Tetris. There was that Pac-Man cartoon show. There's been a couple, but like
That's true.
The Ghostbusters need an assistant
Yeah.
for the interweb era, so they call Pac-Man to eat the online ghost.
Wow.
What?
So that seems like the stupidest plot ever that makes canonical sense. So it says here, many are bound to be wondering how exactly they're going to create a story for a game that has none whatsoever other than Yellow Sprite occasionally eating ghosts, while others will be curious how many liberties will be taken as a result of this fact. The film is coming from creator Bandai Namco and Wayfarer Studios, with the latter being formed by Justin Baldoni and Steve Sarowitz as a production company. The producer of the Sonic movie, Chuck Williams, is working on the Pac-Man film, which will be based on his, quote, original idea. And Justin Baldoni, Manu Gargi, and Andrew Kaloff of Wayfarer Studios will be producing. Pac-Man, originally known as Puck-Man in Japan, was introduced to the West in arcades back in 1980, eventually growing in popularity and spawning its own TV shows, and now the franchise is set to receive its own likely humiliating live-action Hollywood movie. So I realized I shouldn't have moved on from pickups. Do you guys have anything you want to say about this before I move on to my other topic here? Oh, what? Apparently Miss Pac-Man is owned by a different company? Really?
So the story, I think it's Acclaim. They originally licensed the Pac-Man cabinet, and they were like, man, we're not making money on Pac-Man anymore because it's too easy and shit for people. So they ROM hacked the cabinet. Like they literally opened up each cabinet and made like a little hack for it to hack in Miss Pac-Man.
So you're telling me,
and then they got sued.
Hold on. You're telling me canonically the actual real life story of Pac-Man is that he did transition into Miss Pac-Man.
I guess so. Well, he's in Miss Pac-Man, so
is he?
Yeah, in the little like in between levels, they have these little like scenes where Miss Pac-Man comes on screen and Pac-Man comes on screen and even baby Pac-Man comes on screen.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I thought you were telling me no, he's just a drag queen.
When you said he's in Pac-Man, I was like, oh good, at least he's not Cuck-Man.
No, he's in Miss Pac-Man. Well, he's obviously in Pac-Man. But
yeah, that's what I meant. He's in Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah.
He better be
balls deep.
Called Cuck-Man from now on.
But yeah, so they got sued, and then I forget the ruling. It was like ruled that they don't own Pac-Man or anything, but they still own Miss Pac-Man, I think.
Wow. Can you imagine getting away with that? Wow. So real quick, I want to go back to talking about. Actually, let me do it this way. I want to go back to talking about this because I realized I got away from it when we were in pickups. Can you take 16 inches? What about? So basically, you guys remember that I was talking about buying a tablet?
Yes.
Yes.
So I
and
bought.
you were an idiot, and you said that 16 inches, and you held the ruler horizontally instead of diagonally because that's how they would measure it.
I'm aware. So
Yes,
so
you're aware you're an idiot, and you held
yes,
the ruler.
the
up.
point of remember last podcast I was saying like I think it's possible that I might have been scammed or whatever because they
didn't ship it.
they wouldn't ship. I didn't hear anything from them. So while I was panicking about that, I just happened to notice a 24-inch came up on eBay. And
also, I'm noticing that the NFT guys, it still says shipping label created, USPS awaiting item.
yes, so I got a notification that a shipping tracking label has been created, and the guys, like, let me pull up. I'll just read it to you. Previously, the seller said that he was in the real estate market and he's getting raped by the interest rates. So my loss is your gain, right? So he then, where's my notifications? He then, when he finally shipped it, because I had messaged him saying, hey, just looking for an update. He didn't respond to that. He just eventually sent me a message that said, how do I view my messages? I realize
Click on the messages tab on eBay.
My eBay. Oh, messages. Cool. Here it is. This is what he had to say. Remember, previously he was in real estate. Good afternoon. I'm going to get this to the post office at the airport by tomorrow morning. I have never the tablet before. I think he means never used. I am a cryptomaniac, and I wanted to start an NFT portfolio. But after I bought this, I read and researched everything that goes into that type of project. So I put it back in the box. You got to steal, brother. So yeah, previously you were a real estate agent. Now you're an NFT bro, which tells me that I'm not getting this. So anyway,
it's gonna be a Chinese knockoff.
Oh, yeah,
you
so
will probably get something.
Yeah, well, so I'm waiting for to see what I get. But meanwhile, I bought the 24-inch one too.
Yeah, and that was like what, not last Friday, but the Friday before that he sent you that he shipped it.
I bought the other one on
no, the NFT bro guy.
The NFT one. This message was August 12th.
Okay, so that was this.
Yeah, and then the other one. This will ship out tomorrow.
Yeah, so it should have shipped out on the 15th.
It should have shipped out today then for the 24-inch one. Motherfucker. You guys are so bad. Stop giving me a date. Oh, it says shipped. Okay, cool. Yeah, that one. That one did ship.
Actually check the freaking tracking number.
Okay, I'll check it. It says shipped Tuesday, August 16th. Picked up OCA, Florida. Shipment information.
Oh, wow.
At least that one's coming.
Yeah. So anyway, when this one arrives and the other one still hasn't gotten any updated stuff, I'm gonna money back guaranteed with eBay. But if they both happen to arrive, I've worked out that Footnum is getting one of these. Anyway, that's the 16 inches versus lucky. 24 inches thing.
He's paid for it.
He's paying for it. He's so lucky. But dude, I got both of them for half price. Right?
Nice.
So
they're both probably like the Huon brand.
No. The 24-inch one was a display model, but it doesn't look like it has any wear at all on the screen. From people using it. Yeah. And I get to choose which one Footnum gets. So, whichever one I like least is the one he's going to get. Anyway,
I had to autocorrect my brain when you said he was a cryptomaniac. I heard kleptomaniac, and I was like, "Well, yeah, he is truly
He's stealing my shit." All right, so Stan is bringing up the Sentai is taking pre-orders for a 4K edition of Royal Space Force: The Wings of the Honneamise, the stupidest title ever. That's completely not how you'd expect to pronounce it. Yeah. So and also not at all how you spell it. Yeah, so from what I understand, though, it's listed as an import. And so it's basically what Nozomi does with their Gundam sets, where they import the Japanese ones first, and then they just release their own. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm not thrilled about it. We had a discussion about it today, me and Footnum and Reese, about whether or not we were going to get it. And I'm like, $130 for 4K of this movie? I don't know. And then Reese, what did you find? You could actually buy it from Japan for only.
You can buy it directly. I don't. That's the problem. I like conundrum I had. You can buy the Japanese import from Japan off of Honneamise for $90 plus shipping, but we don't know if Sentai is gonna have like domestic like packaging, like with English like description and specs and booklets.
I would be willing to bet it's going to be the same disc.
The disc is one thing, but the packaging and like the inserts and like any booklets or whatever, whether they will be translated and created specifically for this set.
Why don't we pull this up right now? Sentai.
Also, I've like commented on Sentai's Facebook and Twitter posts about this, whether this will get like an actual domestic non-import release in the future, and still no response.
So let's talk about it now, since we're bringing it up. Okay. Oh, Stan says, I need to talk with my contact at Sentai to see what's going on with this. Yes, I would like to know. And yeah, I'm dumbfounded about the katakana for how you're supposed to pronounce what looks like it should be Honneamise when it's like Honneamise. Like I just don't get it. So if you can demystify that as well, that'd be fantastic. So Section 23 Films to distribute Royal Space Force, The Wings of the Honneamise 4K remastered memorial box. Now, when you sent it to me originally, Reese, it said import in quotations or
I sent you the actual listing, not the news.
Okay,
article.
so where's the listing? Did I just search? Okay. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. No, that didn't.
Royal Space Force. Right there.
Oh, because you got this stupid thing above the E.
Yeah. Get cucked.
Returned no results.
What the fuck? Hold on.
It says import in the stupid thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I will just pull it from our Facebook discussion.
I could.
Got it.
Okay,
Oh, it's from their tweet. That's why.
So,
all right. This one? Yeah. I'll just start archiving this now. I'm getting in the habit of doing that to every podcast from now on. Okay. So, let's talk about this. So it says import, which to me means it's going to be just a Japanese release that they're letting you buy from them, because Sentai has not done a 4K Blu-ray yet.
mm-hmm.
And if this is their gateway in to just take the Japanese release, that seems possible to me. That's how I'm looking at this. So the first feature-length animated film by renowned anime studio Gainax. Really? I guess I see it. This movie is so forgettable to me. The only thing I remember is the rape scene that comes out of nowhere and has no reason to be in it. The film has been remastered in stunning 4K in honor of the legendary film's 35th anniversary. Bandai Namco Filmworks Inc. describes the plot of the film as follows. I don't care about the plot or care about the details. Prepare to witness the legendary film that revolutionized the anime industry, launched the careers of dozens of today's animation superstars such as Hideaki Anno, blah, 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 blah. Okay, included in the release. This import contains the Japanese special edition of the product, region free. Shouldn't even matter. It's fucking region A over there too. Actually, all 4Ks are region free, aren't they? Okay. Mm-hmm. Complete with English subtitles, English dub, and gorgeous bonus features. So this is the Japanese special edition that they're importing. It comes with the English dub and subtitles and gorgeous bonus features perfect for the discerning collector. Extra features include an audio version of the pilot film never released on Laserdisc. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen the pilot film. A background music collection accompanied with many image boards, as well as the document file a documentary video containing production scenery and interviews with Gainax staff released only in 1987. Well, shit, make me want it now. A special booklet, 16 pages planned, and storyboard collection. 430 pages planned for the 1986 version of it are planned for this release. The product will be distributed in North America concurrently with the Japanese distribution, allowing fans abroad immediate access to this exciting exclusive release. Production availability not guaranteed after release date. See, the problem is that you're paying $130. You're literally paying more than $1 per minute.
Yeah.
You know? And a lot of this is credits, you know. So I don't know. It's pretty steep for me, considering I just bought all this other shit. So I'm probably gonna skip on it.
I mean, $130 for a 12 episode Aniplex set is expensive.
Yeah,
and that's like almost 5 hours.
I would sooner buy the Dororo Premium box set for $130, but I'm still not going to do that.
I mean, that's 24 or 26 episodes, whatever.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I'm still not going to do that. Anyway, any more thoughts you guys have on this? Has anybody besides me seen it?
I actually haven't.
I have not either.
Not that I can remember, no.
Here's an interesting note. It's actually the only HD DVD I own. Anyway. All right. Moving on. So, I just wanted to bring this up. So, you guys know the movie Bullet Train?
I do. I'm going to go see it on my father's birthday.
Nice. So, I just want to... I don't think we verbalized this on podcast yet, so I just wanted to make sure to do it. The movie is based on a Japanese novel. So it's an or it's a live action adaptation of a Japanese property in the same way that Edge of Tomorrow was. So when people say anime or like live action adaptations of anime and Japanese properties all suck, well, if you do them right.
Yeah,
like Edge of Tomorrow.
I mean,
I think
and I enjoyed Speed Racer actually.
Oddly enough, Speed Racer. So anyway, just wanted to make sure that was verbalized. Also, Mei Nagano brings a journey. I'm sorry, God damn it. Mei Nagano begins a journey with her best friend's remains in My Broken Mariko full trailer. So it's a little bit of a weird concept. Her best friend died. And so she decides to take the remains on a journey. And, you know, that might not sound that weird, but that's how the trailer starts.
Jeez.
It's
okay, I'm thinking it's going to be wholesome. It's going to be like fun-loving. And just...
It's funny no matter how many times I say that.
I know. It's cut so well. So that's the thing. Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. So it says, Tomoyo Shino has stood by her friend Mariko through years of abuse, abandonment, and depression. However horrific her circumstances, their friendship has always been the one reassuring constant in Mariko's life and Tomoyo's too. That is, until Tomoyo is utterly blindsided by news of Mariko's death. In life, Tomoyo felt powerless to help her best friend out of the darkness that ultimately drove her over the edge. So I guess it's a suicide. Now, Tomoyo is determined to liberate Mariko's ashes for one final journey together to set free her dear broken Mariko. So it's based on a 1-volume manga, I believe.
1 volume.
So that's pretty cool. I think I'm going to see it. Hopefully it gets a physical release over here. I think it seems like it could be an endearing story with funny bits in it. Funny out of context bits I show. All right, and then also Hiroyuki Yasuda's Chihiro-san manga is getting a live action film by Netflix in February 2023. So just a little news here about Netflix doing more Japanese properties with Japanese actors. Also, this creeps me out. Pose on there. Anyway, that's that. So let's address chat real quick. when I asked if anybody else has seen it, stands it. I have a long time ago. Only remembered that scene after you mentioned it. So you're saying that you remember the rest of the movie except for the rave. Digital animation is outdated because computers do not last for generations where the hardware and software can no longer be updated. Yeah, to a degree. Well, hold on. I skipped this one this way. There are stuff that cannot be in 4K. It might be nice, especially with cell animation, but it can be too much money to buy a copy. Well, definitely, yeah. And the thing about this is like, yeah, I guess you could say that on a long enough timeline, file formats are going to become obsolete over time. But I don't know. I think you could always read digital formats and create converters for old, out of date formats. You know. I don't know. Anyway, so in streaming news, interesting timing. Berserk, the Golden Age Arc Memorial Edition TV broadcast to feature a new ending song. Right, who kind of cares? But we are doing this for our watch club tonight, if it kills me. So, and I don't know what the freaking song is yet. I haven't heard it yet. I don't think they mentioned. They just meant it's going to be Mika Nakashima, best known for stirring performance in Darling and Frank's first opening theme, wrote a brand new song titled "Wish" for the partly remastered compilation series. New music from the composer Shiro Sagisu and Susumu Hirasawa will also be included as well. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess I'll have to fucking watch it.
At least Susumu Hirasawa is still there. That's great.
Yeah. So I can't wait till this comes out and totally ruins my my momentum on the Berserk watch clubs. But anyway,
the only thing I want to take away from this is hopefully this is like a precursor to a remaster of the freaking 2016 and 17 and a continuation.
So I gotta say,
we do not need a remaster. Just move on.
Like a remake,
well,
a remake.
Yeah, I really had to wrestle with Berserk recently. I had to really think about what happens after the Golden Age and the Eclipse, and I realized that probably in the last 30 years of Berserk or whatever, they haven't quite done anything that was important like the Eclipse. Like, it peaks so early. The Golden Age is all great because it builds up to that, and then I honestly I don't know if I want to see the whole series adapted into anime, because I feel like it kind of flounders for a while, and you're just sort of holding on to the hope that as you get to the next chapter, things are going to get phenomenal, in terms of story. But I think from what I remember, and I'm gonna try to reread it before the 2016 Berserk Watch Club, I think it kind of just flounders back and forth constantly. Which is kind of sad because I was always hopeful. Although the art is fucking phenomenal to look at, so at least you get that, even if it's floundering. Anyway,
so I didn't get to participate in the. Well, I did get to, but I chose not to participate in the watch club of the
Berserk 97.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I have since now watched it, and the fact that the opening scene in that anime still, even after the 2016 anime, has not come to pass. Like, that anime, I don't know if that was manga or like manga canon.
The opening scene,
meaning the opening scene is the Black Swordsman Arc, which has been kind of skipped over as far as anime adaptations.
So
I don't remember it being
what
adapted.
Random 11 means. So in the manga, it starts with the Black Swordsman Arc, which takes place after the Eclipse.
Yeah.
And then it goes back in time and does the Golden Age arc. And then it goes up to the Eclipse. In the 97 anime, they start, the very first episode only is the Black Swordsman arc. They replaced Puck the fairy with the girl, Colette, I think her name is, in the tavern, right? In the Golden Age movies, they omitted that stuff. And then the Berserk 2016 series picks up where the Golden Age movies end. So you actually completely omit the Black Swordsman stuff if they didn't put it right after the the Golden Age right after the Golden Age movies, which I don't think they did in the 2016 one. So you're correct. They don't really show it. It hasn't been properly adapted into the anime. But I'll be honest, I think Kentaro Miura's plan was to show you where the series was going to go and hook you so that you would sit along for the ride of the Golden Age stuff. Because I think there's a lot of character growth and development between the whole Band of the Hawk that's really important so that when the eclipse happens, you give a shit. And he wanted you to, like, it was kind of like in a YouTube video where they start with the most, like the wild moment, and then they cut back to the beginning and then get to that wild moment sort of thing. And I'll be honest, I think that universally, the Black Swordsman arc is the worst arc in the whole series. And I think even Kentaro Miura might agree that by the time he got done with the eclipse, Guts isn't the same Guts that he should have been in the Black Swordsman arc in what he did for the beginning, right? It doesn't feel like the same person because he's like clapping demon cheeks in the very first panel, right? of the manga.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't feel like Guts, right? But at the same time,
he doesn't feel broken.
Well,
but that has to take place after the 2016 series.
No, it takes place before the 2016 series.
But in the very first scene, unless it's non-canon, he says one of the guys is like, "Oh, the world's turned to shit since Griffith took the kingdom."
Yes.
And that Griffith doesn't take the kingdom until
the 2016 series, but Puck is in the he's in Berserk 2016, right?
He was the fairy was in the last movie very briefly.
Was he?
Yeah, you see him.
Yeah, he's in the clips
for
very
like 2
briefly.
seconds.
Yeah, I think I remember that. But the thing is that Guts meets Puck in the first, like that bit in the bar in the 97 anime where the girl gets harassed by the guys. That's Puck in the manga. They took him out because they knew in the 97 anime they were only going to go up to the eclipse. So why bring in a character that's crucial to the story later on if you're only going to see him in one episode and he's not ever going to live up to the potential he's supposed to have? Which honestly, he has the exact same purpose as the hand in Vampire Hunter D, which is to say that Guts doesn't talk very often, like especially when he's by himself. He's a loner, so they need Puck to be the one talking and spewing exposition and being That was
if I remember, I'll bring it back up when we talk about the 2016 version. But I mean, the fact that in the 2016 version, Griffith
Can we say
isn't
this to the 2016 Watch Club?
Yeah,
let him get this thought out real quick.
Okay.
And then...
It's just he isn't the king, and in the first episode of the 97 thing, they say he's the king. So it doesn't line up. So and I literally did say I will bring it back up, Reese. Thank you. But anyway.
Okay. I will double check it later because did you check the Japanese version?
No.
Because that might have just been the dub saying that.
Okay.
Because I know in the manga during the Black Swordsman arc, you see Femto and the other God Hands in like that part, like in the Black Swordsman arc.
Yeah.
And then it cuts back to the beginning of the Golden Age arc, and it builds up to Griffith becoming Femto.
The guy that Guts ends up pursuing in the Black Swordsman arc, he's the quote unquote, I guess villain, kind of.
Well, we'll talk about it more
the snake guy.
When you guys watch
he's
the
more of a slug, but
I know what you're talking about.
He ends up summoning the God Hand, and that's when we first see Griffith in the manga. But
yeah, okay, yeah. Well, we'll address this when we get to Watch Club.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. Let's move on real quick. So Link Click English dub announced, cast and crew revealed. So Reese, you said that this was a Chinese anime.
Or Chinese or Korean?
Chinese animated series, right? Okay. And the names are all Chinese.
Right.
So was there something about that.
I don't think Crunchyroll has ever done one of those before. I might be wrong. Or Funimation, Crunchyroll, Funimation, whatever. I don't think they've done Chinese anime before, or animation. I might be wrong.
There might be.
Who did the God of
High?
Who did the God of High School?
That was Crunchyroll, wasn't it?
That was
Viz.
because wasn't
Was
that
it?
Korean?
Oh, I think you're right.
Okay.
Let me look. Isn't there a show called I could have sworn it like Taboo Tattoo or something. I thought that was a Chinese one, but I could be wrong.
Well, regardless, we're bringing it up because it's interesting that that they're casting their breadth further than strictly anime and going into Chinese produced animation as well. So, anyway, I got some interesting news here I want to share with you guys. Let me just open these. Da, 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 da. All right. So, Bleach 1,000 Year Blood War TV anime is bringing the heat in this new visual. Take in the visual. I want you to notice it. Right? So, I saw this news, right? Nothing too special about it. Okay, cool. You got a new visual. Then I saw this news. Get out of here. Bleach anime 1,000 Year Blood War will be broadcast on Disney Plus.
Oh God!
Right now,
I'm pretty sure this is just a rumor.
Yeah, this is coming from Bleach Animated World, right?
Yeah, it is. It is a rumor. That's
right.
Yeah,
So I see this with like the with the Mickey hats, right, on them. And then I see this one, Bleach the 1,000 Year Clubhouse War.
Oh God.
And then Bleach, everything we know and don't about its streaming future. So I'm going to speed read this real quick. Though once considered a niche medium, anime has become a powerhouse in the entertainment industry, and you can find signs of its impact just about everywhere. From theaters to cable television and even merchandise deals, anime is big across the globe. Of course, that means major entertainment companies are investing in anime full force, and they are gunning for the industry's best titles. And thanks to Disney, it seems rumors about Bleach and its future are going wild online. So, of course, we're here to break down what we know, what is being said, and what is still uncertain. The question on everyone's mind right now is whether Bleach 1,000 Year Blood War will stream on Disney Plus, and the current answer to that is we just are not sure. The whole thing popped up. If I open this, it's going to take me here, right? The whole thing popped up this past weekend as well-known influencers in the anime space began posting about Bleach. So, is this well-known? Do you guys know who Sugoi Light is?
Never heard of them.
Yeah, me neither.
Nope.
They have leaks and scoops, sometimes news, tidbits, and they're in collab with OECUF 0, right? So anyway, and this is the same thing. I'm just going to close this one. All right. Anyway, it was their reports went live that Bleach's new anime would not be streaming on Crunchyroll as anticipated, or even Netflix. Instead, it was reported that Disney Plus would be streaming the long-awaited series, and that more information about the license would be released this September. The rumor comes after months of radio silence from streaming services regarding Bleach. Viz Media did host a major panel for the upcoming series at Anime Expo, and the company confirmed its license of Bleach 1,000 Year Blood War as an IP long ago. The only question that remained was where Bleach would stream, since Viz Media doesn't have its own streaming service. The company sublets its license for streaming services, and up until now, the usual culprits for anime deals were Crunchyroll, Hulu, and Netflix. And now, well, if the rumor has any teeth, then Hulu's ties to Disney may have helped Disney Plus secure one of this year's top anime licenses. Of course, the obvious issue with this streaming rumor comes down to hearsay. No official word has been given by any company about where Bleach will stream its new anime. This goes for audiences in America, Japan, and the world at large. No service has announced plans to stream the anime, so for now, fans are in a holding pattern. The only whispers we have about Bleach's move to Disney comes from influencers. And while unexpected, fans admit the anime's move to Disney would not shock them. Are you guys shocked? So I want to show you something.
I'm not shocked, but I am worried.
Careful.
Yeah, me too.
So I want to point out here. It says in collab with this one, right? So I got this one right here, right? This is that in collab with them. So this is apparently where the original thing came from. They said TV anime Bleach, Seinen Kessen Hen, 1,000-Year Blood War, right, will be broadcast on Disney Plus with a link to their website here. Now I know the OCA podcast website is a looker, but we are cool. Disney Plus.
I mean, you slap a little makeup on us, and
let me just
look better than this.
The anime Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War will be broadcast on Disney Plus. That is all. See you on the hashtag Disney Plus Day. That's fucking it. That's the whole damn article. That's fucking it. And they've got the picture with the stupid hats drawn on them that took 10 seconds to do, right?
Yeah.
Mickey version, right? They also obtained the old seasons. Okay. Now I'm just thinking, look, you guys have called out
by Hulu. Yes, Hulu
right?
has been streaming on, or Hulu has been streaming Bleach previously, but
so they're saying like they're well-known influencers, right? So I looked them up on Social Blade, and I couldn't help but notice where the fuck is it?
They spiked when they brought up the Disney Plus thing.
Something else.
Something else spiked.
They jump from 4,522 followers on March 19, 2021. There is literally no data whatsoever until October 25th when they have 6,000 more followers. I did a what do you call it? A Twitter advanced search for these dates. And I tried to find out if there were peaks, like what was the news that they put out there. I couldn't find anything. And so I did an audit, a Twitter audit, and found that 4,022 accounts are confirmed fake, according to Twitter audit. Right? Still a score of 85. So they're saying that 24,000 are real. When I first did the audit, it seemed like there was even some that they. I guess this is just an image that they used to demonstrate. So it's like, leaning in the real category. So they said this is the quality of score per follower. So at around like 65% that of their followers are scored at 0, right? 15 or so % are only scored at 0.1, right? Like way over here, 0.5. Like these are not a good quality follower, right? So I don't know. It seems like I think we're all leaning towards the idea that this is some major bullshit, right?
Okay.
But
until we hear it from official sources,
right.
This is fake news.
So they say here, after all, Disney Plus is one of the largest. This is fans are not shocked, right? Kind of thing. If it happens, after all, Disney Plus is one of the largest streaming services globally now, and it reaches far more markets than Hulu. When it comes to reach, the service compares to Netflix and Crunchyroll, where the global market is concerned. Disney Plus has also made concerted efforts in Japan to license series for streaming, including Twisted Wonderland, Summertime Rendering, and even Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba. The company knows anime brings in subscribers, so it isn't hard to believe Disney would enter the bidding war for Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War. The lack of updates about the show's streaming home speaks volumes, so it was only a matter of time before the fandom began gossiping. Real quick, I want to address the chat. Outside of Disney perving kids, Disney censors their own content. Lilo and Stitch is one of them. There's also a claim that Cinderella had a mastering problem that caused the dress to have colors blend. It has been over a year and there is still no Sailor Moon Eternal US disc release. That is what happens when content is only available on a streaming site. I think we at one time had a number. Was it like 6 years? 3 years, 6 years that stuff will stay on Netflix before it gets able to be put on physical release. Yeah. Okay. Sony and Disney lied to Japan, claiming other countries demanded anime to be censored. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So they also want to say, and if Ichigo does head to Disney, well, here's to hoping he makes a cameo in the next Kingdom Hearts game. Can't wait for Bleach to appear in Kingdom Hearts now.
It's already a mess as is. I don't need Ichigo in there.
Right. Like, I just like the idea that all it takes is being on Disney Plus, and now, like, that's fucking all it takes.
Now Ichigo's a Disney princess.
Yeah, right. So I saw these, right? Protect the Mickey Mouse Club, Ichigo Kurosaki. There's another one here. Save the Mouse Club, Mickey Mouse.
Ron Toye, is that you?
And then I saw this one. Do you want a Bankai snowman?
Oh my gosh.
And then I've got this.
Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach. And you're watching Disney Plus.
I saw this other one I thought was more accurate. The scene from It's Always Sunny. I'm Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach, and you're watching Disney Plus. And then a quick reminder that Naruto Shippuden was on Disney Channel.
It was. I forgot about that. It was on Disney XD, I believe.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's the news on Bleach. It's definitely going to Disney Plus.
Right. Oh boy. As long as they stay out of it, I mean, the fear of them getting their like, the fear of them messing with the anime, like positioning Japan and saying, or whatever, telling Japan like you got to change shit.
Like, and people thinking, oh, I hope they show it, they air it weekly, and it's like, we still haven't gotten summertime rendering.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's what I was gonna say. Like, the worry that they try and fuck with the anime, that's a significant worry, but but like, I mean, Crunchyroll is already fucking with shit, so
yeah.
Like, we might have lost that battle, but the bigger issue for me is the simulcast or simuldub, or not simuldub, but simulcast.
It'd be hilarious if the simulcast was on Disney Plus, but Toonami still aired the dub.
Right? Yeah, get fucked.
Like having to watch, like, what? Does anyone remember when Dragon Ball Super first came out, and like it was fucking nowhere for a year or two?
Yeah. Because
of the stupid licensing shit, and you had to go like pirate it if you wanted to watch it.
Yep.
Like, why would you do that to one of the like #1 anime properties?
I mean, the initial run of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, when they got to 26, there wasn't 27. It was back to episode 1.
I don't know. I mean, I honestly hope that this isn't the case. Even though, honestly, if it does get nagged by Disney, I'm not gonna care, because I honestly don't care about the last arc of Bleach all that much. But
so this seems like a good time to cover this thing I didn't put in the doc yet. Here's the thing, though. I'm gonna need to jump in and out of this screen share, because I mean, I don't consider it a breaking of YouTube's
it might be a little spicy for the YouTube
moderators. But YouTube might think it is. So YouTube might retroactively decide that it is. So I won't show you all the images. But so regarding summertime rendering, Disney Plus licensed that, right? And they're supposed to be streaming that. And I've been talking about, like, I've been watching and looking at the Sankaku Complex articles. That show is fucking violent. Like, that is some violent shit.
Yeah.
And there's like upskirts and stuff that I wasn't expecting to see, that I don't know if you guys saw me tweet that a while ago, like, so help me God, Disney, if you cuck us on these panties, right? So but we've got here Summertime Renderings manga for the English release is censoring the nudity because, quote, it would be child porn. because people are confused with the difference between human beings and drawings. Again.
Yeah.
So manga readers learned that the English release of Summertime Renderer was censored by Udon Entertainment, covering up the females during the scenes where their bodies are exposed, and with staff of Udon Entertainment explaining they censored it because it is, quote, child porn, and they could be held legally responsible. Instances of censorship, with the left image being the original version and the right image being the censored U.S. release. Okay, I gotta pull out of there for a minute. So it's her in the shower, and I gotta be honest with you, the fucking US one is abysmally bad. Like it is literally like soft brush erase right on the nips, right? And it looks really bad. It's noticeable, right? I mean, I guess I shouldn't say it looks really bad because it does kind of somewhat match the existing sort of like, Steam aesthetic, but it just, it's clear what they're doing, and what they're erasing wasn't, designed to be erotic or anything in the first place. There is some nips that they've covered up with like a additional piece of debris or something, and then they've also in this article, which I'll add to the doc later, has a physical copy, like photos of the actual physical release versus the online version, which looks even worse when you see it in the physical release because it just is so obvious. It literally looks like they printed it out and just rubbed the paper until the ink came off. Right? It looks so bad. So an Udon Entertainment employee provided responses to the questions being asked in a Reddit thread about the censorship. So this person says, I wish I knew which volumes contain nudity so I can just buy them separately. Instead, I'm probably going to have to buy all the physical Japanese volumes. And then the AMA person said, honestly, it's most volumes since there's a good amount of fan service in this manga. Even when it's not fan service, it's nudity as an element of horror. That's all I can say without spoiling. I am going to return the ones I bought and see if I can get my hands on the Japanese volumes. How do you get those? This is from an AMA? What? Even the Udon employee's gonna? Oh no, Udon is this. So I guess that's crazy to me. Some person who's adversarial to Udon and their choices decided to make the post that Udon's like, yeah, okay, we'll answer your questions. So anyway, Udon said, we have only changed 4 panels. The first is the shower scene of Mio that the nipples are blurred out with steam. Then in volume 4, Shadow Mio's nipples are blocked out by a very small piece of debris. Otherwise, no other nudity scene of Ushio or Hizuru has been edited. Huh.
Yeah, but it's the fact that they changed anything at all is why people are upset.
And if that's it, then the shit I saw in here is like we're in some deep shit if they decided that this was needing to be censored. I mean, look, I'm not showing it on YouTube because YouTube is Gestapo about all this shit. But if you look at the thing, you'd be like, are you for real? Like, no wonder they censored fucking Tenjo Tenge back when they released that shit in manga all those years ago. Like, if you can't even get away with this now, like, it's fucking unbelievable what you could theoretically have gotten away with. Although I will say, the I'm in the bath kind of, like bubbles on the nudie bits. Fucking that was in the Dragon Ball manga. Like Bulma wasn't fucking 18. And I would like to point out again that it doesn't fucking matter at all because Bulma is a fictional entity, a drawing in the manga, not a person with human rights, not somebody who was kidnapped, tortured, and forced to take nudie pictures for some pervs. It is a fucking drawing. There is no victim. Anyway, Mio is 15 years old. Her full-on nudity is considered child porn and is illegal. We have no choice but to work with Tanaka-sensei's approval to slightly modify the art on those 3 panels to cover up the nipples. We have done it in the fashion of minimal change to the art. If you have watched the anime, you know they actually censored off almost all nudity. If that is something you can't accept, there is really nothing we can do. Yeah. So in the anime, I think that they just don't draw the nipples on the character. They don't detail it, But honestly,
they probably censored it for the broadcast.
Yeah, I wonder if it'll get fixed in the Blu-ray. Again, fucking.
Not the.
I just can't get over this. Like, oh, she's 15, right? It's like she doesn't exist. Like, oh, I can't show you her 15-year-old naked body, but I can show you blowing people's brains out, even though that's also illegal. Like, it's just fucking retarded.
They're trying to make a connection that doesn't exist for some future reference, probably.
Yeah. I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Did Japan also have child pornography laws? And is this published in Japan without issue?
Cool. Keep in mind.
I think we've covered this. I think they're...
Keep in mind. It's illegal to produce pornography in Japan at all that showcases genitalia.
Well, yeah, which is why it's blurred, why genitals are blurred in Japanese porn.
So, if you can release this in Japan, then why did you need to put the little blurry bit over the crotch anyway? Because there was nothing being shown, So, so Udon went on to say, "Trust me, I would like to not censor anything if I did not need to. But in this case, Mio is specifically called out at the end of Volume 1 in the chapter, in the character page, being 15 years old. Sure, it is a drawing, but it is still a drawing of a 15-year-old. And we can be legally responsible if someone decided to kick up a stink about it. That person should go straight to hell."
That person.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $100.
If someone were to kick up a stink about it, they should have to point out what child was victimized.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, this is always the answer. It's like, I'd like to face my accuser. We're like, yeah, the U.S. government is accusing you. I was like, yeah, but how did I victimize you? So just to clarify, I didn't answer your question. Luigi Metal 64 is correct. Japan does have laws against child pornography. Obviously, that's why Rurouni Kenshin creator got pinched, right? And they do have a distinction in their law about how freedom of expression, depicting fucking Sailor Moon topless in a non-sexual way is obviously not nobody even bats an eye at it, right? But if you draw or produce 3D rendered images based on actual children, they did have an issue with that where where there's an actual child being involved in exactly
some capacity.
Because her likeness is being used and it's identifiably her, right?
Or him.
And in that case,
obviously the crime of putting her in that position to be drawn.
Well, and it wasn't even that. It was specifically that I believe the 3D model generated to capitalize on the likeness of the girl was being used to generate like obscene pornographic things rather than like necessarily just nudity. Which again, if it's actually based on a real identifiable person, you can prove like they used me as reference and stuff. Then yeah, I do think that that's going a step too far. Maybe not in terms of the quote unquote child pornography, but in terms of like, you're taking on
somebody's likeness.
It's infringing on there. There is a victim there. You are infringing on somebody else's likeness, right? So anyway, back to this. Sure, it is a drawing, but it is still a drawing of a 15-year-old, and we can be legally responsible if somebody decided to kick up a stink about it. We discussed with Shueisha and Tanaka-sensei and his editor how we shall handle this. They actually told me the anime is going to zoom in on all the nudity and suggest we do the same in the manga. After serious consideration, I opted to do what we have done, which is to alter the art with Japan's approval to not show Mio's nipples in order to preserve the integrity of the original art as much as we can. I mean, well, at least there's that, right? We only changed 3 panels, and if that is heavy editing, then it is what it is. You guys being a customer buying a book, that is your private matter. We as a publisher putting out content that could be considered questionable are the party being chased after when somebody decides to put a target on our head for whatever reason. It is a different time publishing manga nowadays. As manga becomes more and more mainstream, there are more and more eyeballs looking at our industry in a different manner. And of course, you've got, this is the, what's that image we used to have of, it's like, it had the room says private, and the girl comes up and she takes like the old like Looney Tunes style hand cranked drill to put like a cork sized hole in it so she can look through it, and then she goes, "This is outrageous. This needs to be banned," right? Like this thing that you weren't invited to see, so to speak. It's the idea that there's a knee-jerk reaction to the idea of child pornography, that when you see a character, not even like I'm not showing it on YouTube, but if you go to the thing, you see like, this is not even sexual. Like this is just like a character is naked, right? In some fight scene or whatever. And it's like, as they refer to her as Shadow Mio, it's like her when she's like being controlled or whatever dark form. I haven't watched the show. I don't know. But there's another good point. Old man says, I am watching Shin-Chan, the Japanese sub, and he flashes his classmates, teachers, people at the mall, and women at the beach. I think he's about 5 in the story. Yeah, there's tons of nudity in Shin-Chan. It's just male nudity, and it's drawn like a fucking, Saturday morning cartoon. So anyway, yeah, like I said, I think it's a knee-jerk reaction that people have, that they know under 18 nude imagery equals illegal. So when they see the character thing is, oh, 15, oh my God, it's child porn. They don't even stop to think about what, like the letter of the law and the spirit of the law and all these things, like why this exists. And then, it's dangerous.
Ask yourself one question. Is there a child? The answer is no.
Obviously.
Thus it's out. Oh, hey, kitty.
Anyone who sees a fictional character and cannot tell them from a real person needs mental help. Yeah, and the thing is, again, it's a knee-jerk reaction because, as I said, it's anime and manga going mainstream. People who haven't really thought about, or people have never had to grasp the intellectual argument regarding what makes a person, and where is this, like, how is this an infringement on somebody, so to speak, and all these matters we've discussed before. So anyway, where was I? Growing up reading manga, we are very used to these fan services. However, if you Google all the reviews out there for summertime rendering, almost the majority of reviewers are complaining about the fan service. Yeah, those aren't fans. While I shrugged and goes, great phrasing, quote, those guys sure haven't been reading manga at all. I also have to realize that manga and anime as a genre have grown beyond us hardcore fans and becoming more mainstream. And there will be different comments from different groups of people experiencing manga. So again, I apologize that you are disappointed Mio's nipples are not shown in 3 panels. Thank you for your understanding and support. What a fuck you at the end.
Right, like it sounds like understanding at first, but it's this underlying undertoned, like,
I'm sorry you can't handle
what's
not
the phrase
having
of it?
nipples
Like
in 3
just a little
panels,
bitchy. Oh,
bitch.
I'm
Like, I did not understand. What are you thanking me for?
yeah, it's just some bullshit.
I'm going to skip ahead and just read what Sankaku Complex wrote. Oh, God, not that. I went too high.
And his response should have been, well, thank you. I appreciate your time. I'm going to go from another
I would like to
publisher
say this, that
instead.
that it amazes me that people will, I want to say pretend, but there are some people who would actually let that get to them. But then an actual child will be right in front of them getting abused or mistreated, and they'll just walk on. They'll just be like, okay, yeah, it's happening.
The UN.
Yeah, no, there's a serious lapse in mental stability in anyone who looks at things like that.
Okay. So I'm just gonna read the Sankaku Complex right here. Hezkezel who is allegedly a freelance editor and worked on the English simulpub for the series, started slinging the usual insults towards readers, merely wanting an authentic release, suggesting such people are degenerates when the new girl in question is fictional. Quote, from Kita Smash, I worked on the English simulpub for this series, easily the most fun thing I've ever worked on so far, and I can't wait to see the anime. Will also be interesting to see how you guys change the work my team did and the errors that slipped through. Okay. Hello, I'm Jordan Reynolds, a freelance editor. Here's a quick overview of some of the series I worked on in the past couple of years. Okay, I don't know. Oh, here. Man, the number of people on Reddit who are upset about not being able to see the nipples of a 15-year-old character in a manga should be astonishing to me, but really it isn't. Stereotypes exist for a reason, and those people there really aren't doing the industry a favor. You mean the people who made the industry mainstream to begin with? The people who brought all of the fun? Like, get over yourself.
Yeah, it's just, and part of the concern comes from, okay, it's these 4 panels of nipples now, but what about later? You know,
exactly.
Give it 5-10 more years. What's going to be? You know, just...
don't cross the line in the sand is what your customers are saying. Anyway, I'm done reading this. I think the point has long been understood. So. Okay. In theater release news, I don't know. Maybe these are gone. Yeah, it's been so long since last podcast. Now these are outdated. Oh no, actually, we skipped this section in last podcast. Theater release news. I completely went over it, and now it's completely. The film will screen next month on August 14th and 15th in select theaters. So, yeah, you missed it. Since I filmed announces August dates for teasing Master Takagi-san the movie.
This is what's called a moot article.
Yep.
A moot article.
My apologies. Also, Modern Art Museum of Fort Worth is going to hold the U.S. premiere of Inuo in August, which you've also missed because I didn't cover it last podcast. I'm so sorry. All right. In anime news... series news, that is. So, Rising of the Shield Hero Season 3 teaser visual released. Actually, before we get into it, well, let's finish this first. So that's the teaser visual. Heroes and their regrets, pride, envy, lust, gluttony, greed, and wrath. Oh, guess we're going to do a 7 Deadly Sins thing. And before I move on, I want to address cute-looking characters are also fan service. Fan service is like customer service. Imagine a restaurant with no customer service. That restaurant would be closed down. Yeah, to a degree.
I mean, shiny action scenes are fan service.
It's the customer service of a strip club, maybe. I wonder if they would censor Ranma 1/2. And would they consider Ranma trans since he is a male and female? Yeah. Would they censor Ranma's breasts, or would that be considered transphobic since they are his breasts?
Ranma would 100% be trans if it came out now.
Ranma's also over 18, right?
Oh.
Censorship is a slippery slope. They censor one thing, but may go overboard down the line. Yep. And trans itself never means both sexes. Trans is Latin for cross. So does that mean transparent is both sexes parent? Yes.
Jeez.
All right. So you guys remember we talked about saving 80,000 gold in another world for my retirement?
I don't actually.
I remember this being mentioned, but I've drawn a blank on the rest of it.
The character gets isekai'd into another world and determines that the best way to take advantage of the situation is to amass wealth in the other world by selling real world weapons of war to the RPG land in order to secure 80,000 gold. So previously I pointed out how shitty ass the gun looked. Well, she's wielding a Beretta 93R in the actual thing, so that's great. full
That's okay
auto.
with you.
Yeah. All right. Summoned to another world again? TV anime reveals teaser visual cast and staff. So this sounded pretty funny. There once was a hero who was summoned to another world, and he saved that world. However, the man was caught in a trap and was forcibly returned to his original world. On top of that, he had to start over as a baby. This is the story of a crazy journey in another world where a former hero who was reincarnated into a slightly gloomy high school student is re-summoned back to that same world. There's a lot of room to work with when it's the second time, huh?
So it's just like modern day Japan and he's trying to like, I don't know, grow up. I don't know. Like, is it?
Well, based on the fact that he's got this giant ass sword, it does sound kind of weird because it sounds like he got sent back to the real world as a baby, and then he gets isekai a second time.
No, it says he grows up to be a teenager and then gets isekai back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he yeah. I mean, you might consider that a third isekai, right?
I suppose. Okay, I get it now.
So he's
All
like
right.
got double the
experience this time.
the life experience.
He's got the double XP
All the
bonus.
worst part of life, growing up.
Yeah.
Also, Psychopaths has a 10th anniversary. Well, they're celebrating 10th anniversary with a new film, Psychopaths Province. Did we ever get the other films on disc?
Fuck no.
Just the one, right?
This is like one more thing to add to the long list of stuff we never got, like the 3 Sinners of the System movies, which were an hour long each. The Psychopaths 3, which was 8 episodes of double-length episodes, which is on Amazon. And Psychopaths 3, the movie, First Detective, which is a full-length movie, which is also on Amazon. So, yeah, no. This is just going to be another thing we'll probably never get over here.
Yep. So, revenge is double the trouble in Migi and Dali TV anime teaser. So, here's the character designs. I had to look at this for quite a while.
Oh, they mirrored his hairline. Okay.
Well, it's not just the hairline. That his hand is closed and his hand is open. But yes, the hairline is the thing that that is the major different thing. So it's not just the same. Anyway. Where's the synopsis? It doesn't matter. Who cares? Moving on. All right. Lance.
Yeah.
My Life as Inukai-san's Dog. TV anime first promo video reveals cast staff January 2023 premiere.
Oh yeah, I got a real dog and scissors vibe from this.
Yeah, so I've got some screenshots from the. So I guess waking up in the body of a dog owned by his sexy female classmate.
Oh God.
I mean, do you really think about walking around naked in front of your dog?
Do you
I
think
I
about
don't.
bathing your dog on your lap? Because that's what's apparently happening here.
Jeez.
I think it'd be extra funny if it would like cut to every once in a while it'll cut to what's like really going on with his thoughts or whatever, and it's him as like a near naked, high school student on all fours with the leash on, like
He's like, if only this could have happened while I was
That's the
a
twist
real
ending.
boy.
That's the twist ending. She's got him down in the basement, hog-tied on a leash, too. And
He's being brainwashed to be a dog, but in reality, he's just a naked dude walking.
It's like that school. It's like School Live.
With the freaking leash on, and she's like got the whip and dominatrix stuff going on.
Well, that's what Dog and Scissors was, is the dominatrix thing. Anyway, also Crunchyroll to stream the Human Crazy University TV anime in October. So it's really weird. The series is described as such. I'm Satake Hirofumi, your ordinary run-of-the-mill death row prisoner. Satake Hirofumi is a prisoner on death row for murdering his fiancée. He's also an undead man who has survived many desperate situations. For this, he has earned the interest of a research institute called Human Crazy University, which studies real-life miraculous phenomena and the people who become entangled in them. Now, a subject of their research, Satake relates to them his memories of his immortal yet unhappy life. Why did he kill his fiancée? Soon enough, the truth sheds light on a much bigger conspiracy. Yeah, so it's very weird, and it's animated in an extremely weird style. I'm pretty sure that's his fiancée too, who he didn't actually murder. Kicked in the nuts. Anyway, it's really weird. Not as weird as Reborn as a Vending Machine. I now wander the dungeon. That's really weird.
Yeah. Can you repeat that title to me again?
Reborn as a Vending Machine.
After
dying in a traffic accident, I find myself standing near an unfamiliar lake. My body won't move. I can't hear my voice. And when I try to shout in confusion, words that I never expected come out. Get one free with a winner! It seems I turned into a vending machine. Can only do what actual vending machines can. It's impossible to move by myself. And there's no way for me to have any meaningful conversation. How am I going to survive some fantasy world's dungeon like this?
I remember seeing like the light novels of this, and the girl has them strapped on her back like a freaking backpack.
Like Yoda. Inuyasha says, ooh, the vending machine isekai is finally getting adapted. All right, so I also saw this, Onimai, I'm Now Your Sister, TV anime, sets January 2023 release. So this is that one, I talked about it before, where the girl has a shirt that says neat. Well, I'm sorry. The boy who woke up in the body of a girl has a shirt that says neat on it. I was going to make it for Stealth Weeb. I would like to point out, it doesn't look like it's a CG anime. It does not look CG, but look at how jank these hands look.
Huh.
Are you seeing this?
Bad.
Look at this hand. The fuck is going on there? What is happening? This is the neat shirt.
That looks like it was maybe a CG, like they used a 3D model and then traced over it.
And then just left the shitty ass part. Like, it looks so fucking bad. It's unwatchable. Sorry. Anyway, here's the we've already covered it before, but here's the synopsis. Mihiro Oyama was just a normal erotic game loving dude until he woke up one morning as a woman. Turns out his mad scientist little sister Mihari tried out one of her new experiments on him with disastrous outcome as far as Mihiro is concerned. But Mihari is as determined to study him as he is determined to go back to his shut-in game-playing life. And one thing's for sure, life is going to get a whole lot weirder from here on out. Anyway, so this is the character. Anyway, all right, moving on from here. SK8 the Infinity reveals an OVA in a second season. So enough people actually gave a shit about this for it to get more.
Can't wait for Joshi's to scream at Aniplex again about the expensive releases.
So Chainsaw Man promising blood and gruesome death. It kind of looks CG.
I do believe there is CG in this.
But it also kind of doesn't look CG.
That's Mappa for you.
Yeah. It's like it's reaching that uncanny level. Mm-hmm. It looks really fucking good, regardless.
Yeah, it does.
I'm just saying. Like,
yeah.
But I have a hard time taking, female characters that are this fully rendered. They just jump past waifu status and miss the mark. So I'm having trouble there.
I was worried about like Attack on Titan final season, but it looks fucking great.
Good. Can't wait to watch it. Yeah, so it's going to be a brutal show.
I can't wait to watch it.
Can't wait. Yeah, it looks great.
And wait till they ruin it.
They have to do CG for some of the villains. I talked to Mr. Nice Guy about it. He was telling me there's no way they can't. Like, some of the villains in it are just so absurd and ridiculous that you couldn't do them traditionally at all.
Ooh, that looks cool.
It's like they watched that scene in the first X-Men movie when Rogue asks Wolverine, "Does it hurt when they come out?" Referring to his claws, right? And like, all right,
Yeah.
let's make a character like that. Anyway, so that's it. All right, Ranking of Kings is getting a special episode in 2023. Did this get a physical release yet? It didn't, right? Not yet.
We get part 1 in October, and then part 2 probably in January.
Anything special about it though? Is there like a there's no LE or anything, right?
The LE would, if there is going to be one, it'll be with part 2, which hasn't been solicited yet. But I was kind of hoping that this would be included with part 2, but considering how Crunchyroll, Funimation, whatever is doing things, and depending on when this actually comes out, it's not likely.
So Luigi the Metal 64 says, like I said, computer animation is outdated because computers have limited times to be updated. This is not a very good take because honestly, even if you were to try to, to preserve traditional animation on cells and whatnot, or what do you call it, film, you're going to have the same issues over time, right? Even if you were to digitize them now in 8K, that file format, like I was saying before, it could still come to the same problems as the computer programs that make the stuff and just render it out in the same file format.
Yeah, people don't even use WMV anymore, but you can still play a WMV.
Luigi the Metal 64 says there needs to be cute-looking males in 2D anime. Cute is for both sexes. They can have an arc or a pentagon head with tall, drooping eyes. No need to dress the males as females. Okay.
Look at Boji.
I feel like
look at Best Boy Boji.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Isn't he cute? Look at this little shit.
I was gonna say I feel like maybe there are plenty of quote unquote cute male characters in anime, and you just they're not flipping your switch. Anyway, also French dub voice actress on Classroom of the Elite let go due to fan dub connections.
What?
Now get this.
Well,
so her name's and of course I don't speak French, so I'm gonna butcher this. Anna Lazare Gishi says she will no longer play Kikyo Kushida due to her involvement in a Chainsaw Man fan dub. Get this. This is for Crunchyroll's French language dub of Classroom of the Elite. Crunchyroll, who has all that room to talk about the fact that they started as a piracy site.
Yeah.
So they wrote, so the voice actress wrote on Twitter on Wednesday that she has been let go from the role from Classroom of the Elite. She explained that the reason provided by Crunchyroll was because of her involvement in a Chainsaw Man fan dub, and that Crunchyroll has given her permission to communicate this to her fans. Yeah, they want to send a warning signal. She elaborated she would have liked an amicable solution to the issue, such as removing the fan dub, but this was not offered to her. She said that she was shocked by the decision. Great job, Kim Morrissey at Anime News Network, proofreading. She said that she was shocked by the decision. Maybe they left it like, I got to figure out her pronouns first. She
literally started the friggin' sentence with she. What are you talking about?
She said
Can you not remember a word you read like 2 words
As
before?
I was saying it, I was looking at this one and I was like, that's a bad joke. But you're right. Okay. She said that she was shocked by the decision. As a voice actor who honed the craft through fan dubbing, she added that fan dubbers are increasingly finding professional work thanks to their hard work and talents, and she hopes that her situation of being punished for fan work is an isolated case. I wonder if she voices. I wonder if she speaks English too, because maybe she can work for Anime Matsuri. Finding professional work thanks to their hard work and talents, and she hopes that her situation of being punished for fan work is an isolated case. Finally, she asked fans not to harass the next actress playing the character and expressed her well wishes to whoever that person may be. Crunchyroll issued ANN the following statement, quote, Anna Lazare Gishi is no longer contracted by Crunchyroll for dubbing roles.
They blacklisted her
basically,
over a fan dub trailer.
We can't comment on the reasons for her departure, but do wish her the best in her career. Okay, so I'd like to address this for a second. So there's that video that everybody's seen of Greg Ayers talking about how to get into the voice acting industry, and he basically says, if you have a demo reel with a fan dub in it, that's illegal, and we don't take that. Like, we throw that away. You want to get a job doing it with? It's like, look, what you are setting up is the gatekeeping of you need to have 10 years experience to work in a field where you can't get 10 years experience unless you're already in the field, right? Kind of thing. Like, the only way to prove yourself and show what you can do is through a fan dub of some sort. Otherwise, you have to commission or be friends with somebody who is doing their own stuff who gives you the opportunity to do it. And even then, it might still be seen as a fan dub.
How the fuck are they going to do an audition without something to read over?
I completely disagree with this logic.
I think even like some of the guys that Team 4-Star got into Funimation dubs.
No kidding.
I mean, yeah, if you're doing, well, I mean, that could be seen as something slightly different, but still, yeah, that's a good point.
A couple of guys were in Fairy Tail. I know the episodes. Like, it's the episodes with the dude who keeps saying
Fairy Tail Zero, yeah.
But it's amazing.
They play the old versions of those three characters, and they played like the newer, like the grandkid versions in the current timeline.
I'd also like to point out, you have to talk over something. Okay, you have to have something to give a line to. So what are they going to do? Say it's illegal for them to be reading a script, even though it's not a part of the actual, dubbing process? They're just fucking giving an audition?
Not to mention, Chris Sabat was in DBZ Abridged at one point.
Yeah, you Drunkle John Cosplay was just saying, so Chris Sabat being a voice in Hellsing Abridged for a little bit doesn't count?
Right.
Man says, Traste's podcast was just talking about voice actors getting their start doing fan dubbing. It would have been. Oh, this. I'm skipping over this stuff because.
What are they going to do? Attack musicians next over fucking covers?
It's mind blowing, isn't it? Like, this concept.
It's literally the clusterfuck in my brain will not.
Like, I can't think of anything but Vic from last podcast where we covered the anime Matsuri panel where he said, "What do they have that you don't have other than a fucking lucky break?" Right? Like, how did any of these people who are now telling you that you can't get into the industry because of X, Y, and Z got into the industry by accident? When there was no voice acting industry and it got built up from the ground up by people like, Vic and Monica and Greg Ayers and all of them from all way back in the day who just happened to answer a casting call, and previously all they did was stage work. Like, there's the industry has changed, right? If you want to voice an anime, you got to show people you want to voice an anime. So you do a fan dub. It's not like you're. I guess the difference between putting in your demo reel a fan dubbed line versus fan dubbing is uploading on a torrent site the full episode with English before it gets simulcast or whatever kind of thing, or whatever, before it gets an official dub. All right, and taking away viewership because people watched your version that you uploaded, for free to an illegal piracy site.
Fan dubbing like an early episode of Dragon Ball.
Yeah, probably. Like, seriously, I guess the answer would be, if you're going to do this, to bet on the safe side, right, would be do an older series, do one with a shitty dub. Do one with one of the worst dubs and do it serious, right? Show them what you can bring to that character that previously was written off as, we just hired the guy who delivered the pizza that night. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. Like, it just.
I see where you're coming from, but it's still the issue. Because
considering, look, this is a Chainsaw Man fandom. Chainsaw Man hasn't even come out yet. It's got to just be for the fucking trailer, right?
Yeah.
It might have just been a commercial that they were like, hey, I could do this line better.
I just can't even believe it.
Dude,
I can't even believe
it. I could swear to God, there was millions like fucking TikTok videos where people just talk over something that's already moving. So technically, they're a pirater or some full shit.
I can't fucking believe this. It doesn't make any goddamn sense to me at all. It doesn't start airing for
October.
October. right? Literally all she could look. I understand it if she took a brand new show that just aired and dubbed it and did exactly what I said, put it on a torrent site. It's Chainsaw Man. What on earth could she possibly have had other than the fucking trailer? How were you going to rake her over the coals over that?
Blacklisted from the entire company.
Blacklisted from the industry, especially fucking Crunchyroll, who got their start pirating anime. I just can't fucking believe that. Says here, Lazare Gishi is also known as the French voice of Rent-a-Girlfriend's Chizuru Mizuhara, who I think is the main character, the main girl, right? Fire Force's Iris and Food Wars' Momo Akane ga Kubo. As a fandom actress, she is a contributor of the Retake YouTube channel, which creates parody summaries of popular anime. You've got to be kidding me.
I'll be right back.
She's got well, it's more than just her, based on the audio here I'm just hearing, but they've got close to 1 million subs. Maybe just do this full time. Anyway, yeah, that's fucking unbelievable.
They're trying to destroy an industry that was literally built on small people doing awesome things because they love something.
It makes me so mad.
And they're trying to burn it all to the ground. And I hope something happens to get this shit back on track. But it's probably not gonna, because anything matters anymore is fucking money. They feel like they can just kick anyone around as long as they've got the money to fucking do it.
So I'm just reading the chat. Hold on. Louisa Mel 64 says Romantics failed to sue Wave Group for What I Like About You cover for Guitar Hero. Huh. Did they try or did they fail as in they just didn't do it at all? Drunkle John Cosplay says, literally just caught you all now. Exposure and fan dubs helps getting your foot in the door. Yeah, I mean, I can't see any other way to get in. This is like
almost every
joke.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say there's a joke in my industry when I was in VFX where like literally a program like Softimage gets made, right? I think they made Metal Gear Solid 5 with it for the 3D modeling aspect or whatever. Yeah. And it's like you'd graduate. This program has been around for like 2 years, and the job listings say need to have minimum 5-year experience with Softimage. And it's like, it hasn't even been out for 5 years. You know, like, how can I fucking get this job? You know, kind of thing. And it's effectively what they're doing. It's a bad gatekeeping on the industry.
There's a psychological next comment.
No, this is what we are talking about. I do agree with this. Do an older series or one that didn't get a dubbing contract in order to showcase your skills. Yeah. Do one that already exists. And I think the best opportunity, like I said, take one that's a joke. Take one like Ghost Stories or Garzy's Wing and deliver a performance that brings the ADR director or the casting director, I should say, to tears when they hear your version of it. And especially showcase it next to the shitty ass line that they originally put out there. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Yeah, there's a psychological process that happens when people do shit like this, especially larger companies. They start setting a precedent for the future. And like I was mentioning earlier, if they take dubbing, and try to go this route, like I said, covers of music and small bands and all this kinds of stuff who play their favorite band's music and that kind of stuff, people don't understand how one snowballs into the other. It's the same prospect I talk about everything else when it comes to the anime industry and the music industry, is that it might seem small now. It might seem like this little tiny issue that's an inconvenience and annoying as fuck and costing you a job, mind you. But 5 years down the road, when some retard gets in their head that, hey, because of this, we can now go here, you give someone an inch, they will take a mile. And this kind of stuff will continue to get worse. If this somehow, I think the fans who, we buy the box sets, we pay the rental fees for the Crunchyrolls, we're the only ones who might be able to get their attention because we're the only ones who have the one thing they care about. But if we don't do something, this is going to get worse.
Right. And Mecha J was saying with Crunchyroll buying Right Stuff and now firing a VA over fandub, they really aren't making themselves look good. And Drunko John Cosplay mentioned, not to mention censoring Right Stuff product listings for the quote unquote erotica content. And then Luisa Mel64 clarified Romantics did try to sue Wave Group and they failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good look for Crunchyroll at all. Fucking horrible.
It's sad. It's really sad. I hate this for her. That's not fair.
Yeah.
That is incredibly unfair.
So in manga news, Katsuhiro Otomo confirms he is now working on a new manga. One fan asked the question, do you plan to draw a manga in the future? Otomo himself admitted that, actually, I am drawing it, and it may be published somewhere in a little while.
Oh.
Manga is hard work. So there you go. He's working on something.
Well, there you go.
And then also, Foodnum put this in the article submissions. According to somebody who translates One Piece news randomly, 24 years ago, Oda, the creator of One Piece, told the director of the film titled Red, the One Piece Red, about the whole story of One Piece until the ending. The director recently said he wishes One Piece would end soon because it has been so painful to not spill the beans. By the way, Straw Hat VAs said they don't even know how One Piece will end.
Well, I'm
So
sure
that's
they
it.
don't, considering One Piece is probably going to keep going for like another 5 years.
It's entering the final arc.
No.
Anyway, and Justin Savakis pointed out that Yaoi manga now has billboards. Sorry, it's my first time being gay. Like, apparently there's a lot of them too, like not just this one.
I can read none of that.
Can love feel like an error? Probably shouldn't.
What dating sim are you playing? Can love feel like an error?
Semantic error. Anyway, so that was the thing. I thought that might show up in the backdrop of the thumbnail, so I had to cover it.
Oh,
all right. Let me open up the games news.
Ooh. From what I can tell, we mentioned Digimon Survive a while back, and it didn't turn out to be the dating sim that everyone was. Some were hoping, some were thinking. It's.
I don't even want to know how a Digimon dating sim would look like.
Dude, I've talked to a lot of people when they were just hearing the leaks and everything. Like some people like it was one way, it was the other. And now that I've had the chance to play a good bit of the game and watch my buddy play pretty much all of it at this point, it was just amazing to find out that that was so exaggerated in everyone's head. It's more of a Shin Megami Tensei kind of thing. They did well in the game, but there is no dub, which makes me really sad for a $60 game.
So Old Man said Trash Taste interviewed ProZD, and he was talking about starting with fan dubs and encouraging young voice actors to get work any way they could, because at the very least it is practice. I agree. I just like, what are you going to do other than how do you showcase that you can match the lip flaps? Because being a voice actor for anime is so fucking different from being a voice actor for a Western cartoon, because Western cartoons record the audio first. There is almost no effort required in matching lip flaps because you literally record the audio first and animate to it, So how do you show that skill if not to do a fan dub? It just doesn't make any sense. Also, Luigi the Metal 64 says, first time being a happy, that is what gay means.
Yeah, that is the traditional definition, yes.
So, in games news, sources claim Rockstar Games plans to introduce female protagonists and neuter offensive content that punches down in Grand Theft Auto 6.
Oh, God.
So, Jason Schreier,
here we go.
Everyone's favorite games journalist, quote unquote, says Rockstar Games has spent the last 4 years overhauling its culture and working to become a kinder, more progressive company. Boy, does this guy sound like Ron Toye. But what does that actually look like? And what does it mean for the company's next game, Grand Theft Auto 6? Rockstar's overhaul started in 2018 when staff called out its culture of crunch, bullying, and frat house antics. The company has ousted managers accused of abuse and promised to cut down on overtime. One employee calls it a boys' club, transformed into a real company. That's what was good about it, actually, believe it or not. Rockstar removed transphobic jokes from the most recent release of GTA 5 and quietly canceled an online mode called Cops and Crooks after the George Floyd protests. Grand Theft Auto 6 will have a female Latina protagonist. Hey, at least it's not Latinx. The first playable woman in modern Rockstar history. Wrong. Technically, in San Andreas, there's the 2-player mode behind that one trailer park like house, the what do you call that, a RV. There's like a little thing you can engage 2-player mode, and I believe one of the characters you can play it is female. That whole game system, it sucks ass though, because you only get one screen, so you have to like constantly be like tethered to each other. Anyway, production on Grand Theft Auto 6 has been slower than expected, largely due to the pandemic, but also due to these changes, as employees grow accustomed to working at this new Rockstar. But many say morale is higher than ever, and that the cultural changes are well worth it. This rare look inside Rockstar Games and the development of Grand Theft Auto 6 is based on interviews with more than 20 people who either worked there or left very recently. So basically, again, all the things they listed, crunch, all the things that are just a staple of game development in general.
A staple of any business trying to put out a product.
They've decried, and they're no longer gonna have crunch, and it's affecting the games, right? So they're saying here that the new flex-time policy even allows employees to immediately take time off for every hour worked. Over the past 4 years, management has reassured excessive overtime wouldn't be needed for Grand Theft Auto 6's development. Where was I? While sources say morale has allegedly been the highest it's ever been, some aren't sure the studio can still make the chart-topping caliber of game the studio has become known for. For example... Oh, hello, Reese.
Hi.
For example, to avoid excessive hours, the purported initial plan for Grand Theft Auto 6 to feature large areas based on North and South America was scrapped. Instead, the map will now be focused on a fictional version of Miami, much like Vice City and surrounding areas. The game also reportedly had the codename Project Americas, which matches prior rumors that claimed the game the game also reportedly had the codename Project Americas, which matches prior rumors that claimed the game would introduce a female protagonist. So regarding the crunch thing, again, thanks to, quote, loose schedules and a lack of progress, a group of designers allegedly quit Rockstar's Edinburgh office. Others also noted that there was, quote, little pressure to get a new game out the door. So sounds like things are all going great at Rockstar.
Yeah, well,
and regarding the female protagonist, I saw this. I wanted to share this. Our top story tonight, Rockstar Games, developers of titles such as Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 are rumored to feature their first ever female protagonist in their next game, the hugely anticipated Grand Theft Auto 6. Many fans of Rockstar Games have taken to the streets to voice their displeasure, calling it virtue signaling or an act of political wokeness. Rockstar Games have responded to these criticisms, explaining that making the protagonist female is purely for gameplay purposes. Rockstar Games CEO Sam Houser was quoted as saying, "Who better to run red lights and mow down people on the sidewalk than a female driver?" Somebody replied with this. God damn it. What causes most car accidents? Correct. You actually gave 2 answers. Great job. Female Asian. Anyway, any thoughts on Grand Theft Auto?
I mean, go woke, go broke. You know, just like good luck getting money from the new game. Can't wait to see those sales teeter compared to the previous games.
So how are they gonna try and sort out the whole kill a stripper, get your money back? Or do y'all is it just to be male strippers in the game and not female strippers?
Is it gonna have a lesbian storyline now?
It will be way more progressive for the women to still be female strippers.
I am sure that
I hope that the protagonist is a stripper.
I'm sure there will be a lesbian thing.
Yeah.
A lot of games have lesbian stuff.
Stop. I'm trying to read it.
Yeah, well, read it to yourself because you wreck the clips with the text of the chats in the clips.
Well, fuck me.
Oh, I'm sorry, chat. You're not worth being recognized
Random
twice.
Lovin' hates you, chat.
Read it to yourself.
Drunko John
I have a comment. Wait a second. God damn it. Interrupting me.
Spit it out, man.
The two games come to mind when I hear this. First game obviously is Cyberpunk. They went completely, whether it's related or not, it's just a funny coincidence. They went completely woke with their, you could be any character you want. Do all your sex organs.
Size and combination of genitalia or whatever their thing was.
Yeah, and I'm sure that reflected on their work ethic as well, and that game turned out to be a complete mess. And then the other game I come to think of is the I think it was Battlefield, the one where they made the woman with the amputated arm the main focus of the trailer. It was like Battlefield 1, I think it was, and it's like, and no one bought that game because why is there a woman in a World War I game, and why is she an amputee?
Was
like,
that Call of Duty Battlefield or something like that? That was a Call of Duty game, wasn't it?
I think it was Battlefield 1, literally Battlefield 1.
Call of Duty.
Okay.
It might have been Call of Duty, but I'm pretty sure it was Battlefield 1. But anyway,
I know what you're talking about regardless.
Either way, the game flopped. And when you this is another situation of like little sister is now wanting Big Brother's toy, and mother gave it to him because she whined
and
enough.
Then she shoots your eye out, and it's Big Brother's fault.
And now she's got G.I. Joe in Barbie clothes sitting in the car with Ken, and okay, now brother doesn't want to he doesn't care about G.I. Joe anymore. He's moving on. So while I hope that the game is good, I can
give an even better example. It's more like when my daughter sees my son playing a video game and she wants to play because it looks like so much fun, but then when she's playing, she's not sophisticated enough because she's 4 to be able to play the game, so she gets frustrated at the fact that she's not able to do the same thing, so she dies right away. You know what I mean? Like, it looks so much fun when somebody else is doing it, but when you actually have to be the one putting in the inputs and not die, it's actually really hard, Yeah. And then you just throw a fit because it's too hard, which is why easy mode is offensive or whatever the latest woke thing on that was.
So I want this game to be good. I like Grand Theft Auto, but I feel if you change what it is to the point where it's not Grand Theft Auto anymore, then the fans of the game aren't going to come and play it. Yeah.
So I think that the people who left Rockstar are going to create their own studio trigger, so to speak, and make whatever the next big thing is going to be.
Yeah.
I hope that the boys club all left and they formed a new company with blackjack and hookers. So Drunko John Cosplay says, that joke of GTA 5 being re-released over and over? I bet if GTA 6 is that censored, it would be a joke of too many copies available, like Last of Us 2, definitely. Whenever someone writes like this, I know they drink the Kool-Aid on the regular. They all have pretty much the same gross corpo-approved clean writing style. Yeah, for Jason Schreier. GTA 6 being politically correct reminds me of the new Saints Row game. Its characters are gangsters robbing banks so they can pay back their student loans, which makes no sense. Oh. Thieves do not pay loans, right? The Pokemon games have girl players since Crystal as a girl was going down play while Red Green. Okay. Yeah, I mean, especially considering, and I haven't played GTA 5, but considering that GTA 5 has 3 at least protagonists that you play as, right?
Yeah, 3. Yeah.
Franklin. Is this Michael?
Yeah, I think so. And Trevor.
Michael and Trevor, right? Yeah. So considering that that they established that, you could make a Grand Theft Auto 6 have one of those. You keep going with that dynamic and make one of those characters female.
No, and it's just like the whole thing with like woke movies, right?
Mhm.
It's like, Blade. Okay, he's a black, vampire hunter guy. It's an awesome movie, right? Just because he's black doesn't mean I don't like the movie. Alien, good movie. Woman lead. Just because she's a woman doesn't mean I don't like the movie.
Well, I think the way you should phrase it is him being black or her being a woman isn't what made the movie good. It doesn't make the movie bad. It's fact that they hired competent actors and competent storytellers who were dedicated to telling a story, and they weren't hung up on identity politics that it clouded their judgment so much that they lost the forest for the trees.
Yeah, so I can deal with a game with a woman lead, like the Tomb Raider games. Those were good.
Yeah,
even the new ones.
Clear, I think what you're trying to say is the fact that there's a potential female protagonist is not the red flag in what we read.
That is what I'm saying. I don't have an issue with there being a female lead, but it is a flag, but it's not like a red flag where it's like, okay, I can't touch it now.
Yeah, it becomes a flag when you combine it with all the other
Bond, like making James Bond a female after all this time.
I mean, yeah, that's a little bit bigger.
That's a little different from this particular thing, but yes, it is sort of a similar idea of again, it's to go back to what you're saying, like Blade, Wesley Snipes. You make a cool action movie with a lot of style behind it, that he pulled off really well. And then it's like the idea of women's like, well, how come we don't get any of that? And then they try to do the exact same thing almost, but have a female in the lead, right? And then it sucks ass because you lost what was imposing about the character or whatever it is.
But the important part is if they do it with it as a female lead, it could kick ass. It could be good. But if they're doing it solely as like let's copy this with a female lead, just because we want a female lead, then there's no reason and there's no heart behind it, and therefore you like 99.9 out of 100 times that's going to show in the final product.
Like the Ocean's 8 movie.
I don't.
Ocean's. Are they going to want to put
Genesis?
the female character through
No. Ocean's 8 was the remake with the all-female cast.
Yeah. No, he's talking about
I thought
Terminator,
there were 2 Ocean's 11s, and then there was the third one that was all-female.
Ocean's 11,
there
Ocean's
were
12, Ocean's 13, and then Ocean's 8.
There was 2 Ocean's 11.
You're right.
3.
And then there was 2.
Well, there was the original with Frank Sinatra, yeah.
There was the original and then the remake, and then the 2 sequels.
Yeah.
And then Ocean's 8.
Okay. So you're right. I was thinking of it wrong. Anyway, so yeah, I think the point is, as I said earlier, that when you are making something, and it's so hard to create something in Hollywood in general, because honestly, the movies that you look back on, I think, God, that's a great movie. That movie had no less than 10 miracles happen to get made. Right? The right people who worked well together, who had ideas, who could see each other's visions, happened to get involved on the same project and knock it out of the park. It's already so difficult to do that in general. But nowadays, when you've got people with conflicting ideas and identity politics clouding their vision, then it all falls apart. You have the workhorses, the everyday Americans who don't actually give a shit about identity politics or right versus left. They literally just show up to do a job. Maybe they have their own personal political leanings, but they aren't terminally online and are completely infected by woke ideology, right? They come and they do their job, and they do it pretty well. But basically, they're just polishing a turd because the people in charge who make the decisions, who do the hiring, who greenlight the project, that end up, hiring out the studios to do the work for, whether it's stunts or whether it's CG or whether it's whatever. Those people are starting with a flawed product because they invested all of the energy into identity politics instead of tell a good story.
Paint by numbers and write by numbers.
That's the bigger red flag to me, is that they fired all of those people, and now the only people left are the people who can't handle crunch and are stressed out and want to take vacation every other day because they,
and that's
they're
why I
worked up
actually
by
see it
what's
as a
on
blessing
Twitter.
in disguise. Because it's like I love Grand Theft Auto as a franchise, and I'm sorry to see it go down in flames, so to speak. But I am happy that the people who made it good are out of the company and potentially going on to start something new and be able to use their creative energy elsewhere. So we'll see. I mean, look at for example, what happened with Evangelion, right? Where the people involved in that split off to be Studio Kara, Studio Trigger, and they had issues that caused them to grow elsewhere. Same thing with Hideo Kojima, where his properties got seized basically by Konami, and he had to make new things, and he's working on expanding, even if maybe like as FDM will put it, a walking simulator or whatever. Maybe you don't necessarily like those things, but it's like it's forcing you into something new, which has the potential, right, of growing somewhere. So I hope that the people who made the original Grand Theft Auto so good are going to land on their feet and you're going to say you're going to forget that Rockstar even exists because the new Rockstar is going to be even better, kind of thing. Anyway, so World of Warcraft Dragonflight to feature a body type instead of gender and voice and potential pronoun selection. Whoa! In other news regarding World of Warcraft, Activision Blizzard financial results for second quarter of 2022 shows drops in nearly every year-on-year metric. Revenue down 28%. Ouch! Well, I should have read these. Deckervolt says, if there is any less storyline in new GTA, I may have to grab it. Oh, if there is a lesbian story. I'm not a huge fan of GTA, but I always respect it for being crazy and being out there. It was a Battlefield 5. Yeah, that was the one, the game you're talking about. Got it for multiplayer. GTA 6 will save fictional strippers from harmful effects of player characters' male gaze. Yeah, probably. Even the Pokemon. Skip over this. We have a Pokemon article. Yeah, entertainment industry was a lot better back when social media wasn't the norm. Marvel's She-Hulk to show Daredevil's lighter side. Look what they did to my boy. Yeah. The problem with woke characters is that they are not characters. They are representation of their respective gender, race, and or sexuality. Therefore, you can do no action that reflects poorly on the identity group for fear of backlash from activist groups. So have you guys seen or read Stephen King's The Mist?
I actually read a little bit of it, but not enough.
I think I've seen the movie.
Yeah, so the movie stars Thomas Jane, he's in the second Punisher movie, the one before Punisher Warzone. First one came out in the 80s, is what I'm trying to say. A lot of people think he's
Mist. Didn't the Mist have
yes,
the guy from Smallville?
Which guy? You mean
Clark?
Tom Welling?
Is that the Clark Kent
so.
from Smallville?
His name's Tom Welling, I think.
Yeah, Tom Welling.
I'm looking it up. So anyway, the reason I bring it up is because I love this movie, The Mist, and I also have been of this mindset.
Sorry,
that
Tom Welling was in The Fog. That's why.
Okay.
So slightly different.
I've also been of this opinion that most of the time, the problem with woke characters is that they are not characters. They are a representation of their respective gender, race, and or sexuality. Therefore, they can do no action that reflects poorly on the identity group for fear of backlash from activist groups, right? So The Mist is no doubt one of my top 10 favorite films. Fucking love it. Shot extremely well. What's up?
2007, right?
I think so, yeah.
I found
so
it.
Basically, without giving too much away, the story is that it takes place in Maine. Wouldn't you know? A Stephen King series takes place in Maine. And basically a storm happens and a tree falls down and the guy needs to go into town, and he takes his neighbor in because the tree landed on the guy's car, and he takes his son with him, and they go into town, and this mist comes over the mountains, and it just kind of like, it's like a fog that covers up the whole town, and they get stuck in this supermarket where somebody like bursts in and he's covered in blood. It's not his blood, it's somebody else's. And he's like, there's shit out there in the mist, right? And they freak out. Brilliantly made story where they barely show you anything and it's fucking great because of it, right? But anyway, movie is fantastic. I'm not going to give away the ending thing. Great creature effects, holds up largely to this day. It's so good. There's a TV series for it that after my wife and I last watched the movie, I was itching for more. So I obtained the TV series, and the TV series is some hot garbage, some of the lowest quality, like visual effects I've ever seen. The Mist is like, I don't even know how they did it. I don't even know how you get it to look somewhat competent and still so bad in terms of like the fog effect. But the point is, there's a character in it that's gay, and he's getting bullied because, oh, you can't be gay around here. And it's like, well, let me look up when this fucking thing, because first of all, it just seems so out of place for the Mist. No, I always spell Mist M-Y-S-T because of that fucking game that I never even played. So 2017, the TV series came out in 2017, and I'm like, you gotta be shitting me with this, like, oh, you can't be gay, I'm gonna beat you up for being gay, right? And the gay character like is in love with one of the jocks who wants to beat him up for being gay, and then eventually like they sleep together, and it's like the weirdest thing like going on. And then the main girl in the series, she goes to a party with the gay guy, and she gets raped at the party. Well, like she gets date raped, right? And then so this is going back to the problem with woke characters is that they are not characters. They are a representation of their respective gender, race, and or sexuality. Therefore, they can do no action that reflects poorly on the identity group for free or back actor. So then as the story unfolds, you learn that the gay guy raped her, right? And then he turns out to be a psychopath. And it's like, wow, didn't see that coming with this mentality in mind. So anyway, and then of course the last episode, they like escape into the mist to get into the car before they get snatched up by the creatures. And lo and behold, after I don't remember if he got stabbed or shot, but the gay guy's like hiding in the back of the car, and it's like anyway, they canceled it, and so we'll never know what he was going to do to them. But anyway,
did they cancel it because rape is a crime and you can't have criminal action in a fictional story?
I think they probably canceled it. I don't even know. It's
because the show sucked.
The show really sucked. The writing,
from what you're saying, it sounded like it sucked.
The writing was barely passable, and no, it wasn't even passable. Like the writing was crap, but for like, I think it was a sci-fi series, so it's like, you kind of expect it to suck at least, you know. So I'm a little bit surprised it didn't get renewed. It's like you got to really suck to not get renewed on sci-fi, because people are expecting it to suck. Anyway, so the demographic they are going for is basically non-customers. Again, yes, I've said it 1,000 times. They have made the mistake of believing. So I've said this 100 times. In broadcast, there used to be an established idea that if you got a phone call at like the TV companies got a phone call with a complaint, that one person represented, I don't remember if it was 100,000 or 1,000 or 1,000,000, but basically the idea was, the metric is, for every phone call you got, that's 1,000 people who were as mad who didn't pick up the phone and make the call.
That is some of the most retarded way to make a number.
This was because the effort it takes to find the phone number to call, like not everybody's going to go that far. So the idea is that if we piss somebody off enough that they called us to complain that we showed this on TV, and sometimes it might have been, warranted, like, oh no, we accidentally slotted that Girls Gone Wild commercial in the middle of daytime Nickelodeon, right? Or something like that. Yeah, maybe it was even warranted. But the idea is that if you got 10 calls, that meant that 10 million people saw it, and like that's how they operate, right? So this is an old school way of thinking. It's probably a good rule of thumb for the most part, right?
But it could also be really, really bad. But
it could be really bad, especially in modern day. But I'm saying that if you take this idea of things and you take companies that existed back when this was the metric you used, and you take it to today, one tweet equals 1 million people, kind of thing. So companies are looking at Twitter in a similar vein, maybe not the same vein, but a similar vein, where for every retweet, that's 1,000 people, right? Kind of thing. And really what it is it's activists on Twitter who don't even represent your customers who are complaining at you, right? Because they are trying to shape the world.
There was a contest to get a new what was it, Kellogg's or something cereal, and a bunch of trolls got together and they all voted for, I believe it was the onion flavor. And it's the same situation here that I see. I understand where you're coming from, and I see where it's a good way as a business to go, okay, look, we pissed one person off, more than likely we pissed off someone else. But it's also in modern day times where there are trolls and people who just want to push their own agenda. I mean, you give them the option and the knowledge to know that they can call and complain about anything, and that you're going to assume that your opinion is, it represents a demographic, represents a, community of people.
So I have to bring this up.
Everybody.
Adolf Hitler's School for Friendship and Tolerance, Trump Elementary School, among names suggested for school. Robert E. Lee Elementary in Austin is changing its name. I would absolutely send my kids to John Cena Elementary. So these are the nominations: Drew Brees Elementary, Bruce Lee Elementary, John Cena Elementary, Adolf Hitler School for Friendship and Tolerance, Schoolie McSchoolface. So this is what you're talking
about. Pretty much. There you go.
How about the Harambe Memorial Zoo? Come on.
Anyway, so yeah, that's basically what you're saying.
Thank you for doing such a wonderful job of putting a visual representation of.
All right, so Nichols says, I have seen The Mist, never knew there was a TV series. You didn't miss much. I'll hook you up if you're interested in watching it. You didn't
miss much.
The demographics they are going for is non-customers. I think this is this. You deleted and re-put the same comment. Okay, so all right, moving on. Yeah, so skipping that now. So Marvelous Entertainment experiences diminishing profits and sales. Gasp! Oh no! Another game company is in the red. What? You know who Marvelous Entertainment is, right? The makers of Senran Kagura. Remember,
they also do a lot of the fake games.
Remember when we covered that the creator of Senran Kagura got so fed up with the censorship that he left Marvelous Entertainment to make his own. Just moving right past that. Marvelous Entertainment disclosed that it has suffered losses in profits and sales after sharing financial results for the first quarter of the fiscal year, a turn of events that will have some wondering if past occurrences perhaps had a hand in this. These are references to the things I was just talking about. From April 1st to June 30th, 2021, Marvelous had a 5.319 billion yen in sales, which had declined by 1.153 billion from previous year, and operating income was only half from the last year at 780 billion yen. It is said Rune Factory 5 performed well with strong sales, as previously mentioned, and that Deadcraft was unable to reach its intended sales target. Meanwhile, Shinobi Master Senran Kagura New Link was praised for its latest content update and a revenue increase year on year. New titles coming from Marvelous will be of the original sort, so it was said to be hard to predict how well they will perform once released. Well, if you just continue to censor shit, I guarantee you're gonna be gone before you know it. So, Japanese fans on Pokemon Scarlet and Violet designs, quote, I can't tell their genders apart. All right, so we're gonna play another game. Spot the train. No, what gender do you think these characters are?
Yeah, you're gonna have to stop moving so I can zoom in. I'll play along. All right one's a chick and left one's a dude. Let's go.
Okay, no, female, male, right? I guess probably female based on the chest. Now it gets more difficult. Male or female?
Male.
Anybody else?
I saw the trailer. I think it's a guy.
Okay. Probably male, right?
Yeah.
What about this one?
Definitely
girl.
Definitely male.
I I don't know. It's something
with
about
the stockings though,
right? And like the
Yeah.
Have you seen some of the Pokemon dudes?
So it says here, Grusha used to be a professional snowboarder, but he is now the gym leader. They're like, oh my god, it's so hard to tell, right? So,
Ooh, we're gonna get an answer for the last one because I'm honestly curious.
Male confirmed, right? And then we had this one. Apparently, this Botan Penny is a girl. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet appear to emphasize political correctness by not widening the gap between men and women. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are adding more and more characters that I can't tell the genders of at first glance. And it really sucks to think that it was because of consideration for overseas political correctness. These are Japanese games. So there's no need to concern yourselves with foreigners that much.
Really though? Like, anime is does no one watch anime? Like, anime has so many characters where it's like, oh, is that a guy or a girl? I don't know. I don't fucking know.
The political correctness factor is so
they were
strong.
using male pronouns this whole time, but it was a girl. Ah.
The political correctness factor is so strong in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. You're telling me there's no middle ground between a strong man and a gay doctor? What? Oh, I'm sorry, a strong woman. A strong woman and a gay doctor. All right, anyway, I don't have anything else to say about this. I think it's pretty ridiculous.
I think we've all made the point of, it's just something they're gonna do.
So
and
what
we
about
can't.
I don't see.
That's
I don't
a
really
dumb question, to be honest. A strong woman and a gay doctor. There's female doctors. They're strong too.
I don't really have an issue with Pokemon.
I don't really think sexuality needs to come up at all in Pokemon.
Well, no, don't take me wrong. I don't think anyone needs to be fucking a Pokemon, but hey, that's
because Pokemon have like male and female versions of the Pokemon. I don't want there to be 49 different versions of Pikachu, 79 different genders of Pikachu.
Yeah,
right?
like the male Pikachu has a straight end to the tail. The female one has like a heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't
I'm glad you
Japanese
put that out
versions
into
of
the
these
universe.
characters? Japanese fans felt the Japanese companies worried too much about outside country market. Yep.
I mean, that's a valid concern, but it's just funny coming from like the country that is known for anime, where there are numerous.
Speaking of exactly what you're talking about, tempting trap Bridget returns in Guilty Gear Strive. So a new character, courtesy of the Season Pass 2, has arrived into Guilty Gear Strive, leading to longtime favorite Bridget making his return. The classic fighter once again making use of a yo-yo to do battle against his foes, and surely inspiring artists to make obscene fan art with his emergence. The trailer possibly proves Bridget has maintained his cuteness, as it also reveals his various moves. So Luigi the Metal 64, cute guy. There you go. Right there.
Start beating. No. That was a joke. Or was it?
Michael Jackson's Just Beat It.
We do not condone domestic violence in any way. Do not be your significant others.
Drunkle John Cosplay says Bridget turns up in Strive, and the modders made a thick mod day one because, of course.
Oh boy.
Oh man, modding is so good. I can't wait till they mod the original face of Peter Parker back into the PlayStation 4 or the PlayStation Spider-Man game.
Anyway, so yeah. So everybody's favorite trap Bridget is back.
This person's wearing a skirt and everything. Like, I don't know. Where are the Japanese people complaining about this character?
Are you not familiar with this character before I brought this up? Just curious.
No, not at all.
Okay. Because this is like, this was the trap. Like Astolfo is the trap nowadays, but Bridget, when I was growing up, this was the trap to
I wasn't really I wasn't really like Googling trap porn or anything when I was a kid.
I'm not asking if you Googled trap porn. I'm asking if somebody if you've
he
ever
probably
been
did think he
on
was
the
BDSM
internet and had seen somebody, like sort of
Okay.
the stuff that goes on with people,
Well,
using traps for their intended
I'll
purpose
just
of
put it this way. I
trolling.
was not on that corner of the internet. All right.
So, moving on
Unlike
here.
you.
What? Guilty Gear Strive sloppily rewrites Bridget as a woman, even in the Japanese version.
Shit.
So
Yo,
this is
they did
Bridget's-
what's the character in Mario? The fucking pink thing.
Nani?
No.
You're talking about the
Birdo. Birdo. They pulled a Birdo.
So I'd like to point out
Birdo
that
was
Bridget's-
originally a man, and
Bridget's
now it is
original
officially
design.
a woman.
Well, it should be a woman because Birdo lays eggs.
But it was a guy.
Yeah. So I'd like to point out that Bridget's original design had this motif, which is the male symbol, right?
Okay.
More and more instances of Japan kowtowing to gender propaganda and corrupt Western ideology have been appearing as the latest DLC release for Guilty Gear Strive. The beloved trap Bridget has him claiming himself to be a girl later on in his campaign, even though he was born male, which is sadly even present in the Japanese version of the game. So there's more to this that we're going to get to, but I would just like to point out once again that your fetish is not safe from the woke crowd, right? We were talking about 7 C's with the I turned my best friend into a girl or whatever it was. It's like, if you happen to be into, what are they called? Otoko Noko? I think that's the name of it. The like guys dressed up as girls.
You would know.
It's not trans guys or whatever. It's none of that. It's a specific fetish that people have. This is when I've always talked about the question of, are traps gay, right? My statement on this, figuratively no, but literally yes, right? So the idea is that the reason it's literally yes is because, well, if you're into trap porn, right, you could say that somebody likes gay porn if they're into trap porn, because technically the characters in the porn are male, right? But you can't say, oh, that guy likes trap porn, or you can't say that guy likes gay porn and convey to the listener that you're telling that to the proper message, because they're not into quote unquote gay porn, they're into trap porn, right? So the idea is that it's inaccurate to say that person that liking traps or whatever makes you gay, because it's a subset thing. It's a specific thing. It's like, yes, on the broad scheme of it, you could say yes, it does, but it's more what do you call it? Nuanced, I guess, than that. So anyway, going back to this, I think that this is a dangerous precedent again with what we talked about with the I turned my best friend into a girl or whatever, that trap characters are being retroactively turned into trans or just straight up, acknowledged as female or whatever when the characters are actually male, right?
But so here's the question: are they being changed to a female character, or are they being changed to a trans female character?
So this particular thing, I think it's a little bit murkier than it sounds at first. So I'm gonna read through this and then I'll sort of explain what actually is going on here. But so the official website for Guilty Gear Strive had a summary of Bridget's story, which had him being forcibly raised as a girl, even though he was a boy, due to a superstition that male twins would bring misfortune. So it says here, flying undertrained with yo-yo mastery, freeform tricky spinner, Bridget was born one of 2 twin sons of a multi-billionaire couple and was given only the best training and tutoring as a child. However, Bridget's upbringing was what one would expect for a daughter of a high society family instead of a son. There was a reason for this. Bridget's hometown had a superstitious belief that male twins brought misfortune. The townspeople were so embedded in this belief that they insisted the younger of any set of male twins be put to death or be exiled from the town upon birth. Unable to swallow either of the options, the twins' parents raised Bridget as a daughter. While Bridget strove to put on a happy front, these efforts only seemed to cause Bridget's parents more pain. Bridget began to think that behaving like a man and bringing home a vast array of riches would prove that the superstitions were unfounded. Although unsuccessful in capturing Dizzy for her bounty, Bridget showed talent as a bounty hunter and managed to bring home great wealth. This led to the village superstition fading, but it also left Bridget without a goal. Bridget now works as a bounty hunter while searching for a purpose. So that's the Japanese website, right? Now, the Japanese version of the website specifically calls Bridget an otoko noko. Otoko is male. That's the Japanese word for boy, right? I don't know what the noko is, but I know
not of guy.
No, well, ko is child, right? But I do know. I think this is a shortened form term. I think it's a longer term. You know how Japan does with the light novel titles, where they've got the full term and the short term. I think this might be the shorter term for a longer thing that is, male. It's basically crossdresser, right? Is what it means. So anyway, so the Japanese website refers to Bridget as an otoko noko, whereas the English version of the website refrains from using any pronouns whatsoever in typical corrupt Western style. They do say boy raised as girl, but like they said, they don't use pronouns, right? Now, in arcade mode, an early scene had Bridget correcting someone who called him a female, saying that he is actually a man. And this was said even in the Japanese version of the game. A later scene has Bridget claiming he has been, quote, faking being a boy, and that he is actually a girl. And this was said in the Japanese version as well. So here's the English version of the cutscene. I don't think... there's music and stuff behind. I don't really want to...
Well, we're not getting any audio, so no.
I know.
Worries.
I'm not going to play it with audio because
this
is my first time hearing.
You're good.
It says I'm a boy, right? I'm a boy. So I'll be back for you later. I'll be back for you later, little lady. And Bridget says I'm a boy, right? And then here's the Japanese version of the same cutscene. Where they say the same thing. Bridget was forcibly raised to be a girl, even though he was born male, and all his life he despised this, until Gear to Gear Strive, where instead his character does a complete U-turn and decides to accept being a girl, even though he doesn't have female genitalia and thus is still technically a man. Instead of merely accepting being a feminine male, a trap, or otoko noko, so maybe otoko noko means feminine male, not necessarily crossdresser. As more educated anime hobbyists would describe him, the developers had him outright claiming to be female, which has some theorizing this was done to earn virtue signaling points from the worst types of people. Okay, so Bridget's new design symbol even alters his outfit to have the androgyny symbol on it, as opposed to his usual male symbol and cross. So that's what I was talking about before. This now has this one, right? Instead of the one I was just pointing out. And it says here, a mix of the male Mars and female Venus gender symbols, a symbol for androgyny, hermaphrodite, or intersex, sometimes shown pointing in any different direction. Also, the alchemist symbol for iron sulfate. Oh, wouldn't you know it? The mentally ill, lesbian, gay, bi, trans, up, down, left, right, BA, start contingent of the West was naturally unable to comprehend the concept of a feminine male and immediately claimed Bridget was now a transgender female, even going so far as to vandalize Wiki/Wikipedia pages and write up the usual articles. So Anime Outsiders tweeted out, for the game where Bridget is explicitly male, these people are insufferable. So for the previous games where the character is explicitly male, like it's literally the storyline is that the character exclusively refers to themselves as male, and it's obvious that been the established lore. So for all the previous games, look at updated pronouns, whoops, wrong pronouns, updated, change the lore for the one for CG World and update the pronouns, right? So those are the revision history of Guilty Gear, ACR.
Great. So when will we be sued for getting a fictional character's pronouns wrong?
So anyway, Bridget, male, Bridget, female, right? Just fanfic. Bridget joins Guilty Gear Strive, comes out as trans. Guilty Gear Strive confirms Bridget is a trans woman. The fighting game's DLC story confirms the Yo-Yo Fighter uses she/her pronouns. Bitch, I don't care. Your grandma in hell sucking devil. Referring to, this is a quote tweet of, this whole situation rubs me the wrong way. As a trans girl myself, there is not a trend I dislike more than erasing a character's previous identity for the sake of making them trans. To which every trans person said, insane take for a trans person to have. I'm sorry, but like, do you know where trans people come from? Do you have any idea about what
usually mommy and daddy make a baby? And then
because you
someone
sure
grows
don't
up
look
and
so
decides
bright on it. So they're basically shun the non-believering her.
Shun the non-believer.
The pick me energy is insane.
Shun.
So Cody Byer.
Oh yeah, being reasonable is insane now.
All right. Some Twitter users also pointed out that Bridget's English in-game bio also used her pronouns, despite the character being male. So Cody from Anime Outsider said, her? We're really doing this? Right? Values, her parents, the first yo-yo from her father, her teddy bear Roger, right? Realistic takes on the situation. So this person here says, the whole Bridget is trans situation is so weird to me because the character is male, but was groomed to act like a girl. So is that the representation some of you want? A character groomed against their will? And why are we still reinforcing gender stereotypes? Men can dress in women's clothing without being trans, and same for girls wearing men's clothes. Just because a man likes to wear women's clothes doesn't make him trans. Makes him a freak, but he doesn't necessarily have to also be trans. If someone tells you to dress and act in a way that disagrees with your identity, just go with it. You'll realize they were right, and agree with them later is probably not the trans representation you really want. So this specific Twitter thread here, I've actually got it. Wait, okay. Well, actually, it's this one. Fuck me, it's not. It's this one. Is it not? I guess I don't have it. Never mind. Disregard. So this person said this. Basically the exact same take they just said. Because this completely demolished his character arc since his introduction of him refusing to be called the girl, as he is a man, and was denied to be raised as such. This would make the people tormenting him for years to be forcefully raised as a girl, right? What kind of shit morale is that? That he was groomed into it and should accept it? So anyway, that's there's that. And then so this person has an extremely long thread that that goes into like breaking down everybody's, fake fan points on it about Bridget being trans. They start with this: you are a guy, aren't you? Sure am. This appearance, well, it's kind of a long story. I can't believe I just tried to seduce another man, right? Anyway, so there's a whole big thing here. I'm going to skip this. I'm just going to read this one. You guys can check it out if you're interested. But so this person, they are quote tweeting themselves, says, turns out that the people scream that Bridget is trans were wrong, as we have been saying this entire time. LOL. They took what was said out of context. When properly translated, he literally admits to being a man, referring to this image, right? And actual translations. You were using an out of context translation. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt and assuming you didn't know. Now you can keep arguing about it or give up. And they said, yes. So you're taking the first encounter with Gold Lewis, where Bridget goes, I'm a man. And Gold Lewis goes, you sure? And totally ignored that the Z ending of the plot is Bridget saying she is a missy. Yeah, totally still a boy. And then anyway, so there's more, but skipping right all past this. Guilty Gear Strive Bridget flawless ending opens things up to interpretation. It has been pointed out that the flawless ending for Bridget in Guilty Gear Strive has the trap coming to a different conclusion than in the ending that has them claiming to be a girl, instead leaving things more open to the interpretation. One of Bridget's endings in Guilty Gear Strive shook up the community as it had the male who was forced to dress and behave like a woman all his life as a result of his home, believing a superstition that male twins bring misfortune, seemingly accepting the fate that was forced upon him. Hordes of social media addicts and the mentally ill were quick to label Bridget as transgender as a result of this ending, even though Bridget was still born male. Twitter users, however, noted that Bridget has an alternate flawless ending, and it was suggested that Bridget sees himself as male and is afraid to return to his village. So King of Traps says, so apparently Bridget only pulls off the I'm a girl in the bad/non-flawless run where Gold Lewis keeps mistaking him for a girl, and so he goes along with it in a playful manner. Bridget isn't trans. People jumped the fucking gun. The flawless route is about him tiptoeing about whether or not he should keep correcting people when they mistake him, and Kai telling him that he is strong enough to wear his gender, male, on his sleeve. There's no mention of being a girl in the perfect ending at all. So I guess this is the whole ending, or rather, and that's assuming Daisuke didn't shit the bed with his story. Bridget is afraid of returning to the village now that he has established being a boy, and the village being murdery with twins, and Kai telling him not to run away anymore, which he convinces him to. It's not going to change anything. The alphabetically deranged will keep calling him trans regardless, but these people have no brain to begin with, so it's barely worth anything to engage with them. Anyway, if you want to watch it, it's in the doc. Considering Bridget's remark about being a girl takes place in the so-called non-flawless route, it could be assumed that anything that happens in that route is not canon, though. It seems that hasn't stopped Western degenerates from praising Bridget as some sort of transgender icon. I mean, it's a bad icon for all the reasons we expressed previously, if they're going to take it. Any thoughts?
No.
Do you think that it was a deliberate playing both sides, or do you think it was an accident?
I honestly love how they will go
possibly
off,
an accident. I don't know
how they will go off about the whole transgender thing and all that bullshit and everything. And I mean, to each their own. But also, the fact that I love is that no one touched on the fact that the character was obviously abused, and was forced into this situation, and no one for some reason has it in any of them to actually recognize that that's what happened. Just saying.
I don't think it was an accident because they changed the symbol, right?
I'm not saying.
That's a good point. Seems like it was an intentional.
That is a good point.
Referring to the change in the symbol to be more the androgynous intersex thing. So let me go through the chats here before we move on.
The entire time I've just been thinking about Thorkel from Vinland Saga has a son who was raised as a daughter because the mother didn't want him going to war.
Cringe.
And grew up.
God damn it, Reese! Spoilers! Jesus Christ!
This won't be till season 3. You'll forget about
Random 11 has gone from foot fetish to spoiler police. You will arrest you, fucker.
So Drunkle John Cosplay said Bridget turns up in Strive and the modders made I already read that one. Bridget did call himself a boy in the scenes when he was. He said, Uchiha Otoko Desu, I am a male. Arc did change Testament, who is supposed to be a man. Okay. Just for clarification here, I have never played a single Guilty Gear game, and I only know about this because of growing up with people who are on 4chan all the time. Bridget is wearing a nun dress. He was from a village where they say male twins are a curse. All right, this is probably a lot of the stuff we covered here. The backstory for Bridget being a trap was part of his upbringing, if I remember. Yep. Isn't Western companies influencing Japanese media a form of Western imperialism? Yes. Something they're supposed to hate? Of course. They don't actually hate imperialism. They hate it when white Christian men are doing it. They want to be the ones controlling what everybody else thinks and does. That Tuck game. Guru from Dragon Ball Z produced from his mouth. No spouse or whatever. Oh, Guru as in... Yeah, but listen, all of the Namekians, they don't have female Namekians. They all regurgitate... That's not a good reasoning for Birdo. They don't have genders in
Do they? Piccolo I could have sworn Piccolo is the. Never mind. Continue.
Show us the female Piccolo.
Yeah, there are no female Namekians. There are no male Namekians. They don't have a gender. They are all only, they reproduce asexually.
Asexually, yes.
Anyway, Joso is female clothes and Danso is male clothes. Femboy is supposedly problematic now also, at least according to Twitter. Is that why Femboy films changed their names?
Probably.
Japan does not use trap, wana, torapu, for people who wear clothes that are the opposite of women's of the wearer sex. There are ways to trap people. Clothes are only one of them. Yeah, sure. Roseboy already existed as like a clothes brand. Okay. The ko comes from musume. That can be said as ko. Musume is daughter. Yes, that is true. If I'm not mistaken, from what I've heard, the I'm a girl is for the bad ending. Yep. See, I avoided covering these because I knew everybody was going to already know. I still say that fans in the East and West are 100% more accepting of these characters than the woke crowd. Absolutely. Fans have accepted these characters since their inception decades ago. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, the scene where Bridget accepts being a girl is from the bad ending of his arcade mode, i.e. you lose the ending you get if you lose a few rounds, don't get X amount of perfects. LGBT does not exist because that would be implying that a person can both a same-sex lover and a both-sex lover, which makes no sense. Okay. I don't think that LGBT people are literally the lesbians, the gays, the bis, and the all of them rolled into one.
It is weird that they include trans in there because
and bi.
Well, no, bi makes sense. Like
it
gay,
actually
lesbian.
It actually doesn't
bi.
For their current rendition of rejecting the binary.
Well, I mean, sure, but
yeah,
I just find it weird that they've mixed sexual orientation with gender identity.
Well, that's what it has been ever since the beginning.
Yeah,
Every one of the I'm asexual, I'm pansexual, I'm two-spirit, or all of that is literally just a fetish that you are mistaking for gender.
But what I'm saying, it initially meant you're gay, right? LGBT, or it used to be LGB, right? It was gay. You were lesbian, or you're gay, you're lesbian, or you're bi. It meant your sexual orientation, right? Then they slapped T on it. Now we're including gender identity, and then they slapped two gender and like all the other. So now there's a bunch of gender identity on top of it.
Now it's just a protected class you aren't allowed to disagree with.
It's weird that they merge those because they don't. I don't think they really have that much in common, right? Because you can be a trans person and, flip-flop between sexual orientation.
True.
Still.
Yeah. So, and just as a disclaimer, speaking for myself, you guys can agree or disagree. I don't have any problem with anybody who's lesbian or gay or bi or transsexual or asexual or pansexual or any of these things. I don't care. You be you. Leave me out of it, though. But you be you. And the problem, of course, that I have is the initiation of force and control on other people and the weaponizing of your status, right? And as a member of the LGBT community, right? Which, as we looked at with the trans stuff, is like an actual trans person says, I actually don't like that they're trying to shoehorn trans what do you call it, representation into an established character who has been a trap this whole time. And everyone's like, oh, excuse you, you're not one of us, that kind of shit. Like, that's where I draw the line, obviously. Fancy characters as they are. Yeah. As a Crow cosplayer, I can say wearing a skirt is great until a strong breeze comes in. Wow. I have not watched any of Ruby.
I don't remember him wearing a skirt in the show.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But it would be funny. It would be funny if they cast Vic as Crow because they wanted to put an end to his gay pants. Because you know how occasionally he cosplays as Edward Elric when he goes to his panels. Get rid of those gay pants by making him wear a skirt.
Oh God.
Necovolt said, I have a hard time understanding the female obsession with trans guys. I would never hate on someone for their sexual choice, but I feel like encouraging someone to change who they are is wrong too.
Well, I mean, some people get off on that too, right?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Well, this is what I was talking about. The our trap's gay, right?
No.
It's like
no. I mean the. Well, maybe we're talking about the same thing, but like just to be clear, I'm talking about the people who like want to see other people become trans.
Yeah, like
right,
yeah.
like
somebody
feeder
else-
fetishes.
They press it.
Like
if
feeder
you need-
fetishes are like, well, I want to see this person get fat. That's my fetish,
Yeah.
right? So, but the same thing with trans people. There's like a guy, I've seen his TikToks a couple times, where he dresses up as a girl, and he started as someone who just like he was a trap on Omegle or whatever, the like chat roulette shit, and you know, he'd be talking in like a high voice, and then you'd be like, oh hey, you know, and now like he's got people fucking paying him or saying they're gonna pay him hundreds of thousands of dollars to like get a boob job. He said no to that. $100,000 to go to a speech coach. You know, they send him girls' clothes, like, and he says like I'm a guy, but they're trying to convert him. And I think that's also an aspect to this where they're like, no, we want to change people.
If you need somebody else to tell you what you are, and you go along with it, you're an idiot.
Yeah, I've got
that,
something
brother.
for you on that note.
Oh,
Two
God.
fake e-girls meet on Omegle.
Yeah, it's literally the one on the top. This guy I'm talking about.
That's all. You had to speak over it, you you idiot.
This is
Oh,
called
they're just laughing.
Listen.
Why are you so fucking ugly, bro?
Just a couple of guys.
We're just vibing, bro. All right, where's your girl voice? Show me your girl voice. Let's go.
I can't do a fucking girl voice.
Dude, come on.
Dude, I bet you can't even do a girl voice.
I can do definitely a girl voice, but how about you?
Anyway.
Oh, that's so fucking good.
It was
hate
literally
that I've been shown
one
that
on the top that I
before.
was talking about.
Yeah, I sent it to you before. That's how.
Oh my god. Oh.
Anyway, so yeah, but what you're saying is that the person you were referring to was literally the guy on top, right?
Yeah.
Of the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he literally refers, he's like, just a couple of guys, right? Like he clearly refers to himself as male. And you're right.
Yeah.
There are people who are obsessed with like they fetishize the idea of transgenderism so much that they basically they lose sight of themselves. They get what do you call it? Tunnel vision and try to force people into it. You know, like they're addicted to it because it's the sort of church of the current thing, so to speak.
It's not who you are.
They have the power over someone if they force them to do it.
Yeah, and this again goes back to I was going to say that you went a different direction. I was going to say that regarding Kitty's comment here. Maybe I understand. Oh, no, not that. This one. I have a hard time understanding the female obsession with trans guys. I would never hate on someone for their sexual choice, but I feel like encouraging someone to change who they are is wrong. So this is sort of leading into the idea of what I was saying before about the Otoko Noko fetish, right? Bridget, whatever the character is in that Turn My Best Friend Into a Girl or whatever it was for Seven Seas. The fetish is that it's not a trans character. However, in the same way, there are people who they don't want to be with women. They want to be with men who pretend to be women or even go so far as transition, right? They want their real life fudas kind of thing, right? So, yeah.
There's a bike for that as well.
And I would like to acknowledge that the major problem we have in society right now is that people are so embarrassed and yet also not embarrassed for their disgusting fetishes that they've decided to turn them into genders, quote unquote, 79 million genders, in order to normalize them and be able to convey to other people what fetish they have without saying, yeah, I'm totally into banging dudes who take hormones and grew tits. You know.
Well, I think they also just want affirmation for the fact.
Well, yes, and it should be clarified that there is a difference between people who legitimately have gender dysphoria and are going through the process of transitioning versus the people who have the 70 billion genders who are doing it more as what you said. What do you say, like for affirmation and the like sort of the being special, having an identity. That's the thing. This is how I described it previously. Is that
like the otherkin people,
right? And I watched this happen. I talked about this in that stream I did with Hirohei, which by the way I archived. So if you go back to the previous podcast where I brought that up, it's in the bracket next, so you guys can watch it if you actually wanted to. But I talked about this with Hirohei, the idea that I watched this happen in the political arena before it happened in the gender weird social arena, right? Where I watched on the right, and it happens on the left too, but I was paying attention to what was going on the right because for whatever reason, the ideology I have is more in that realm of people splintering off into smaller and smaller things. So previously you had Republican, right? And then you had like Ted Cruz and them started the Tea Party movement, right? So you had like the splinter off because there was already within the Republican Party, there was, like Republicans and then rhinos, Republican and name only, right? And so we got this Tea Party thing, and the Tea Party thing is going to be what takes over the Republican Party, and that's going to be how we're going to get things done. We're going to shove out all the rhinos, right? But then that splinters even further into libertarian, big L libertarian, small L libertarian. That splinters down into anarcho-capitalists, right? And then that keeps splintering down into further and further, smaller and smaller groups, because what ends up happening is that it's just not cool to be left or right anymore. It's like you want to be something, you want to be able to walk into a room and say, I'm this, and feel special over it, right? So the left, meanwhile, this is happening, the left is doing the same thing. They're splintering off where liberal becomes progressive, and progressive becomes socialist, and communist, and anarcho-communism, and all infinite numbers of conflicting ideologies. They don't even make sense because you've literally got, two words crammed together that mean the opposite thing, right? And so this was happening in the political realm where online people were splintering off into these smaller and smaller groups. And then I watched it happen with gender as well, where people decided that, being gay or, being straight is too vanilla. Being gay, it's not flashy enough anymore. I need something else, right? And then, give me that pansexual life or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they just come up with a million new things because people are so hungry for identity. And then this is the trap, is that they make their identity their gender and their being trans or whatever. I gotta tell you, if your sexuality is the most prominent part of your identity, I really find you to be a boring person. If that is the most exciting thing you have going on, you don't have any projects, you don't have an exciting career, you don't have any, creative endeavors, you don't play any instruments, you're not writing music, you're not writing stories, you're not doing anything, but literally your entire identity is I'm gay or I'm this, then you're exhausting. And you're the type of person, exactly as we looked at, who basically stoned the one trans person for decrying assigning Bridget, a trap character, into being trans. You're that character who's like, wrong thing, silence them, so to speak, right? So anyway, are we caught up? No, we're not caught up. Okay. The canonical ending, flawless runs are generally the canonical endings, right? Maybe I don't understand, but can you be trans without getting rid of your previous privates? Yes, pre-op, post-op, right? Some people don't go all the way, and that's kind of what I was saying before. Is that for some people, the fetish is woman up top, man down below, kind of like that's the fetish, right? There are some people that's what they're into, and we've turned it into this like crazy like con game almost about what it means to be trans when everybody kind of sees the writing on the wall and understands what it is, and we're perfectly happy to let you do it, but you've got like this like weird dance you're doing to pretend it's something else.
Well, I mean, like now they've erased all definitions, which is why we're seeing people trying to define a woman, because it's like now you can be trans and you literally don't have to change a thing. Because a man doesn't, just because they have a mustache doesn't mean they're man. Just
Shit,
because they
I'm
wear
trans.
pants doesn't mean they're a man.
Oh god.
Like literally,
vampire lolly, dude.
So if gender is a social construct and gender norms are all social constructs and they're not linked and they don't mean anything, then that means I could be any gender I want at any time and I don't have to do anything outwardly to affirm that gender. I just have to say that's my gender.
Right.
God, this is a never-ending conversation in a way because keeps getting, the rabbit hole keeps getting deeper in the fact that nowadays you have this whole psychological issue when you're talking to people in public of, oh hey, I'm a dude. I think this is, well, not I think, but this is a, let's say these two situations, these two are affirmed. I'm a dude, she's a girl, we're talking. Well, here's the thing, is that you have this whole clusterfuck going into each person in the conversation's mind of who are they, internally.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to do this dance, and I've been, I'm not going to get into my personal life, but the thing is, I've found these situations to where I've been asked as to where, oh, hey, even though you're flirting with me because I'm a girl, I need to affirm that you actually like girls because there's no way to know anymore. And I'm just thinking to myself, none of that is because of people who are actually trans and all this stuff, and it really means it to them and who they are as a person, all this stuff. It's these fucking woke ass people on the internet and in these anything that pushes it that is messing with the heads of just normal individuals who just can't follow this bullshit on a daily goddamn basis and make heads or tails of it.
Right, and as we've said this before, the historically trans community, the transvestite, of old, they don't care about 79 billion genders. They literally just want to be seen as the opposite of what they were born. Right? And the current trans community and the whole LGBTQ movement that's just been completely overtaken by internet ideologues has made their lives a living hell over the fact that it's become about, it's like when feminists got edged out by the trans activists, right? Where now it's like, who cares about women? It's all about the male to female trans. We root for them on the sports teams, right? And they're dominating the women who are at the top of their class, top of their field as athletes, competing with other women. And then you have some guy who was at the bottom of his class competing against men, just decided to be trans, has done no surgery, maybe hasn't even started taking hormones, and obviously wipes the floor with the women that he's competing against because men biologically have an advantage in athletic scenarios, right? And now the groups that used to advocate for feminism, now if you advocate for the actual biological women, they brand you as a TERF, right? A trans exclusionary radical feminist, right? So it's like these groups are just destroying themselves, and they're so steeped in ideology they can't take a step back and see, what's happening in order to correct course, and everybody else just has to be along for the ride.
You can't be something and have an opinion. You have to fucking be it, and then you have to make damn well sure that the person that you run into next doesn't disagree with you.
Yeah,
that's generally what these groups do.
So to clarify, the Crow skirt is from a story when Crow's brother-in-law used to troll him in school. He is told the skirt is a kilt, then gets strange looks.
You're talking about the professor.
What?
Sorry, continue. Never mind.
Then gets stranger from the student body when he turns up in a skirt. And yes, the story is told in volume 4, the volume after Crow's introduction. Okay.
I know what you're talking about now. That was a minor detail to. I'm impressed. Good job.
Gender comes from the French word genre, sort/class. Sex is the body. There is only 2 sexes, male or female. The UK Tavistock Gender Clinic is being shut down by NHS. They are being sued by parents. Children were getting irreversible treatment that many later regretted with horrible side effects. Mark my words. Right now, this coming year, we are going to see a tremendous backlash on the trans community from people who transitioned and regret it and are starting to speak out. It is going to be overwhelming, the amount. Otherwise, many of these people end up committing suicide. They have that thing. It's like the 7 year. There's like this thing. I think it's 7 years into transition. People just get horribly depressed and end up killing themselves over the fact that they looked at their depression and convinced themselves that they were trans, and that's why they're depressed. And then they fool themselves in the short term with doing something new and changing up your life and getting a bunch of positive feedback from your friends and family, right? Largely, society at large is celebrating your transition, right? And then what ends up happening is some 7 or so years in, people realize that kind of wears off, and they realize they're still depressed, and they didn't solve anything other than, getting a couple of pats on the back by people that they know who want to, the flavor of the week is, oh, my friend is trans. Oh, look at the Instagram post of me hanging out with my trans friend and all that kind of shit that people do, And so when people end up on the other end and they never got the proper mental health help, they never got to see a therapist that actually addressed and tackled the depression that they had. They end up on the other side feeling worse off than before they transitioned. And many of these mental health experts are like walking them down the road to transitioning instead of dealing with their mental health. And it's horrible to see.
I've seen a situation, if you don't mind me elaborating on this, because this can be a similar thing. I grew up knowing a lady. She was about 15 years older than me. But in her early 40s, she had to start seeing a psychiatrist. Now, she was very religious her entire life.
Mm-hmm.
But due to the situation, instead of the psychiatrist helping her through her situation, the psychiatrist began to heavily encourage her into atheism, pressing it hard. All I'm trying to point out is your religious beliefs are your own, but that's not how you help somebody.
So let me ask you something. How old were you when you realized that adults are no better than you as a kid?
Probably about 8. Because of the shit I saw.
Well, yeah, you especially. But
yeah, I grew up.
When I was a kid, you look at people like, for example, a police officer. For a kid, your understanding of the world is based extremely in theory rather than practice. Everything you see representatively, especially growing up in the 90s for police, is that police are the good guys, right? Mm-hmm. In fact, and I'll say it again, despite James Cameron being a lying sack of shit who claims otherwise, the entire reason the T-1000 was a police officer was because it subverts your expectation in Terminator 2. When the character that was the villain in the first movie is revealed to be the hero, and they specifically show the T-1000 shows up, doesn't kill the police officer he takes the clothes from, doesn't hurt anybody, is polite to everybody he talks to until the moment when he gets shot in the face with the shotgun and has the donut eye or whatever in the back of the mall. You believe that character is the hero sent from the future to save John Connor. It is at that moment that you're like, what the fuck's going on? I can't believe it. Whoa. Right? So everything coded to a child in the 90s, especially, and even still today, but today, in terms of more adult sort of content, there's, more about gray area, things aren't as black and white, right? It's not good and evil anymore. But the idea is that you had a perception that police are the good guys. And so if you walked up to a police officer on the street and you needed help, you could ask them for help and they were the good guy. They were going to help you. When in reality, the police have absolutely no obligation to save you or protect you. Their only job is to uphold the law, right? Whereas doctors are supposed to have the Hippocratic Oath, and even today, that's like, who could even say anymore the way that medical industry has gone. So I think that there's a moment for people where you realize that, you look at adults, at least when I was growing up, because I grew up in a much more stable environment than Lance, where you look at you look, yeah, Nichols. I love the emotion AC just imagine being so triggered over Terminator 2. James Cameron. Yeah, because James Cameron later said it was a critique on the LAPD. Fuck you. Anyway, growing up, there's that point where you look at adults, right? And adults are like kids who behave, right? They are responsible. And you look at teacher, like when kids get in an argument and stuff, they pull you apart, they have the little sit down, they talk to you, they calm everybody down. But in reality, as an adult, you look back and you're like, Jesus, I fucking know that problem kid in kindergarten, God, every teacher was talking behind that kid's back in the teacher's lounge, talking shit about that kid. Yeah. Right. When you finally realize that that's where, that people are like that, that they're just the facade drifts away. Right. And you see that there isn't actually anything, because it just seemed like when I was growing up, I'm like, you go through this weird imposter syndrome growing up where you get to be an adult and then you still feel like a kid who's not an adult. Right. It's
you're just
what is this
putting
moment
it out
where
there as
the
best you
switch
can.
flips and now I'm responsible, and feel like what I imagine my parents were or whatever, but it never comes. You just slowly over time get more jaded, right? And so what's going on with this though is that you like to think that mental health professionals actually give a shit about the mental health of their patients, but so many of them literally just use their position to force ideology on people. You see it with this, what we were just talking about, the Tavistock gender clinic being shut down and all that. Like, this is a huge fucking problem and a major wake-up call for people to realize that the hypothetical theory version that they viewed of doctors and anybody in a position of power is bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And the people are literally just out for themselves or aren't, the responsible individuals that you pictured your whole life growing up, right? Anyway, so real quick, Mecha J says there is a recent documentary called What is a Woman? Yeah, the one by Matt Walsh that goes into the concept. The woke crowd really hate it. It's fucking great. I absolutely recommend it, especially when he talks to the African tribe. Great documentary. Old Man says, as I understand it, many of these young people who with identity issues turn out to be gay if left to their own devices. Turning them trans will destroy the gay community. I don't know that I don't know about that. I can't.
There's no way to know.
I think
what someone will turn out to be.
So my personal, I'm going to give you a hot take here. My personal opinion is I think sexuality is nurture, not nature. Personally, I think that it's more societal pressure than anything else, because if you look back at like ancient Rome and ancient Greece and all them, like they had a boyfriend and a girlfriend, right? And the idea is that I think if it was seen as normal, that's how things would still be, right? But the thing is that society collapses when men don't pursue women, right? The thing is that when men have sex with other men, have you guys seen the monkeypox stuff about how it's like, was it like 83% of monkeypox positive individuals report having greater than 10 sexual partners in the last month or something like that, right? The idea is that one of the reasons why it is harmful to society for the gay community to exist, and just a disclaimer here, I am not advocating the extermination of the gay community. I think it's perfectly fine for people to be attracted to who they're going to be attracted to. I'm not trying to control anybody's life. But the idea behind why societally it is detrimental is that when men can go to a gay bar and hook up and have sex, you are guaranteed to walk away with somebody, right? In that situation, right? Unless you're disgusting, right? In which case you do have to work on yourself. But the idea is that women have a much higher standard of men than other gay men, right? So the human race has been over millions of years, we have been driven by the urge to pass on our family lineage, right? To pass on our genes. And by design, evolutionarily, women are picky about who they pick, and they hold, for the most part, the keys to the kingdom as to who is going to pass on their lineage and who isn't, right? Except for in like the caveman scenario where you bash them across the skull and drag them into your cave, right? In modern society, as we've continued to evolve, women hold the keys to the kingdom on who gets to pass on their lineage. Now, we do have a problem with women nowadays who choose the worst kind of men for one night stands and everything. That's largely due to birth control and abortion and things that take away consequences for irresponsible behavior, right? But the point is that if a man can go to a gay bar any night that he wants to and walk out and get laid, then that man's contribution to society diminishes, because the driving force behind why you work hard to be successful, to raise your status so that you will find a spouse that will want to accept your marriage proposal and start a family and raise your kids, which is what pair bonding, male and female, what do they call it now? The heteronormative culture is all about, is that it forces you to work hard. Same thing with women. In order to have that life, which of course society has completely rejected, you have to, you have to be, more selective with your sexual partners, right? You have to be the, what is the term for the prudish? That's the word, right? And all these things. So anyway, I'm just getting at, I think that I don't
want to get into it, but I want to say I agree and disagree, because some of that with the way that adds up doesn't, some of it makes sense, but the one thing at the end I would like to touch on is the fact that yes, women have now, of course, they have had more of a play in it than people have ever given them credit for. A woman drops a handkerchief. She didn't do it on accident. Dude thinks he's like, oh, I'm, getting her attention by handing her power. No, she chose you, jackass. But
and that's actually something. Oh, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
But at the end of the day, when it really boils down to it anymore, is we've come into a society to where being a good person, working hard, the best you can, all this kinds of stuff, none of that plays as much of a key as, for some reason, one, being in the right situation, and two, women a lot of times find themselves attracted to a guy who's already taken, or because they feel like that's the guy who's in a relationship, that he's more of this one. And then you have all these situations to where it's not just, oh, hey, the guy doesn't have to try. Well, in some cases when the guy is straight, he doesn't have to try, but all he's got to do is, convince one chick what he is, and the others will follow suit. I'm trying not to name names, but I've seen some of this crap.
Well, there's going to be a somewhat opportunity to return to this topic later in this show.
This is one hell of a dangerous
maybe
topic.
We don't.
Well, it's going to be a similar but related. Anyway,
I thought you wanted this to be a short podcast.
Women adult. These are the definition of men. When we confirm with tab stock subject, 2000 was first shot in the chest. Whatever it was, you know what I mean. They also said the same-sex fuckers are responsible for the HIV spread, which killed Freddie Mercury. Good guys finish last nowadays when it comes to dating. Yeah, well, that's true. And like I said, it is partially because we have removed every consequence a woman has. If you get pregnant, first of all, you can prevent yourself from getting pregnant with birth control, which means you can have a libertine lifestyle of going out and getting laid as much as you want. Number two, if you do get pregnant, there's abortion, right? Which until recently was a viable option for anybody who was in that situation. You could easily get out of it. If you do get pregnant and go along with the kid, then you get, what is it called? Child support, right? Force the man to pay for the kid, even if he didn't want it. And if you get,
I mean, if she forces to take the kid, and if the man, maybe the man like, my dad took both me and my sister,
mm-hmm.
and my mom left us. Right? I mean, it's not just her. I mean,
oh yeah.
I mean, but
what I'm saying is that we have designed society around removing consequences from the actions women take at every age, like at every single opportunity for a woman to be held accountable for something. We have something that exists to remove that accountability from them. If they get married to somebody, then decide they don't like him later, they can divorce and take half of his stuff, right? Every single consequence a woman should have that would make them think twice about every action they take, there is something there, a safety net to rescue them, right? And this is bad for women. This is bad for society as a whole. And men have similar things in the gay community and whatnot, where we treat it like, look, going back to the whole thing about, they said that about the responsible for the HIV spread, same thing as monkeypox. It's like, look, they literally said, we aren't going to, abstinence only doesn't work. We're just going to tell people to try to be careful, because like you're taking away responsibility from people when it comes to a lifestyle that promotes the spread of these particular ailments, right? And this is what I'm saying, is that the major issue between the political paradigm these days is whether or not you actually believe in individuals' responsibility. Full stop. That's it. That's the difference. Anyway, moving on from here, I'm going to go ahead and skip this article for next week because I think it could be great. And I want to make sure that we give that opportunity. Real quick, though. Nichols says, women don't have to be faithful anymore since any guy will jump at the chance to smash. And not only that, but like there are situations where a woman has an affair and the kid doesn't belong to the guy and he is still forced to pay child support on it.
Yep.
Like literally, women are given the easy life, and then they're like, oh, the patriarchy and all these things. Like the world is designed around making you not have to suffer. The world has made you weak, referring to women, not Nichols in particular, right? But the world has made us so weak, and eventually, like we are reaping what has been sown. Anyway, so let's go to release news real quick.
I kind of wish we would reap a little bit faster, maybe.
Read faster? I can do that.
Okay. Reap what we sow a little bit faster than how it's been going.
Oh God, I've got the greatest fucking image. Hold on.
This snail's pace.
Oh, I gotta show you. I've been saving it for ages. I can't wait till the opportunity to actually use it. I'm gonna use it now. Let me see if I can find it. It's right. I saved it recently. Oh, it's so good. Here it is. Mom, come pick me up. The weak men are creating hard times.
Jesus Christ.
All right. So Yen Press details a new slate of acquisitions. So they picked up School Live Letters, Hirano and Kagiura, the light novel, Assorted Entanglements, Bride of the Barrier Master, Sodus, and oh dear God, Tesu Katori Porka, Teskatli Poke. I don't even know. Sounds like it's gonna have scat in it. No. Anyway, moving on. So Crunchyroll is releasing Dragon Ball on Blu-ray in Germany. So they've deemed that only the master race is qualified.
How many episodes is that box one? It says
1 through 28.
Ooh.
I don't understand how Germany's going to be able to deal with Dragon Ball. They must have censored this.
153. I think it's going to be the whole thing, but this is just box one.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Fair enough. Okay. It kind of sucks that they're getting the Blu-ray before we do.
Right.
Right,
also, Slam
but
Dunk.
this might be, you know, the our ticket to getting the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
And who knows? It could just be an upscale.
Yeah.
I'll still take it at this point.
Right. Slam Dunk Blu-ray collection, LE via France.
Looks like crap.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta hit the can.
All right. Thanks for
What the
telling
hell
us.
even is this thing?
I think
You're
it's
welcome.
it's the tabletop coffee table thing, like fucking
Box one?
Rock the Dragon.
Is this box one or is it the whole series?
I mean, I guess I'll look on Amazon.fr.
$250. It better be the complete series.
Is it USD? That's euros.
I thought euros and USD was pretty close.
I don't know. I don't know how many episodes are in it, but the point is that there's a Blu-ray collection that's existing now. Anyway.
Yeah, they're about par.
Yeah, $1 is 0.98 euro.
Okay. So, Media Blasters, God damn you guys. Media Blasters said new storefront is up, and to give it a bit of a boost, we decided till further notice, no matter the size of the order, free shipping. We do plan to implement other features like pre-books, and an idea we hope you will all love is called H Sub Program. More details to follow once finalized. So MB storefront exists, free shipping no matter what the order, 18 plus anime, so you can buy their hentai here. They don't have to hide it behind another website.
Yeah.
Is that free shipping to Canada?
Free economy shipping? I don't think so. Yeah. Anyway.
Cucked again.
Cooked again.
Move to the States.
Oh, yeah, you work
Oh,
remotely,
the
right?
healthcare though. I don't want $1,000.
You can live in Minnesota and still feel the cold all year round.
All right, so we've got.
But I don't want to go broke because if I break my leg.
Get insurance.
It's not that bad. I don't have insurance. All right, so in Right Stuff
I
news,
have free insurance because I'm disabled.
is it just to right here?
You can keep going down a little bit farther.
Is there more?
Yeah, there's more.
Gundam Build Divers Re-Rise?
Yeah, and the next one, and the next two, I think. Did we cover it?
I want to take this as an opportunity to point out that you guys mispronounced Live Alive.
Yeah, how is it supposed to be?
Live Alive.
What did we say? We said it every other combination.
Live a live.
Live a live. Live a live. Live a live.
You said live alive before.
It's the stupidest ever. The stupidest ever
You need to freaking
phrasing.
Say it in the show.
Yeah.
Did you guys have Five Alive in the United States? Like the drink? Five Alive?
No, I have Five
No.
Gum. That's the closest thing I can think of.
No, this was like in the 90s, early thousands. Five Alive. Anyway.
It sounds familiar.
It was like an orange drink. Like an orange. Anyway, I would imagine it's School Live, not School Live. To answer all
The Dungeon of Black Company complete season.
This show's pretty good. But I don't feel I don't feel the need to.
I'd like to have it.
I posted in the anime section of the Discord last night the dance version of the ending, which is a banger.
Just a reminder that where's the ticker? There you go. That is our Right Stuff affiliate code if you'd like to support this podcast.
Still waiting on the Mashoka Tensei release from Crunchyroll.
That'll probably be December.
That'll probably not live up to their standards. How a Realist Hero rebuilt the Kingdom Part 2.
I'm surprised this is coming out so soon after the first one, since there was like a 3-month gap between the season's airings. So it should have been like 6 months between releases.
Mm-hmm. Tribe 9. Wow. I feel like we were just talking about this airing.
At first, I was like, "That's not the image I was expecting. That's the image I was expecting." Yeah. This show kind of sucks. No lie.
Is it Tribe 9 or Tribe Nin?
Tribe 9.
Nine.
It was a joke, Reese.
Drowning sorrows in raging fire.
How about Tribe?
Is Granny best girl over here? By the way, I would just like to point out when we did Summer Wars. So recently in the Discord, FTD&M made a joke about how Monica Rial claimed under oath that she gets to play the best girls and showed a picture of her character from Summer Wars. Literally, I rewatched that podcast recently as I was doing the thumbnails. That's my joke. I made that joke during the Watch Club. Stole my joke.
No, go back. Go back to Granny's the best friend you forgot you promised to marry.
Oh no!
This guy, good friend you promised to marry. Or
am I this old fat fart guy?
No, you're the young dude.
Oh yeah. Moriarty the Patriot Part 2. This looks Fujoshi Bait-ish.
Yeah. That's why I kind of avoided it.
Given the movie. So what is this? Given the Blu-ray. Oh, this is the TV. Okay, so there's a movie
TV.
and a...
Yeah, but we're just TV is 11 episodes. Movie is like less than 60 minutes.
All right. So I just want to point out how much I despise the fact that you've got one fucking image of these guys. So we're going to reuse it on the fucking spine
twice.
And then for this one, it's like, we got some more. Don't worry about it. No! No! Oh!
There's like 4 different choices. Let's just use them all.
Fuck. Trash. I will not be buying.
Go back. You'll be look at the details. You won't be buying it on principle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a bunch of gay.
Yeah,
I think it's this character. I was reading a certain Twitter person's tweets for stuff about anime Matsuri or whatever, and I happened to notice they were talking about this character saying it's okay to be gay or something like that is something everybody needs in their life, or I think it's the VA or I don't know. Anyway, I don't care. It's not for me. I don't want to watch it. Code E for Media Blasters. You can buy it here or free shipping on their website. We already covered this one. Gundam Build Drivers Re-Rise. And skipping Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Destiny. God, I hate the character designer from Fafner. The Irregular at Magic High School.
Remembrance Arc.
Damn.
This is like a movie.
So this is somebody who's constipated at high school? Magic High School. He's a regular. Okay. I definitely want to spend that much for a movie.
It's like a
it's not that.
How long is it's like a? How long is it? It's like a really
5-minute movie. No, for a for an Aniplex title.
71 minutes.
That's not bad for an Aniplex title.
No, not at all. It's
For
completely
40
reasonable.
For $40 or $45.
Lord El Malloy II's Case Files.
Hey,
Rail Zeppelin.
It's that fate
Grace
show
Note
that nobody
special.
really cares about.
I care about it. This is a special.
Okay.
How the fuck do you not line this up properly?
I have no idea.
This had better be an art not final.
Looks pretty final to me. They don't have the watermark.
How? How you screw that up? That's got to be an issue with. Look, it like cuts off early. That's got to be an issue with their image here. This must be going too far to the left. No, that doesn't even make sense. How do you fuck that up so bad?
So they already released the series, Reese? I must have missed it. I don't remember when they released it.
Back in 2020.
Okay, wow, I'm blind.
Wow. Anyway, there's our Right Stuff news.
The important thing about that is because it has a character from Garden of Sinners.
Yeah, your favorite.
That has Best Girl from Garden of Sinners, which has never been dubbed. She finally gets dubbed in this.
Nice.
And who's voicing her?
I don't know.
Monica Rial.
I
I really hope you're right though, Reese, about Mushoku Tensei, because I mean I've heard that they're just never gonna fucking release that.
Oh, I'm the one who said it wouldn't live up to their standards. Reese said December.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said Reese.
Oh, I get you. I get what
he
you're
was
saying.
right.
You hope he's right. Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
they've got that new sexy scene in the Japanese Blu-ray
I'm an
release.
idiot.
It's like
I showed them that
It's fine.
when I was looking to make sure
you
that.
did. I didn't even realize what that was from, and then I was like, oh shit, okay.
Wait, hold on. No, I didn't show it to the Discord. I showed it on.
What the
Facebook.
fuck? Luigi the Meadow 64 says, I heard that Monica Rial did statutory rape in Nevada. Wow. Well, that's something. Proof or it didn't happen. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's not one of those people who decided to start accusing her in the way that she accused Vic, and you have to listen to believe. Anyway, so if you guys would like to support this podcast, because like I said, I'm having to take time off work and pay for my 3 times a week chiropractic visits, you could buy something from South Weeb.
Greenland, are you thinking of that scene that I posted about from Harem in the dungeon? Or
fucking couldn't have waited till I finished this merch plug. Also, as I said, the purpose of buying the tablets is so that I can crank out some more merch that nobody's going to want, but whatever. Anyway, now you may talk.
Greenland, was that scene you're thinking of that I posted on Discord? The one
I guess I was mistaken, but
from Harem, whatever.
Yeah, because I remember they added for Mushoku Tensei. I just recently saw that they added for the Japanese Blu-ray like some like softcore porn there, and I was like, is this why we're never getting it from Funimation/Crunchyroll? Like,
yeah, Harem in the Labyrinth of the Netherworld. I can never remember these names.
So Reese sent this to me. Shigeo Kageyama from Mob.
I sent it to you last podcast.
Yeah. But you didn't verbalize you on it. He wanted me to show you that it looks like somebody nutted on his face.
Oh, it does look like somebody nutted on his face a little bit, actually.
And like his face is like indented and curved in, and when his hair's coming out, it's like really weird looking. I don't know why.
And this like backdrop thing is creepy too.
Yeah,
we have this version.
The mob.
He's somehow weirder looking.
Tried to make into 3D form and didn't work.
Yeah. Anyway, that's that. Also, Reese also wanted me to show this to you.
I was just showing. Look at how weird this looks.
Imagine that you're the TSA agent, and this is like this goes through the X-ray. You're like, what the fuck? That's not a camera.
Yeah.
And you have to force somebody to convert him into this.
Yeah.
I like how he's got like the Canon lens cap as his shield.
Oh, that's great.
I thought it was kind of funny.
Only weebs, man. Only weebs. Just like.
So there's a artwork here for the next season of Overlord.
Mm-hmm.
And we had noticed, namely Reese, that you can buy the framed art prints on Right Stuff.
Cool.
And I guess I can't click on it and show a bigger image. Oh well. So these are the ones available.
Is this what Reese is gonna buy with his Footnum money? That Footnum.
I'm back.
That green line has to send like third party to
Footnum money. What is happening? Is this a new Bitcoin?
No,
Yes.
it's not. Long story. We're not going into it.
Long story.
Drunkle John Cosplay says, okay. Transformers have turned into weirder stuff.
I want to see that Megatron dildo.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So, broad-shouldered hunk of a pirate, Shanks, appears on the cover of a women's lifestyle magazine. Daryl Harding, do you need to tell us something? This is the same guy who simped after Idris Elba, voice of Knuckles. Anyway, yeah. So there you go. This is what women get on the cover of their ladies' magazines. Apparently, so hot. I guess. Wait a minute. Luigi the Mouse 64. But is he cute though?
Is he kawaii to you?
All right. So also, there's a new Kirby Cafe that's coming to Japan, right? And I just wanted.
You can never have too much Kirby.
I just wanted to share this.
That's a little too much Kirby for me. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know. He seems to be handling it real well.
Yeah.
911. What's your emergency? I can't get my dick out of the porcelain Kirby.
Now, theoretically, Kirby can take a 16 and a 24.
Theoretically, Kirby
Also,
can take the bus.
a very limited sale of glasses that can halt or reverse nearsightedness begins in Japan.
What?
What happened here? Why are we letting?
We let someone in.
Did we? Who?
I don't know. I'm just making a joke.
All right. So a pair of truly corrective lenses. So apparently it's meant to reverse the effects of myopia, people with nearsightedness.
Mm-hmm.
So the most common form of short-sightedness is called axial myopia, which is where the person's eyeballs get kind of squished into a more oval shape lengthwise from focusing too much on things close to it. I don't understand how that makes any sense.
Okay, can I explain something
Yes,
before we go any further?
Please explain
As
to me.
the blind person here.
Please.
One of two blind people here. Yes, go on.
Okay. Are your eyes below 2,500?
No, but my eyes.
Oh my lord! Please do not have a blind.
I know. I was curious. I'm not. We're not going to have a blind off. I promise.
I cut my glasses on podcast before. It's not my fault you weren't looking.
He's blind, Reese. How dare you?
I probably just missed it because of whatever. Okay. What I was going to say was a long time ago, in order to try to help me, quote unquote, see better, they told me that what I needed to do was to focus off in different corners of my eyes. You know, look up and to the left, up and to the right, down and to the right, everything. Because for some reason, after a while, your eyes will adjust to a certain distance. It's like getting you'll just get used to where you place yourself. And there's a theory. None of this, to my knowledge, has been proven, but it seems to help some people because I've recommended it. Like I sit at my desk all the time, and when my vision seems blurry, I don't know if this is what they're talking about. If that's with the physical reaction your eyes are having to focusing, but if you will focus off in the distance and everything now and again, something I can't do, you actually will be able to help your eyes readjust to not staring directly in front of you. So,
right, so let me read to you what the glasses do.
Okay, I'm glad I could derail you.
No, that's all right. It says what it does is it shines some really tiny lights at your retina to simulate short distance blurring, forcing you to look further ahead, and in doing so, taking the pressure off the axial deformation of eyeball. I still don't understand how you squish your eyeballs into an oval shape. Is it because in order to read, you're like, and then it causes your eyeballs, cornea, to like squish down into an oval shape? Is that what they mean? How on earth are you squishing the eyeballs into an oval? I don't understand. So it also says here, it's sort of like how some people have reported an improvement in their vision from VR.
What?
Yeah, apparently people have improved their vision by playing VR. So long-term testing is still required to gauge how effective it's going to be, and studies so far suggest that they're at least effective at curbing the progression of myopia. But you got to wear this around town, right? You have to look like an actual minion from Despicable Me. So I don't know if it's worth it.
It might be in one day. Might be Vogue.
Being blind is underrated. It's only going to cost you $5,700 a pair, which I think is a steal to look like a minion. Anyway, also, the world's first takoyaki guitar was created in Japan, and it features a gas grill and octopus balls.
Taco Guitari?
While it might look like a gimmick, this is an actual instrument that can be played. Now, here's the sad part. The first feature is the main body of the guitar, which is made with the full body of an actual takoyaki grill, namely Iwatani's Entako 2, which is a nice plug for the product. The grill itself is filled with plastic takoyaki samples that look just like the real thing.
Aww.
And in honor of the star ingredient, a red octopus leg runs along the neck of the instrument. It's called a tentacle for you silly Japanese reporters.
Is it strung up?
The clip above ends with the reminder, of course it doesn't grill takoyaki. It kind of defeats the purpose, right? I started watching the video, I'm like, she's fucking playing it. How is she playing it? It's not burning her. Anyway, so next time you're in the hometown of the humble octopus ball, you might want to stop by and take some photos of the instrument, which is being billed as the world's first takoyaki guitar. It's like, so much of Japan is like, yeah, you could fill an entire Guinness book with the first and only time something's been done, because there's a reason nobody made a takoyaki guitar up to this point, because it's fucking stupid. There's no point.
I mean, it's not playable. If it's playable, that's one thing, but if it's not edible, then is it truly takoyaki?
All right. So random 11, Love Live collab art.
Oh,
Love Live collab art, crotch shadows, enrage social media again.
Crotch shadows.
Do any of these look weird to you?
Wait, are they talking about the natural like shading that happens when a
Right
person's legs come together?
Right? Like, I look at this and I'm like, you have got to have one hell of a filthy mind to look at this and go, oh God, I must clutch my pearls and complain on Twitter.
Jesus Christ.
So the Love Life series has yet again caught the attention of feminists, this time with an innocent piece of collaboration artwork for Mitsui Shopping Park Lalaport Numazu, which is being harshly criticized due to the shading and skirt wrinkles around the crotch area of the girls. The complaints directed towards the harmless artwork is reminiscent of the incident back in February 2020, where collaboration artwork for Takami Chika was removed from Lalaport Numazu as well, and was theorized to be due to whining about her transparent skirt. So this is the one from 2020.
Oh, I remember this article.
Yeah. So they said that, well, it's like her skirt is transparent because you can see her hoo-ha. And it's like, I don't know what you're seeing, but I see the bend in the skirt.
You ever heard the old saying that the eyes see what the mind wants?
Sure.
Well, I feel like that's what these people are doing, because
that's what I'm saying. Is like, you have to be a disgusting degenerate to think that there's anything wrong with this image. Like this one, yeah, I can kind of see it. Like you could have drawn this without this line, and it would have been okay. But the purpose of the line is to showcase the fact that she's bending towards you. That's the entire purpose of it, is that she's leaning towards you, holding out the thing. It's not drawn particularly well, but that's what they're attempting to convey.
I would like to point out that they're so obsessed about this that they're always staring at the crotches.
Yeah. So I'm not even going to read this part. I'm not even going to read all the like hashtag crotch vacuum, the sucked up skirt. Is this a meme or something new? This crotch is suction force. They'll never learn. Anyway, I'm going to skip that to talk about Love Live collab event sent death threats. Quote, we'll kidnap children.
The fuck?
You sick fucks. Oh my gosh. These people, like...
Love Life Sunshine previously announced a new collaboration with Lala Point Namazu, the usual feminist critics wearing their arts and roller cross shadows. Things seem to have gotten more heated as someone sent in messages threatening the event be canceled or else death and harm will come, including to children. For those unfamiliar, the first Lalaport Numazu collaboration back in 2020 prompted whining from feminists, blah, 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 transgender, blah, 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 all this stuff. The complaints were the complaints were sadly effective as the artwork of Chica was removed from the area. With this new
Where were
event,
the fucking police?
What?
That's literally a death threat. Where are the police?
This is from the 2021.
Oh, okay.
The complaints were sadly effective as the artwork of Chica was removed from the area. With this new event came new artwork that also had the same, quote, crotch shadows. But now it has been reported that intimidating messages were sent to Totori Prefecture's Sakai Minato City demanding this new event be canceled. Otherwise, violence will ensue. The messages were sent through the city's official website contact form on August 2nd and threatened, quote, if the event is not canceled, we will steal hydraulic acid, nitric acid, and sulfuric acid from elementary and middle schools and throw them at the event on August 5th. Other messages insist the writer will, quote, knock out children with stun guns and kidnap them, despite children having nothing to do with the event and merely seeming like a simultaneous admittance of guilt in the heat of the moment. Many are curious why the messages were sent to Sakai Minato City, as it is said to have no involvement in the Love Live event, but the city explained that a person with the same username also sent a message on July 25th demanding the funeral of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe be canceled. The city has noted that it will be vigilant in response to these threats by providing an alert on its official website while surveilling the chemicals available at schools and inspecting relevant buildings and facilities. The new event is scheduled to take place at Lalaport Numazu in Shizuoka Prefecture on August 5th. So yeah, I skipped this article last week, but yeah, how about that? stealing from middle schools and kidnapping children.
Because they have a problem with.
One might say that an individual who thinks that this is lewd to begin with has a few screws loose, but clearly we're underestimating how many screws.
I'm amazed they can stand up.
All right, so I want to share something with you guys real quick. I saw this article. Want to become a swordsmith? Apprenticeship opens in Japan, but the fine print might shock you. It says katana making apprenticeship sparks debate on controversial conditions. The number of people specializing in traditional crafts has declined dramatically in Japan over the years, prompting real concerns about the future of maintaining the country's long storied cultural traditions. So when one swordsmith in Japan recently announced on Twitter that they were looking to hand down generations of knowledge to a hardworking apprentice, they weren't expecting to garner much of a response from the public. It was due to a lot of people's criticizing the requirements, which involved working from 8:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., 5 days a week, and possibly some weekends for at least 5 years without pay.
Bullshit.
So what is that? 10 hours? 8 to 6? No, that's 10 hours. Yeah. So quote, this is what they had to say. In order to become a swordsmith, it is necessary to train. So I think I fucked up here. So the swordsmith who had put out the job posting or whatever, sent a link to the homepage of the All Japan Swordsmith Association. The first sentence on the website about becoming a swordsmith reads, in order to become a swordsmith, it is necessary to train for more than 5 years under a qualified swordsmith and to complete the Preservation of Japanese Art Swords Craftsmanship Workshop run by the Agency for Cultural Affairs. The association goes on to say that in order to participate in the workshop, which is actually an 8-day-long national certification test, the swordsmith one studies under must have received their qualifications from the Agency for Cultural Affairs, and 5 years of training is based on 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, not 5 years of only training on weekends. That's basically it. So it's basically, you can see the end of becoming a swordsmith is in sight in Japan.
Like the only applicants would have to be people still living at home with mom and dad where the bills are taken care of.
Like you'd have to start when you're in like middle school and you're just doing it to get out of going to school, you know? Hold up. This is funny. This is the exact joke I made when I was going over that article with Reese about the glasses. Being in a well-lit room. It's like, turns out it's a lie. Watching TV in the dark improves your vision. Twitter's only upset because they aren't bulges. I don't know. Makes you think of manga up, black barring jeans, right? We covered that last podcast. Dresses and skirts can bend into the legs. That can happen in the wind too. People wearing jackets and long pants can still be rape fucked. Wow. The outrage is so made up. Okay. Japan, if you cancel, you support imperialism and leprosy from censorship. Yep. Preach. The bad shadows are rather the dark shades in front of the breasts because it contracts where the light source is at. The shadow should be under the breasts. Okay.
When did we talk about boobs?
So I didn't read that for the comments, but they were saying that the shadow under the breast looked like stains instead of shadows or whatever. Anyway.
Right.
It's funny when people pay tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to learn a skill. Yeah. So anyway, so I saw these next two articles, and I thought this could just be an interesting topic of discussion. I'll try not to keep it too long. 90% of married Japanese men in their 20s and 30s were in sports clubs. 90%. So basically,
if they were in a sports club at any point during their school years, do they count?
Yeah. So
okay.
I think I want to illustrate an idea here that I think the concept of toxic masculinity, right? What makes men masculine is not only the things that make you male, like, muscles Penis. And hair and, the other than the obvious Reese, but the competitive nature of men, right? I think that this is actually interesting to me because I feel like this is partially the reason why Japan's birth rate issue is so severe, right? And the idea that being in a sports club, competing, training your body, these things, this develops a level of confidence that men need in order to even enter the dating market, to feel like you're somebody worthy of somebody else's time and affection, right? And that a lot of NEETs, they never even approach women because they got their 2D waifus, right? Kind of thing.
And they're kind of like whales in training.
Right. So there's that, number one, right? But then I also had this article I've been sitting on for a while. Fox News says, quote, internet pornography should be banned. So first of all, good luck enforcing that worldwide on the internet. But I do think that it's interesting. I wanted to use this as an opportunity to discuss a topic, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about previously about how a gay man can go into a gay bar and get laid any given night of the week, right?
Okay.
And what I want to say here is Jordan Peterson brought up this concept I thought was very fascinating. It makes a lot of sense about how right now on your phone, in the next 10 minutes, in the next 1 minute, you could pull out your phone and look at more pairs of tits than your ancestors could have seen in their entire lives. Right? It's the concept that, and this goes back to my point earlier about why we got to. This goes back to my point from earlier about how I think that we're reaping what we've sown, right, in society, and that biologically, human beings are designed to procreate and to further their genes. So when you require somebody else to give you sexual gratification, the dopamine hit that comes with pursuing a romantic partner and having them reciprocate, even just a kiss, just a glance from across the room, when acknowledgement of your existence, right? That we are quickly creating a world where that doesn't need, like, you overwrite the need for that with the quick fix by pulling up porn on your phone, so to speak, right? So do you guys have any thoughts? I thought this is an interesting, it's like too little too late to be able to solve society's problems by banning internet pornography, which wouldn't even start with solving society's problems. But I don't know. What were you gonna say, Lance?
Okay, well, there's several things about that. One, the whole jock and guys having. I played sports. Oddly enough, I body built. That wasn't that got me attention. Of course. But more the attention was the fact that, hey, yeah, she's finding me attractive, but that doesn't result in marriage.
So just to be clear,
I wasn't result in a hookup.
To be clear, I wasn't saying that that being in sports gets you laid. I was saying that the doing sports,
gives you
spending your time outside of school doing something physical and demanding, like a competitive sport, builds your confidence, which makes you more easily capable of approaching the opposite sex. Whereas we have a problem of the sort of incel culture where people will not even talk to a woman because they're so afraid of rejection, or they don't think there's even a purpose in talking to a woman because they're only going to be rejected.
That's fair. That I can't argue that last part. That's fair in and of itself, but it's not just sports. Anything, any sort of showy activity for which a guy is. Look, guys, girls like it when you show off a little bit. They want to notice you. They want you to try to get their attention. That is a psychological thing that happens with everyone. If you're a guy who likes girls, a girl who likes girls, a guy, whatever, they want to notice you. So if you stick out, play music, collect, it doesn't matter what you do, as long as you do something that is going to draw their attention. That's a thing. And sports is generally something that's just generally you're showy, you're in the center of it, you're in the shit. Hey, look at me. But also the whole thing about that does boil down to, hey, it still doesn't boil down to the whole marriage thing, because remember, 90% of married men in Japan, play sports in Japan now, quote unquote here, played sports in high school. Well, I would like to also understand the whole Japanese school system and wonder how many of them were forced to just be in a sports club. Hey, I showed up and I sat in the back. Because I know a lot of people who went to sport.
Sure. So just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that we should force people into playing sports, but I'm saying that I'm
just debunking that part of that can be pulled from that, because that's not a decent argument in and of itself. But it does have some understanding merit.
But what I am saying is that from a parental perspective, forcing your kids into sports is really good for them.
You mean maybe exercise? Yeah.
Maybe you don't force them to continue doing it once they obviously hate it. Like for instance, when I was a kid, my mom signed my brother and I up for soccer, for like summer soccer. Mm-hmm. And we were like, oh, soccer, right? And like the idea of even doing it, like we like practically resented her. We didn't want to do it, and then actually doing it wasn't that bad, number one. But sort of the idea is that getting your kids to do something sets them up for success later. And that confidence, like I cannot be like, especially among other males that are physically built or just like they hold their posture even in a more, upright manner.
They're confident.
The confidence. Exactly.
Yeah.
That being around other confident males makes males who didn't ever do any sort of sport, was never forced in anything like that, it actually lowers their confidence in the dominance.
It does, but see, I'd like to replace sport with, you need something that puts you in other people's attention. It could be playing music, it could be sports, it could be some kind of art or craft. It's not the idea of sport in the getting a female's attention. It's the fact that you are showing yourself off and you are putting yourself out there more than just the physical aspect. But I understand the physical aspect of kids need exercise. That's a no-brainer. At least that's my opinion.
I'm just saying that I think that there are just verbalizing it for whoever needs to hear it. I think that there are easy things that a person, and this goes back to the whole depression thing we were talking about before.
Yeah.
People are grossly under-exercised, right? And something as simple as going to the gym, going for a run on the treadmill, lifting weights, especially for men. Lifting weights is great because it burns calories like crazy compared to other exercise that you might not expect. It keeps calories burned just to maintain muscle.
Builds muscle, helps your heart.
Yeah. So these are all things that people who are going through those things can benefit from, right? The added testosterone, everything. These are all things that will help in these situations, and it's just sort of a cap on the whole idea of society was designed and built around men needing to woo a mate, and now we have this weird world where nobody can navigate in, and it's really weird. We got the Me Too and all that sort of thing going on.
That leads us into the whole porn on the internet thing, and Fox News, once again trying to be, stupid. I think every news outlet out there has got some kind of backwards agenda, but that's my opinion. But the thing is that's not going to fix anything. And I mean, how can you say, okay, that needs to be banned off the internet? Well, that's doing less damage to the world around us than the woke bullshit that comes out of most of these news outlets.
Well, I think one of the issues, and I didn't read the article, but no, I mean, I didn't bother to read it tonight about the thing, but they talk about things like if banning porn from the internet seems like a radical idea, it is, but allow me to suggest that we have a radical problem on our hands. And if the delivery method supplying our kids with porn was anything other than the internet, we'd have banned it long ago. So I think the idea is, if you think about it, that like I was talking about before, you can open up your phone and you have instant access to all sorts of stuff, and like weird degenerate porn too. Not just vanilla, good Christian porn, but like the seedy side as well, right? And I think that I think that we haven't yet seen the effects of entire generations whose entire sex education came from porn. And I don't think it's that unusual that we're seeing the confused, depressed people that we're talking about this podcast that are being coaxed into becoming trans and all of these other things that are happening because how fucked up they are from society allowing this to go this direction, and people not having the individual responsibility to protect their kids, and for the kids themselves to also have the restraint to delay the gratification that comes with instant gratification from porn or whatever it is, kind of thing. So apparently I watch porn with nuns confirmed. That's in the thumbnail somehow.
Oh God. It's a slippery slope of an argument either way you look at it, because I mean, you are also looking at it from, a perspective. You've been married for what, 15, 17 years?
Fuck, I've been with my wife since 2006.
Okay, well, a lot of people can't say that.
Right.
And you're also looking at it from that perspective as well. So all I'm trying to point out is that I don't know how to begin to navigate the bullshit of explaining how that's not going to help anything. And I'd also like to say that if this is anything to do with them saying, kids finding it, well, maybe you need to be taking care of your children, you lazy son of a bitch. Not you, but anyone who would say that, like, that's the issue. No, take care of your kids. Stop fucking being a lazy ass parent. but then you also have the issue of, in a way, it makes sense that slows guys. I'm going to say guys. I am one. Down from wanting to pursue someone, because it gives you a moment to understand, psychologically, to calm that down. But at the same time, it's better to not be hormoned to hell as fuck out and jumping out and get yourself in a messed up situation, producing kids for which neither of you are ready to take care of. Again, like you said, we won't go into it. I came from a situation. I've seen it. So I'd really rather people have children and be able to take care of them than to mistreat them and other things. But you can't ban stuff to make something else better. What Fox News, I don't know what they're getting into, but that's a retarded statement in and of itself. Finding a way, to, teach parents to actually watch their damn kids, that would be much better time spent than, hey, we're just going to make another thing, censored, outcast, blocked, banned, illegal, whatever, to try to force the home viewer in person to fit our fucking narrative, because we want to preach acceptance and open-mindedness, but if you in any wise are different than us, fuck you.
Yeah, well, I think a major issue that society has had is that when all of these problems were at the formation, they were just about to become a thing in society, people were there raising the alarm, and even if you agreed and acknowledged, the whole of society just kept marching anyway, right? And now we're at the hashtag Alex Jones was right or whatever realm, and in spite of that, we're doing is skidding our heels while the rest of the world is still marching towards the inevitable, mom pick me up, the weak men are making hard times, right? Yeah. So to speak.
Like I said, it's a slippery slope, and there's far more to it than I believe we have time for tonight.
Yeah. So in terms of what's left for tonight, I have 2 more articles, but I'm only going to do one of them.
Okay.
So we can get onto the watch club, and it's only 5 hours in almost, so that's pretty good. I'm actually hitting the mark I wanted. I'm just opening up my tweets from the watch club so I can.
Can I make a quick statement?
Yeah.
I have been reminded by several people that I mentioned something at the end of the podcast last time, possible giveaway. I need to finish discussing that with the people on screen and getting everything 100% before I bring it up. We haven't exactly had the chance due to, everyone. So messaging me, all this, I appreciate it. Rock on, guys. But I promise, something's in the works. It's just, I need to be able to discuss it, and get everything ironed out before we put something out there. I can't just start spouting because there's more than just me involved.
Yeah, and that reminds me.
Last PSA.
Yeah, so just for anybody who hasn't seen how the sausage gets made, it is a train wreck behind the scenes leading up to the show, and I'm very that we're always late. It's because literally up until the last second, I'm usually tweaking and prepping and everything, and it's really hard for me to include somebody else in that, which would be in this case Lance. I would like to also state, previously we talked about doing a topic about Dali, the artificial intelligence that draws things based on the prompt you type in it. Well, I was going to try to put that out in this podcast. I actually just got accepted into Dali 2's trial thing. So I feel like there's some more tinkering I should be doing to showcase the high quality version of Dali. So that's still forthcoming. Now, in terms of finishing off this podcast, though, let us read about here's our SpongeBob article for the night. Vabbing TikTok vabbing trend encouraging unsanitary behavior to improve love life. TikTok persists in being a social media site of the most questionable sort, as a new trend has allegedly caught on, one that encourages women to use their vaginal fluid as perfume for an, quote, increased chance of attracting partners. And likely to not prove all that surprising, considering the West's degeneracy. The act is called vabbing, which is a combination of vagina and dabbing. And it originated from a female TikTok user who swears it improved her ability to allure men, though the woman has since deleted her post on the subject. That deletion hasn't stopped others from imitating her less than sanitary practice, however, as the usual individuals claimed the act to be female empowerment that teaches women to not feel ashamed of their putrid bodily excretions. Wow, Rift. The pheromones present in vaginal fluids are said to be the major factor in vabbing, as they are used to draw in the opposite sex. Similarly, a number of pheromone perfumes also exist. Yeah, I mean, people...
Who the hell starts smelling a bunch of chicks' vaginas before they fucking go, oh, hey, I think she's cute?
Nekavolt says, all I have to say in regards to vabbing is fuck no. Luisa Moses says, that is like covering yourself in saliva to attract men. That is gross.
Did I just come on myself and just rub it on my arms? Will that give me...
So I find this kind of amazing because there's actually like pheromones in urine, and people would like, you know, piss into a bottle and like put a little on their hand and like put it on their neck and stuff to attract the opposite sex. Like, this isn't an uncommon thing. This actually seems even less gross than that. Like, the pheromones present in vaginal fluids are said to be the major factor of vabbing, as they're used to draw the opposite. I read that. Smell dating uses people's natural fumes to match them with potential romantic partners, and they accomplish this by requesting participants wear a t-shirt for 3 days without deodorant, then take samples of the scent and have people indulge in each other's odor to see which they most prefer. I know a whole group of freaks who probably do that just to get off.
And people want to ban internet porn.
Dr. Eric Jansen of the Institute. See, I just want to say, I can fix Japan's population problem. Easy. All you have to do is create a dating system in Japan where it matches you to a partner who's into the greatest number of tags from your doujin sites that you're also into. So it just matches you based on your compatibility, right? So if you're into scat and piss drinking and all that, like, it'll find a mate for you who's into that shit, right? So I think you could totally solve Japan's declining birth rate. But now that I think about it, do we really want to have kids that are, you know, whose parents are into scat and urine? Maybe we don't actually want those kids. Maybe you aren't supposed to pass on your genes.
Believe it or not, you're probably getting them and you just don't know it.
Oh yeah, I'd like to not know it. I'd like to continue.
I could have sworn your words were the average adult has an absurd amount, something to the point like it has a ton of disgusting thoughts on a daily basis or something.
Yeah, well, yes. That I'm glad I don't. I'm not able. What I call it, the hentaigami eyes, like the Death Note Shinigami eyes, to be able to see the last thing they beat off to. I very much love that I don't have this feature. Anyway, so Dr. Eric Jansen of the Institute for Family and Sexuality Studies and Department of Neurosciences at KU Leuven shared their input on the whole trend and whether or not humans secrete pheromones. Quote, I'm not sure if this is a fad, or perhaps I should say vad. Oh, cringe. I'm going to die. But I seriously question the validity of the claims involved. Smell is important to human interaction. People have clear preferences over good and bad smells, especially when it comes to sexual partners. But this is different from the existence of pheromones. The actual scientific literature on so-called pheromones is complex. In animals, it has been clearly established that not only they exist, but that they impact sexual and reproductive behavior. Okay. It's been established that they not only exist, maybe that's how it should be. and possibly partner preference and selection. But in humans, there is still a lot of controversy about whether or not we can produce them, or if we could detect about whether or not we could produce pheromones. Really? Or if we could detect them if they did exist. To detect pheromones, many animals have a vomeronasal organ, or VNO. Wow. It's a sense organ just above the roof of the mouth in many lizards and snakes. It's also present in mammals like cats and dogs. Pheromones are not things we consciously smell. Who's making that claim? This is all happening in the subconscious. Why are you even bringing this up? They are possibly detected by our no fucking duh. But in addition to the discussion about whether humans have a real VNO, there also is discussion, or at least there was, if it actually works, or some evolutionary but now inactive leftover structure somewhere in our nose. Although many humans have a VNO, there's little proof that it has any remaining function after so many centuries of evolution. The VNO isn't actually connected to the brain. Mark Sargent, senior lecturer in psychology at Nottingham Trent University, writes in a piece for The Conversation on the lack of proof for pheromones. Holy shit. What a mouthful. Sargent points out that while some experiments in the 90s found proof the VNO could detect pheromones, the motives behind those results were troubling. Please tell me the troubling motives behind those results. The studies that claim to show evidence of their effect on the VNO, it's been pointed out that they had been provided by Earrox, a firm with a commercial interest in patenting and selling them. You'll find Earrox and scores of other firms selling similar products on the internet today. Jesus Christ. Not a single person is going to think, you know what, I'm going to study this today. Unless you had a vested interest. No fucking duh. Yes, vaginal secretions could cause... Honestly, who's going to come to work and say, you know what, I really need vaginal fluid testing going on right now. Like, only freaks are going to do that. You're not going to get a government grant to do that. The only people who are going to do that are fucking perfume manufacturers who are trying to study it so that they can maximize their profits. Yes, vaginal secretions could cause attraction, but as probably many people, men and women alike, know, the vagina is, like the penis, capable of producing odors that are not particularly enticing to you. It's not about the odor. That's not what it is. Who made that claim? There are also lots of reasons why a vagina may vary in smell, from bacterial vaginosis, yeast infections, to the effect of one's diet on the microbial ecosystem. But among the different smells emanating from your nether regions, are any of those pheromones? Not to my knowledge, is the simple answer from Jansen. Personally, I can't find a basis to give vabbing some kind of scientific stamp of approval, he says, ruining the fun of TikTokers everywhere. But Jansen suggests that not all hope is lost. Okay, look, I just want to say, seriously, I see more flat earth content on TikTok than anywhere else on the internet. You can't tell me that they're going to say, no, the science says vabbing doesn't work. Please. I'm gonna see 100. Is it what is the term they use around 11? Cap, or what is it? Slap or cap or whatever, right?
I think it's cap because I've heard it and I hate it.
Cap? Oh, yes. I spend 24 hours with vaginal fluid on my face.
Cap or feck?
Yeah. Jesus. Oh.
Yeah. Is it just me, or does the idea of some chicks fucking... Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is it just me, or is the idea of some chick applying her own fucking love nectar, call it Gianetta, onto herself in public to get your attention? By the way, it's been sitting in that bottle. This isn't fresh.
I mean, it could be
totally
fresh.
Turn you off.
She could be grabbing it fresh. Hands down the pants.
Oh my god.
Look, all I'm saying is my understanding of pheromones before opening this article and blowing my mind about how scientists view pheromones was that they're mostly odorless and that they entice the opposite sex.
I have a mild, not conspiracy theory, but a hypothesis, as to why this is an article and possibly been a study. These fucking scientists are so goddamn desperate to see a vagina. They believe this bullshit about looking up porn on the internet. So, like, maybe if we start this, we can by some means get some. I feel like this is the only way.
Should have just gotten to a sports club, you dumb nerds.
Oh my god.
But Jansen suggests that not all hope is lost for the pheromone fans among you. Only that they would likely come from other regions of your body than your genitals if they did exist. It's just like pheromones. Fact or fiction? You know, like do they exist? Like fucking Bigfoot in the woods, but it's a pheromone. Like, oh my god. All right, so real quick. What did I say? AC, that is brilliant. What was my brilliant thing? Take it easy, Drunk Old John cosplay.
Later.
Nichols says, I daily question the sanity of people around me. These last few articles are just making me more concerned. Walk up to a girl and say, hey, baby, you stank. Want to get dirty? I don't think it's about the smell. I think the smell would like dissipate largely. It's not like you're sticking your face down in the crotch, right?
I've been around people doing construction, yard work, everything, women as well. The stanky you are, that's not turning you on, at least not in my mind. I don't know what kind of garbage you want in the bedroom, but this is what I had in mind.
Vaginal fluid, always an enjoy. What's up?
Always gets full marks on the interest.
We've got 10 viewers right now. We have found our topic. That is just a gross love potion. It's like that cheap deodorant or cologne they used to sell to young men in the 90s. It stunk also. Yeah, that's the one they filled up with urine. Right, so it's Cap. Then again, there's a whole load of people who bought Belle Delphine's bathwater for that gamer girl smell. That's not why they bought it.
I thought I've wasted money on trash in my life. Take the cake with that one to anyone listening. If you bought it.
Does that mean women want to drink mucus from men? I mean, I don't know what kind of cum guzzling whores you're having sex with, but yes.
I mean, they're technically vampires considering.
The new fragrance, Vad de Parfum. Love making.
Yeah, we need to add from what's the actress of Captain Marvel, Brie Larson. We need an ad.
Imagine if men had some kind of cologne they could wear that would legitimately attract women. That would be a huge uproar on Twitter calling it deceptive, right? All you actually need is the vaginal fluids of some random woman as your cologne.
Wouldn't it attract you guys though?
Yes, I see the flaw in the logic. Yeah. All right, so I've got another article.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Well, I was just going to say I got another article, but it's the one from last. I'm going to skip it for next podcast because I just feel like I just want to give this one a good chance.
Okay, I have something in figure release news that I forgot to mention in figure release news until after figure release news was was done and over, and I was like, shit, wait, I forgot to bring that up. So I put it in chat. It's the it's Reddit. Are you signed into Reddit? I hope not.
I mean, I am, but I don't have anything to like worry about there.
Okay, I just didn't want to like dox you.
Oh, I've doxed my own Reddit numerous times.
Okay.
AC's doxed his own address.
So they are making the Mito bunny.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Oh, Shokugeki. Oh, God. I was so confused when I saw the URL that you sent in the private chat. I read it as Shingeki no Kyojin. I'm like, what the fuck character is this?
You're like, I don't remember that character being eaten by. That looks nothing like Annie. What the fuck is this, Armin?
How is she? Armin? That's a travesty, though. How is she not wearing her her American flag getup?
Right.
Well, she's by the other disappointment, Toru without the dragon tail. So I guess it's I guess it's to be expected.
No, that's the second release. That's the re-release that they're gonna do after people.
Oh, sorry,
buy this
it's
one,
not
they're gonna...
it's not an American flag. It's the red flames.
Oh, the
Although
flames.
She literally
she also
has
has
a
an
bikini for every situation.
yeah. She also has an American flag.
Yeah.
One.
All right.
Okay, but either way, either one, you had choices and you went with blue.
Friends
Rob.
and family, ladies.
She also
and
has a camo one. God damn it!
He's been paying a lot of attention to this.
No, I'm just on Google right now.
All right. So, did everybody enjoy their watch of Berserk?
I did.
Golden
How long ago was it? It feels like it's been 3 years. Since
Well, let's see. My first tweet here we're going to be looking at is from July 12th. So, yeah.
Well, for me, it was 3 weeks ago.
So,
also not long enough for him. He had to bleach his eyes.
So I completed the Berserk Golden Age arc.
Hey, I heard your comment. You wanted to have this conversation without me.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, sauce.
Well, if you don't want to be here randomly...
How did you hear that comment?
Because I watched the fucking VOD.
Oh, I didn't know that was on the live version of the... I thought that was the pre-podcast thing, and I was like, oh my god! Yes! We have a wall! All right, so unless you guys want to go first, I can set the scene here.
No, if you're free to go first.
All right. So I had completed it. So I mentioned that the rearrangement of Kentaro Miura's work in some areas. This is for the first movie. All right. The rearrangement of Kentaro Miura's work in some areas was masterfully handled, but some pretty fucking important stuff was completely omitted, and the pacing was all over the place. Had this movie been twice as long, honestly, I think it could have been even better than the manga. And I mean that. Like, some parts of this were handled so much better than the manga that it blew my mind how good it was done. But other parts were completely left out that seemed like, yeah, you're going to regret not having included that as I go on a movie 2 and 3, you know? So I said, if you removed all the CG and had a different studio draw the faces, that is, right, referring to it could have been better than a manga. But for real, the battle scenes were handled differently than the way Miura drew them, but they were presented in a way that set the scene and captured the scale exceptionally well. Meaning, like, you could see the grand scale of the battle happening and really get an idea for just how fucking massive it was. Whereas Miura's artwork, which is breathtaking, is oftentimes focused on the character, and then in the background you can see that there's like a million spears or whatever held up, you know, but they really gave you those aerial shots that really set the scene, and I very much thought that was done exceptionally well. And then something that took me by surprise was the redesign of Charlotte's outfit in this scene. So this is how it looks in the manga, which I always liked the way that Miura designed especially the female, like, royalty, you know, the aristocrat outfits and everything. And I just always loved the stark, you know, light and dark and the stripes and stuff here. So, but he redesigned this. And I said, well, I love the one Miura designed. The hat blocking the sun just made too much sense for this scene, for them, you know, being out and about for the hunt. And the rest of the outfit with her less derpy childish face was a straight up waifu over here. You could tell this is what made Griffith not gay anymore. So I fucking love that. And then I said, actually, I think I just go this way. Something I didn't like is that in the manga, Guts yells out to Griffith after the crossbow bolt pierces him, and for some reason they make Guts sound all worried before in the movie version. So in the manga, the assassination attempt.
I forgot about that. Yeah,
and he yells Griffith, like, oh my god, my friend has just been shot. But in the fucking one, he's like, Griffith, are you okay? And it
didn't make any sense. I was like, why is he yelling?
Yeah, like, it was fucking
ridiculous. They do it in the 97 one too,
yeah,
where he, like, randomly yells at him, and it's like he's just standing there. Like, what's the problem?
And then I also mentioned
I
Miura
love
framed this sequence. Look at how he frames the sequence in the manga.
Yeah,
Miura framed this sequence from above to not only show the blood spewing out, but also the helmet / head splitting apart. something that believably could create the necessary pressure to cause the eyeball to pop out of the socket. In the movie, it looks like a cheap gore effect. Looks fucking horrible.
Oh my god. I skimmed through this, the first movie. I missed that. Wow.
Fucking terrible. This is Bazuzo when he's fighting Bazuzo. So I mentioned I mentioned, however, these 3 pages before you see Bazuzo in the manga are extended to a full 3 minutes to set the scene for battle. This is where you see in the sky with all the predatory birds flying around and everything, and they really get you the idea that you are on a battlefield in a way that like it almost felt reminiscent to me, even though this actually came first, of the Battle of the Bastards from Game of Thrones. Sort of that gritty, like you're in it now kind of thing. So this is what I'm talking about. Like these few pages here before Bazuzo shows up. I guess it's technically 4 pages because the first one is a spread, right? But these pages right here are a full 3 minutes in the show, in the movie. I mean, and I said, "What the fuck? How did he escape?" They aren't gonna show the ultimate escape technique passed secretly down the corporate spine for 440
Hey, it's
years.
a secret. That's why they didn't show
Yeah,
it.
so I can't believe it. When I first watched it, I didn't even realize that it was Casca back here.
Yeah.
Right. Like it didn't even cross I had no idea. Right. So you see him like in the thing, he gets captured. Right. And I was just like, what the fuck? Because in the original, he did escape. Right. In the 97 one. Right. So then I went on to say, oh, there it is. Right. Like, yeah. Okay. So that's why, because it was Casca. Right. Which is abundantly obvious when I rewatched it to get the stupid screenshot.
Yeah.
Right. So he escapes. Right. And I said, how the fuck do you think it's okay to cook me on this scene? This part right. This was so bad when he's fighting. What's his name? Oh, first of all, that's retarded.
Fuck.
And he just cut off the fucking. No. So this happens right after he does the 100-man slayer and his sword breaks and fucking Zod the Immortal comes in clutch. Like, how dare you cuck me out of that scene?
That actually comes into play in the 2016 series. So remember that happened in the 96 one.
Oh, so they are the 97? So they actually
I'll just say his sword has something that comes up with his sword, and I was sitting there like, well, it doesn't make sense because he broke his first sword, and that's actually the second version of his sword.
Right. Yes. So his sword, he gets the new sword, and then he gets a third sword after the eclipse.
Yeah, Dragon
Which
Slayer,
is a
right?
Dragon Slayer.
Yeah. Which is the one that's in the Black Swordsman Arc. So then going into movie 2, right? I said I really didn't care for this one. They showed the bare minimum, cut important context, destroyed character relationship building, and cut you out of so much of the greatest bits of this part of the story. So I mentioned, so I think that last one I showed you was out of in the wrong order, but they cut out Samson, which means we lost this epic moment where Guts bats the flail away and smashes the guy in the face. I fucking love this in the 97. He's like, ah, and he's like, Katon, boom. The other guy. And I just love the fucking outfit and everything that Miura designed. And then I said, more importantly, they cut out this part, which sets up his sword breaking against Bascon. That was the guy I was just talking about, which they also cut. And it shows Casca realizing Guts cares for her and is willing to risk his life to save her, right? Complete waste to cut Samson. So this is the part where he actually, if you listen to the tweet, he actually verbalizes like that he can't keep it up forever. A sword won't last forever kind of thing, right? So I mentioned in the manga in the 1997 anime, I think I got this one. Guts takes a crossbow bolt to the hand. In both versions, Adon remarks that Guts won't be able to wield his sword so easily with a messed up left hand. In both versions, Guts just shrugs it off and says things are getting interesting. Right? So he says he's saving her. Right? Takes the arrow to the hand. Yeah, I got it. Right? I fucking owned. Adon says, good. His left hand is totally messed up now. He won't be able to swing that ridiculously big sword around so easily, right? Now this is getting interesting. And then it says the same thing, right? Breaks it. But in the fucking movie, god damn, I hate the way this looked too. I mean, you blink and you miss it, first of all, right? That was cool though. He hit the sword back at somebody.
Yeah.
He leaves it in his hand the entire goddamn thing. Now, look, I realized later that he actually leaves the arrow in his hand in 97 and the manga too. But at least he fucking broke it like a badass first just by clenching his fist, right? And then they give Guts this weird introspective bit where he's thinking about what Griffith said about not considering anyone his friend unless they are his equal. Don't get me wrong. That's an incredibly important part of the story, referring to not being considered a friend unless they're his equal. But holy shit. In the 97 anime, he is having this moment thinking about Casca, right? Rather than Griffith. Not only that, but look at how he taunts them about only being 50 men left. This is the Guts is the most alive when his life is on the line. This is the Guts I know, right? So this is much more like he's not like, oh man, I'm so tired. How am I going to do this? No, it's all right. This is the night of my life. Getting to fight 100 men is that's like the highlight of his whole life at this point. And then I mentioned this is a theme in the Golden Age Arc 2 movie. They shoehorn in Griffith where he doesn't belong to steal relationship development from other characters. In the manga, it's Judo who leads the charge to rescue Casca. You'll remember that when Guts and Casca fall from the cliff, Griffith basically makes a point like he wants to go help them, but the other soldiers basically say like, they're your best men there. If they can't survive that, then they don't even deserve to be they basically talk him out of it, right? So Judo is the one who goes after them, right? So it's specifically Judo who shows up to save her. So in the Golden Age Arc 2 movie, they have Griffith there as though he was leading the charge to save her, right? Even though they get attacked with arrows. I think in the 97 anime, yeah, so they also get attacked with arrows in the manga. But in the 97 anime, I really like how they handled this because they have Judo's his little daggers, right? Showing that it's Judo specifically who saves Casca. So in the 1997 anime, they did a phenomenal job building up the characters that later get sacrificed during the eclipse, so the audience actually gives a shit, right? So it's because Judo saves her that you're like, okay, I like this guy. I like Judo, right? Again, Griffith isn't here. So to recap, they removed the relationship building between Guts and Casca and shoehorned in relationship stuff between both them and Griffith instead. I'm not saying their relationship with Griffith isn't important, but it kind of destroys the dynamic of where things go from here. They also cut this scene where Casca recalls seeing Griffith with Lord Genon, which makes the part where that they did leave in, where Genon talked about his past with Griffith, makes zero sense. So this part where, he's like having his moment, talking about how he sold his body for, and then this part, do you bear a grudge towards me? Deceiving you alone has allowed me to aid hundreds of my soldiers. So this makes no fucking sense when you're watching the movie. You have no goddamn idea why. They never address it. I mentioned they also jump immediately from the 100-man Slayer scene directly into the Battle of Doldry, which means they completely skip this relationship development between Guts and Casca. And I said I actually really liked this alteration of the story where they had Adon captured, right? Because it removes the annoying dialogue when Adon meets Bascon and it seems like a strategy Griffith would employ. It also explains why he is able to take Doldry when the White Tiger Knights couldn't. So I think this is even better than the original manga in terms of story. However, it's a damn shame that they altered Casca's defeat of Adon to remove her acrobatics, but at least we got them in the 1997 anime. So in the manga, she does like a flip. Come on. There we go. And I think she doesn't cut off his head. She cuts through his mouth. Yeah. And then they did the same thing in the 97 anime, right? Effectively. And then in the fucking movie, they did this nonsense. She takes off his head, right? Just like effortlessly. Because it cuts her sword in half. And I don't even remember what happens now. Oh yeah, she takes his sword. That's what she does. He's just into her because she vabs. Right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so that's what they did for the movie. But the other thing is that we don't get to see his fucking shark helmet. I think it was in the 97 anime. I think in the manga too, but I think it's more prominent in the 97 anime. He has a shark themed helmet before this scene. And then the rapist thing, I probably shouldn't show all of those. But she says, I won't let you rape. She said, she does the acrobatics for this. I'm not going to show it there because. But I said, I feel like her actually saying the words, I won't let you rape me either, was a lot more impactful in the 97 anime versus what she said in the Golden Age Arc 2 movie. I probably shouldn't show that either. But they actually matched the armor designs for the manga to the 97 anime like perfectly. Like, look. Anyway, so I'm gonna stop screen for 1 second, make sure that because I'm pretty sure she's topless in the manga. It doesn't show. That's all right. And then I mentioned, yes, it does actually stay in his hand the whole time. So this is for movie 2. Double check these real quick. I covered that. Covered that. Covered that. Covered that. Covered that. Covered that. Oh yeah, I like how in the bloopers Griffith comes in and says, "Casca, wardrobe malfunction." And I said, yeah. Speaking of which, I love how she's like, "Oh my god, we have to hurry!" And then you see she took the time to cover herself in the next shot. Please be alive. Like, just turn your damn cape around, you know. Anyway, and then I covered that and that and that and that. I think we're almost done with my thoughts. The ones I wrote down. I covered that and that. Covered that. Okay. Weirdly, I read the first image of subtitles with rose as a noun instead of a verb when I first saw it, when they were talking about Berserk. One rose to put an end to the chaos, right? They meant he rose up rather than a actual literal rose, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his lineage remains a mystery, but his skill at arms was famed, and they say he always wore a skull mask to battle. So the rose is what I was talking about, right, for Skull Knight. So I want to make a prediction. I don't think I've gotten to the part in the manga where he gets the what's the armor called?
Berserker.
the Berserker armor. But I know that when it first shows up, it has a skull for the helmet instead of like the dog shaped thing that it turns into. I'm gonna predict that Geiserik had the Berserker armor, and that's how he was able to like he was the original wielder of it or whatever. I'm gonna predict that for the 2016 or what as I read the manga. I don't know. I think that would lore wise, I feel like that would make sense. So anyway, I think that's it. Oh yeah, and I also said I think I'd be okay with Alan Richardson and Ella Balinska as Guts and Casca. What do you guys think? This guy's fucking tall and buff from Reacher, and this is the girl from the Resident Evil thing. What do you think?
I'm not feeling it for Casca.
I don't know if I'd want a live action Berserk, to be honest with you, but
I'd rather a live action Berserk than another CG Berserk.
I feel like Casca's more like Egyptian. But
yeah, probably. I'm just saying that Netflix already worked with her. I don't know why I presume Netflix would be doing the series, but anyway. Okay, so do you guys have thoughts on that?
I do, but I don't know. Maybe we should let Random go first. I'll do an interpretation of what he feels like.
So
the
CG. So
barfing.
I was not going to watch any of it. You guys convinced me to watch it. So I decided to watch the 97 series first.
Good
and
choice.
Then when I got to the Golden Arc movies, I was like, fuck, I literally just watched this shit. So I skimmed through the first one real quick. And I'm half watched the second one. And the third one was the main one that I focused on. So, and as I was watching it, I was mainly confused as to why they cut out the scene where, now I forget his name. Rickert? Is that his name?
Rickert, where he's not at the eclipse?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's not at the eclipse, but he gets attacked. His base camp, they're all recovering from getting attacked, right? And then they get attacked by this giant monster that comes out of nowhere. And it's kind of hinted that the amulet thing is
The
like...
Bayonet?
Yeah, the Bayonet is summoning monsters and shit.
Yeah.
That's what it seemed to hint at in the 97 series. They completely skipped that in this one. So when they finish the eclipse and they come out of the dimensional whatever, and he's just there, and it's like, okay, it didn't explain at all why you weren't there, and it didn't explain what the fuck happened to you. I thought that was a little weird. Well, in the 97 one, he was going to get water or something. That's why he didn't get killed.
I think
And that was the encampment or whatever. So when you were here for the podcast where we actually did the Watch Club for Berserk 97, did you dip out and just kind of hang out and not hear?
I was here, but I did not pay attention to what you guys were saying.
So the reason I ask is because I had a statement about the and this was my choice for Corcus. This is my choice for live action Corcus. Brawn of the Blackwater from Game of Thrones, right? Anyway, so the reason I ask is because I thought interesting take on the thing that has to do with the monsters. In the manga, the monsters just keep coming. Like you just, it never stops. All the shit that they're dealing with on a daily fucking basis. It's just monster. I guess I don't have the fucking things here, but anyway, but I actually thought that the monsters not existing in the 97 anime actually made the story better, because when the eclipse happens, it's that much more fucked up, right? Because literally right before the eclipse happens, right before it. They fight this guy called Wild. And
yeah,
I mean,
Wild's definitely something else.
Fucking
That's the encampment thing that I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. They fight this guy.
They all die to him.
They fight this guy right before the eclipse. And it's like, don't you think that this cheapens the eclipse a little bit?
Yeah.
You know? So I actually really love the way that it was handled in the 97 anime to cut all that shit out. The only problem is that
I'm confused, but in the 97 anime, they do have the guy.
They have the encampment, but they don't have the full-on monster.
They have Zod, but that's it.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
well, like a big monster attacks the encampment.
Yeah. So
in the 97
in the 97 anime, if I remember correctly, right before the eclipse, like a couple minutes before the eclipse, there's like a establishing shot that's like passing through just a pan across the countryside, and the literal serpent monster that he kills in the first episode that takes place in the Black Swordsman arc is like roaming through the forest.
Yeah.
So
and that's what kills all of Ricketts' team.
Right. So that's a different creature, but yes. And I think that I like the idea that it's not until the eclipse occurs that the world just goes to shit with monsters everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. I think that is Kentaro Miura is a phenomenal artist, but from a storytelling perspective, I think it's way better to just wait on showing the monsters until after. Like Zod is the only exception, right? That should be there, right? And he's not even that, crazy looking compared to Wild here, who's got a fucking mouth for a neck, with eyes. Like, that's crazy. Whereas Zod is just a big demon. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you're right. They took out the part with Rickert, right? Which does not make sense. I'm really hoping that the Memorial Edition literally puts all the context back in so that it branches up to the 2016 Berserk better. Because I'm very disappointed with how poorly I'm expected to just. I watched fucking. Oh, dude. So fucking awful. I noticed that ANN Cast, Anime News Network's podcast, they have an episode titled Berserk versus Berserk versus Berserk. And one of the days I was working, I just had it in my AirPods and I was listening to it. The opening is Zach Birchie horribly butchering on purpose. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. Right from the 97 anime's opening. And then, I shit you not, for 15 minutes, they are talking about Animal Crossing. I am dead fucking
Oh
serious.
my gosh.
It takes a good solid 15 to 20 minutes to even start talking about Berserk between Lindsay Loveridge and Zach Birchie. And then every fucking take they have is trash. Fucking horrible takes. And this whole thing.
Like
they
what?
are obsessed with the idea that Guts and Griffith are gay for each other.
What?
Obsessed.
Oh
Yeah.
my.
Completely obsessed.
I didn't get to say this earlier either because obviously I didn't partake in the watch club last time, but I don't know why. And I don't know if it happens in the future, okay? Maybe it's because of maybe something Rekieta says or said at one point. I don't know. But I always thought going into this show that Griffith rapes Guts. Like, I thought that was going to happen. So I was waiting for that to happen. I'm like, they're going to have to watch this fucking scene.
Question.
And when is it going to happen?
Legitimate question.
Come on.
Would you rather be raped or watch your significant other be raped?
Fuck. I'd rather be raped.
I don't know. But yeah, so I thought that was gonna happen, and then it didn't, and I was like, okay, I guess he just rapes Casca, which was very weird as well. Like
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's one of the other takes that Lindsay Lovers and Zach Birchie had about it, was that they talk about how they say, like, well, anytime Griffith is feeling gay and can't have guts, he just goes and rapes someone, some lady, right? Or they talk about how
well, every time is twice. Like what?
Right. No, and it's like they talk about how often Casca is like put in a non-consensual situation. So let me ask you this. From the 97 anime, which you just recently watched, how many times was Casca thrown into I'm being raped scenario? I can think of 3 off the top of my head. The one where she's a child and the guy that her family sells her to attempts to rape her, and Griffith gives her the sword or whatever to kill the guy, right? The moment that we were just looking at where they were attempting to rape her before she gets saved by judo, and then the actual rape that occurs during the eclipse. They treated it like every episode, Casca's getting raped again, right?
Well, I mean, the episode where, literally from where the background picture's from, right? Guts is like a little bit. I don't think he rapes her, but like, she's like no, and then he's like, yeah, let's do this. From what I remember,
in the 97 anime, this sequence, Guts has been with Casca twice. Because this sequence that the background image is from, this is after Guts comes back when Griffith has been captured.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So
but you're right.
First time
they do sleep together at that point.
Yeah.
So
okay, but I don't think that's the one where
does he sleep with her at the point where she fell off the cliff?
Yeah, where they fall over the cliff. That's the first time.
It was after that part, that scene.
No, does he actually though? I can't remember if it.
Yeah.
I know they have a moment together, but I don't remember if it happens there.
They find a little cave or whatever.
Yeah.
No, they do it against a tree.
No, that's this one. That's this scene right here. The background here.
Pulling up the manga.
Yeah. They don't do it. They don't do it in the cave. No.
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 No, they don't do it in the cave.
I'm pulling up the manga. I
believe he's just trying to keep her warm, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah. Well, because what it is, that's what I was going to say. Because what it is Kentaro Miura is pretty good at juxtaposition over the course of chapters, right? So I shared this a little bit on Twitter. I don't think I showed it on podcast about the imagery that's used of Guts getting raped as a kid by Gambino.
No, he was sold by Gambino to some other
Donovan,
dude who I can't remember.
So he gets raped by Donovan, and the look, like the visual rendering of it, is almost perfectly matched by a sequence on one of the pages of Griffith raping Casca, right? That she is experiencing what Guts experienced as a child, right? And
Guts got raped as a kid.
Yeah, they don't. It's only in the manga.
Okay.
Is it?
Maybe that's why I was under the impression he was going to get raped.
That's probably what it was. Because he gets sodomized by Donovan, who is Gambino, his like father figures, like one of his men,
the adopted father guy.
Yeah. And so that occurs in the manga. And then another thing is when Guts first gets his shoulder or whatever dislocated by Griffith, after that battle, for whatever reason, he's like out for a whole day, and Griffith makes Casca lay naked with him to keep him warm or whatever.
No, it's because stabbed.
Yeah, he was stabbed in his rib by Griffith.
And then they fight. Gets his shoulder dislocated. Because that's after he wakes up in the Band of Hearts.
So anyway, the point is that they juxtapose her being forced to keep him warm against her will, effectively, with Guts returning the favor when she needs it, right? When she's ill, feminine issues, fell off a cliff, had to be swam full armor, right? All of that. So that's one of the things that I think Miura does really well, is he sets up reciprocity in the stories and juxtaposed imagery from moments that happened really early on that come back. Like, for example, I don't think this is too much of a spoiler, but one of the things that just happened, the first manga that was put out by Koji Mori when he took over, Griffith shows up and Guts attacks him, and he is unable to harm him, but they specifically show that a strike from Guts separates one of the hairs on Griffith's head. Like it like cuts the hair. And there's a moment in the manga way early on after he becomes a member of the God Hand where they specifically say a mortal cannot even harm the hair on your head. Right? So this moment that happened finally when Koji Mori took over and is like, all right, we're going to wrap up Berserk, is that specific thing they said 100 fucking chapters ago is like, boom, Guts he's breaking the barrier of what should be possible for a mortal. Right?
Yeah.
Now, granted, there's a plot hole where fucking Rickard slaps Will Smith slaps Griffith at one point. So apparently Rickard is also not mortal, but we're gonna just let that one slide.
Yeah, he's secretly a member of the God Hand.
What'd you guys think of the music? Because I don't really remember the music.
There wasn't too much of the music. I liked the guitar theme that they put in for the movies.
We're talking about specifically about the movies.
Yeah.
So when you were aging over the battle, that's the theme that starts playing. It's the I don't know what it's called. But it's the guitar riff that they do for. It's just the. Well, I'll have to look it up now. Fuck.
I don't remember because I watched the 2016 one. I don't remember specifically the music in the Golden Age arc. But the music in the 97 one, like there's the Guts theme, which is like really gay, but it works, I guess. And there's a couple other songs in the 90s. There's a couple other. The funniest part was in the first half of the series, they used that song for Griffith like all the time, and I was like, how is this the Guts theme song? It's played every time Griffith's on screen. But yeah, so I remember there being a couple other songs that I liked from the 97 one. It was very like house, like techno music.
Did they only ever play the Hi-Yi Forces song as like the next time on Berserk thing?
That's what I was. So I think that's the song that I'm thinking of. It's in the 2016 version.
Okay.
As well as working as the up next on the fucking thing, whatever. And that song's pretty good. I did like that song. And I think they did play it, well, at least in the 2016 version. They played it a couple times during like some battles. But I still think the 97 one took the cake on the music.
So I'm confirming right now, I do not believe they slept together in the cave, as Reese said. I'm just...
Yeah, no. Once he said it, it was just he was lying next to her.
So, but going back to what we were talking about, this we were.
I mean, if you're being literal, they technically slept together. I mean,
we were talking.
Yes,
but
yeah, I know, but they didn't.
About,
I know. I'm
we were
just
talking
being
about
that
how
guy.
many times
being that literal.
We were talking about how many times Casca was put in a non-consensual situation, right? And so they like, again, this is going back to the A&N cast thing. They were talking about how just double checking. Yeah, definitely no sexy time. It happened then. Anyway, they're talking about how often Casca, like, just like they basically treat like every step she takes, she's getting raped again. And it's like, legitimately, I mean, unless you consider non-consensual situations, which they were basically using as their shorthand for she's getting sexually assaulted. If you consider, I guess, being put in the situation where she had to lay down with Guts after the battle with Griffith? Yeah, I guess so. But they have this whole like bit where they go on this like holier than thou. Like, I bet if you asked Kentaro, because he was still alive back then, if you asked Kentaro Miura what kind of porn he's into, or what kind of porn he has at home, it's all non-con, non-consensual, right? And it's like, dude, like I don't understand this due to the fact that rape is horrific. Of course, you're going to use it. Not only is it realistic on the battlefield. If you were one of these soldiers or mercenaries and you came across a woman on the battlefield, that you could easily overpower and get your jaw, like that's going to happen. Like in the Middle Ages, so to speak. Right? Like that's going to happen. That's fucking realistic. That's verisimilitude, and they're treating it like it's not progressive enough to have so much sexual assault.
Yeah, well, because they're idiots. But anyways, I found the piece. It's in the chat.
Whole fact of not being able to understand that it's a work of fiction, and you're supposed to treat it and accept it as such. It's not asked to be reenacted. It's a story being told.
Yeah,
not supposed to be reflected.
This song you just sent me. This is the like flamenco thing that plays when Guts is like, oh, like I'm not.
Yeah, and that's probably why you didn't remember. You blocked it out because you're just like, oh, this sucks.
No, it's not that it sucked. Like the song is okay and everything, but I just like I despise the characterization of Guts as like not being at the absolute height of excitement over the fact that he's fighting 100 guys, and it's like literal lines from the show in the 97 one is I'd rather fight for my life than live it, or whatever. Like he legitimately enjoys danger. He legitimately enjoys any situation that allows him to swing his sword. Right. So it seemed to me extremely out of place. And it was like, it was just a bad, throw this in here in order to have some like character development between him and another character who's not even there at the time. And I think he's like thinking about Griffith at the time instead of Kosk. It's like the rape means nothing. I think it was a very poor choice. For how they did it. And what's funny is in that sequence when he's fighting all those guys, I was gonna put a tweet up about it, but it's really hard to tell. There's one of the guys he hits, in video games when you hit an enemy and he goes into that flashing mode where he's invincible for a second after the first hit.
I think
one of the guys he hits with the sword, he hits the guy and like practically throws him with the sword. The guy goes into this like flashing status where he like brightens up for a second in a really weird, like there's like a mask exclusively on him of white that's at like 50% opacity. It is so weird.
Good. Oh, no, we'll finish your thought because I'd like to get my thoughts on Berserk. Okay, so it has problems for sure. There's things cut for sure. Despite all that though, this is probably thus far my favorite adaptation of Berserk. No, granted, there's 3, and the other one is fucking god awful that we'll get to later. There were things just legitimately cut that were just like, oh man, if they had put that in there, these films would just be so much fucking better. But these films, I think, get the treatment, at least nowadays, of I like to call it the "oh fuck, go back" button. when these first came out, because of the CG, people were just like, ew, fuck, get it away from me. Like, there's some legitimately like horrendous scenes. I disagree slightly with Zod. People criticize the scene with Zod the Immortal when he first shows up, and I get the idea because the 97 sets this tone of just like horror and dread that the films do not, or at least not fully capitalize on Zod's first introduction, where he's just this monstrous being of just like, who the fuck are you? Like, who is this? And I kind of understand that. I don't know from a logistical standpoint how his model is, though. I'd have to ask you, Brad, how his model holds up as far as like a CGI model.
Sorry, I moved a tab and a video started playing, and I didn't catch the part. What were you asking me?
Oh, I was asking how Zod, because one of the
model?
criticisms I've heard is Zod looks fucking awful. Okay, I don't know.
So one of the major issues I had with Zod was the fact that his wings appear out of goddamn nowhere.
Yeah.
But then I realized that's exactly how it is in the manga too.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So, but complaints that I've heard is just the you know, it's just terrible in the films, and I get that there's a shift in tone, definitely, because there's a more horror aesthetic in 97 and possibly in the manga. I don't remember reading too much of that scene in the manga. Have to go back to it, but and in the films it's not quite there. The horror aesthetic is just not there for Zod when he's first introduced.
Are you saying horror or are you saying whore?
Horror. As in, you know, like fright, scare, you know, grotesque, macabre. Thank you. So I understand that bit.
Put your glasses on.
But one of my favorite moves, that because we were going over what the films did better, at least you were, Brad. I loved how Adonis was killed, because in 97 and in the manga, it almost seems like Guts. No, he doesn't kill him deliberately, but he's just like he goes and kills this kid, and it just seems like it could have been portrayed better. In the films, he just hears a noise and he realizes, oh shit, there's someone behind the door. I better go.
Like they don't show it.
And then his face, he realizes who it is, and he's like,
he basically shoots through the door. You know, he does one of those, and then he's like, "Oh fuck, it's a kid," you know.
Yeah, oh, it's a kid. Sorry, oh shit, like, and he all he can do is hold his hand and be like, ah, crap. Also, point of notion, he doesn't bring his actual sword, which would get him recognized.
Yes.
Like,
I agree with that as well. Yes,
you know, there's this guy wearing a giant sword. How do we narrow that down? Where's the guy in the kingdom that we know uses a giant sword? So I like that he didn't bring his own sword to go and assassinate. Fuck, what's the dude's name?
The prince, or the uncle,
the second
uncle
prince
of Charlotte, right?
Yeah.
So another thing they cut out, fucking Griffith murdered the queen in the 97 anime, and in the manga they completely cut that out.
They cut out the queen entirely, almost. I think she shows up. I think in the dance party, maybe. But I don't remember.
Yeah, no, she's in it. But good.
They add the whole shit with the king and his daughter. That was a fucking.
Oh, did they put that back in? I forgot about that. Where he?
Yeah.
No, it's briefly mentioned. It's brought up that he has.
Oh no, because what happens is Griffith.
He's getting tortured by. Yeah.
He's getting whipped by the king.
Yeah, he's getting whipped by the king, and he says something like, "Could it be that you wanted to be the one to deflower her?" Or something like that.
Yeah.
In the manga, it's way fucking worse.
Yeah, he goes back to her bedroom and is gonna like do it with her. Yeah.
In the manga, when he first comes in and finds that that Griffith, you know, slept with her and stuff, he grabs her tits and starts like licking them and stuff.
Yeah.
Like in the manga, it's way worse.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Get off Griffith's leftovers.
Yeah.
Which to the credit of A&N Cast. So look, just to be clear, they kind of exclusively are talking about Berserk 97 and all that. Like they kind of go out of their way to basically say like, I read it like once 100 years ago. I don't even remember anything from it, kind of thing. But if you're talking about the manga, yes, there are a lot more Koska non-consensual scenes. There's a lot more of that. It's like the point of dark fantasy in the manga is that it's fucking awful, right? Like life in this fantasy land isn't dragons and rainbows and unicorns.
Yeah,
it's like hell, right? And so the problem, I think, Kentaro Miura and a lot of people, a lot of other creators from his time sort of fall into is that they just push, and they put things in just for the shock. And then it becomes less shocking over time because it's so much of it, right? Yeah. And that's kind of what I was saying about like the monsters. It's like, whoa, this creepy monster. But like I've seen 100 of them by the time we get to the Eclipse. So now it doesn't have as much of an impact. Whereas in the 97 anime, they did a good job. And so the non-consensual stuff, like the stuff with the king is like, it's not even necessary. Like, why? Why the fuck are you just showing us that literally every single aristocrat is a piece of shit? That's basically what the point of doing that is in the manga. And I just don't know. I think that the anime handles so much of it better. Also, I want to talk about the fact that you see how often do you see dick in in a anime movie for Griffith's like shriveled penis?
Yeah. Oh man.
On the that's something you don't see every day.
Yeah, that isn't something you see every day. I mean, I'd want them to, and I know how jarring and how easily that it could be mishandled, but I'd want them to either do an OVA or continue the film series as an adaptation, because we're not going to get the violence or the gore or the, even dare I say it, sex for any if we just do regular.
Dude, the fucking sex scene with Griffith and Charlotte was goddamn graphic in the movie.
I had to remind Footnam because he was questioning like why Griffith was just lusting after Charlotte and just trying to like bang Charlotte randomly. Well, it's the dude's trying to reassert his dominance. He kind of
so that's another thing that they brought up in the Berserk versus Berserk thing was like that the consensus they had was either that because you'll recall that this happens immediately after he loses for the first time.
Yeah.
Right. Guts beats him in the sword duel. Right. And the thing is that Griffith's character is that he's a narcissist. Right.
Yeah.
And
completely.
He gets what he wants, and the Bayonet is like largely helping him along the way to get what he wants.
Yeah.
Right. And every step of the way, he's effectively like every step he takes, he's coming out on top, right? Even when it looks like he's not, like the arrow hits the Bayonet instead of him, right? The poisoned arrow, tip, right? And it's like every single step of the way, he's able to manipulate things into his
favor.
And when he fights Guts the first time, I guess this is where they're getting the gay thing. Is Guts says Guts is confused as to why Griffith wants him so bad.
Yeah.
And he says something to the effect of, "My sword or my ass, both are yours if you win," or whatever it is, And so Griffith repeatedly says, "You belong to me." Right. That's the terminology he uses.
I think they have this weird the ANN cast. I think they have this weird like fetishization of like the Pojoshi archetype, where it's like, I mean, you could theoretically make an argument for it, but I don't think it exists.
They clearly wanted it to be there. Is what I'm getting at. But the point is that the point is that from Griffith's perspective, he owned Guts. Guts was his to do with what he pleased.
Essentially,
and so when somebody, because every fucking person simps after him, Casca, Corcus, all of them are in love with Griffith. Maybe not romantically, but they will literally lay down their life for him, right? Because he's so charismatic. So when somebody says, no, actually, I'm going to do my own thing. And they said, well, you belong to me. I'm not going to let you. It's like, all right, let's duel over it. And I won, right? That shattered Griffith's entire perception of who he was, because every single battle he has ever fought, with the exception of Zod, which he only narrowly escaped because of the fucking Bayonet again.
Yeah.
Right. He has won every single battle almost effortlessly. Right. So I think that him sleeping with Charlotte was effectively that was him licking his wounds.
Yeah.
100%. So that's kind of how I saw it. They said in the ANN cast thing, they're like, he wanted to get caught. And it's like, I don't know necessarily that he wanted to get caught, but he became reckless. He became reckless because he was throwing a tantrum over the fact that he's a child. He didn't get what he wanted. Right.
Yeah. Definitely. And I do think that, and this is probably going to drive Random wild, but I do think, films 1 and 2, okay, yeah, they've definitely got major issues. Film 3 is fucking phenomenal. Like from the shot of the Bayonet, to the him getting the Bayonet back, that eclipse shot with that wide shot, I was just
Not to mention Skull Knight's actually in it.
Not to mention Skull Knight's actually in
Yeah.
it. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. And
Skull
where
Knight,
we get to next?
Kevin Ridley sent me a clip before we had done this of the scene that that's in the backdrop, and holy shit, Skull Knight's voice is incredible in it in the English dub.
Yeah, I love that guy. I forget his name. Jonathan Pierce, I think.
Jameson Price.
Jameson Price. Excuse me. Thank you, Reese. Thank you.
When I was watching it, like I said, I was skimming through it because I just watched it.
Mhm.
So I was skimming through the third one, and I get to the end, and all of a sudden this fucking night guy like just breaks open the sun and comes and steals them away. I'm like, who the fuck is this? So then I start going back in the thing because I'm like, did I fucking miss something? And
that's what you get for skipping.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah. Anyway, well, it's not like I missed much. It's literally just this scene.
Yeah. I love how
So-
Boyd like fucking dodges that sword. By the way, too, when Skull Knight first enters, I was like, "Oh shit!"
But the only setup, like I still thought it was weird because the only setup is him visiting him in the background picture here, where he just after having sex with Casca.
Right. Was
It's
he
like
mentioned at all in the manga? Brad, I don't remember.
Skull Knight?
Skull Knight was brought up before.
I think so.
So it's still kind of out of nowhere, but it's a little bit better.
Yeah, because he shows up in the same way that Zod tells Guts that you're going to be sacrificed, basically, when he sees the bayonet along Griffith's neck. I believe after Guts leaves, after Griffith fucks Charlotte, I believe that's when Skull Knight shows up.
Okay.
Actually, you know what an easy way to figure this out would be to go type in Skull Knight, go to the wiki, and find out which volume he first showed up in, and then I can tell you.
Anyways, I think the Eclipse, the third movie overall, is just like the best adaptation of the Eclipse. So I mean, aside from the manga, I get the manga's like bar perfect at times, but like I mean the Eclipse in the third movie, in the Eclipse movie, it was just so fucking good.
It says episode 37 of the manga. It's the volume is literally titled The Skull Knight.
Yeah.
I don't know what 37 though. Like, oh here.
Chapter 37.
Chapter 37. Oh, how did I go from fucking chapter 26 to chapter 80? Let's see. I'll pull it up right now. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Okay. It's the beginning of volume 9.
The
Sounds
beginning
about
of
right.
volume 9.
Beginning of volume 9.
Like the first.
That's the first chapter in volume 9, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, like the first, the Eclipse goes like ends at like volume 14 or something.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just yeah, okay. So what happens in the manga is this is when Guts is on his own for a while, right? And he gets approached, by a being, and it's Zod at first. Or no, he thinks the feeling he gets is that it's Zod the Immortal. Like that's the last time he got this feeling, and it turns out to be Skull Knight instead.
Okay.
Right. So basically what occurs in the thing for our backdrop is happening here. You struggler, take heed, right? And he warns him at this point. So yeah, it happens beforehand. And I think he might be in the Black Swordsman arc too. So in the manga, you might have seen him early on.
Possibly. I don't remember him being in Black Swordsman, but he very well could have been. And I think that Footnum brought up when we were talking about it was that when the Eclipse first starts, we see like humanoid people, or at least for the most part, they look like people, and then they just turn fucking ugly. It goes from 0 to 60. Like, whoa, holy shit, they're demons. Like,
he couldn't be in the Black Swordsman arc because that would say first volume would have been that one.
Right? Yeah.
It can't be. Anyway, so yeah. Sorry. Go ahead about the eclipse.
I was just saying how the when the eclipse first starts, you see a bunch of people, and then
they almost look like the Titans in Attack on Titan. They're kind of just
like turn, and you're just like, oh fuck, like.
Yeah, I gotta say, if nothing else, the eclipse alone is worth seeing the movies for.
Yeah,
because it handles it way better.
Yeah.
Slan's titties are slightly less immaculate, but other than that, if you can forgive that, everything else is
3D.
Yeah. So the part
and
where
it's a what do you call it? It forebodes or foreshadows what is to come in the 2016.
Yeah. Random is complaining about the films, but do you know why he had to go away, chat? Do you know why he watched 2016 ahead of time and had to get therapy from his grandmother? Grammy, I watched 2016.
I don't know what you're going on about. I actually like, for the most part, in terms of it being like CG anime, which is always bad, but that first battle in the first movie was nausea-inducing. However, I skipped that mostly, skipped through it, and the third movie, I basically stopped noticing the 3D. Like, I was able to turn my brain off on that.
The third movie was hand drawn. That's why.
Well, like Skull Knight wasn't.
So Skull Knight wasn't, but in the backdrop here, Guts is hand drawn.
Yeah.
Right. And then a lot of the eclipse for Guts was hand drawn.
Yeah.
Especially the part where it's so brutal in the movies versus the show when he's cutting off his own arm to try to save Casca.
Yeah.
And he fucking walks away and just rips it up like, oh god, that's beautiful. So brutal.
Like, it definitely skips over some stuff, but 97 for me, I've tried to show Berserk to new people, and I've always had to show them the movies because the 97, for as good as the story is, at times it's really fucking slow. Mm-hmm. And they always like winced and like had to look away at that scene. Like, I've showed dudes this, and they're like, "Oh shit!"
I forget now. How did they get out of the eclipse in the 97 one?
No. It cuts.
Yeah,
it literally ends with
him
like,
raping
Guts's eye getting like gouged out by the beast that's holding his head down while he's watching Griffith rape Casca. Yeah. Which is pretty fucking brutal to watch.
Yeah.
And have that just be the ending of. I mean, in 1997, there wasn't a lot of media you could consume that would just end like that. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, Berserk's always been known for catching people off guard.
Yeah. I remember when we watched Goblin Slayer and we got to the last episode, I was like, really? Like, I expected it to be the ending to Berserk, but instead it was, congratulations, Shinji.
Oh, yeah, that turned out way more tame than I expected.
Yeah.
It opened up so hard, strong, and made people.
Oh man, it was
died out.
It was like Nakama forever.
Right. Yeah. All right. So Ronan Jaw says, "Sorry, I'm late. Just got my laptop. I am doing all right. You have to watch the VOD because I am seeing a chiropractor 3 times a week because of neck injuries." Again, you have to watch the VOD. And also you say, may you tell your followers to send an email to Viz Media and Bang Zoom to bring back Vic as Ikaku for Bleach. You're probably going to also need to send that email to Disney Plus, just in case.
Possibly.
Just to cover all your bases. You have to watch the VOD to. So overall, I'm glad I finally sat down and watched the Berserk movies.
Yeah.
And I think that the CGI holds up way better. It's not great, but I think it holds up way better than I would have if I had seen it when it first came out, because I've seen Ajin and Knights of Sidonia, and now I've watched Land of the Lustrous, but before I didn't. But I've seen anime now that was done in CG that has desensitized me to it, to the point where it wasn't as jarring. Whereas if I had watched it, when it first came out, I turned it off when I started to watch it. Actually, the first time I tried to watch it, because it was like, I can't watch this shit.
No, like what is this? Yeah, for
so,
sure.
I'm not looking forward to Berserk 2016. Although I do know that that there's a lot more, and this is another thing they said in the fucking ANN cast, is like, it's 100% CG. It's like, well, yeah, if you watch the fucking broadcast, the fucking Blu-ray has a whole bunch of hand-drawn scenes that replace the broadcast. Unfortunately, none of them are the good battle scenes. It's just like characters talking and shit. But at least you don't have to look at their fucking faces with the shitty ass rigs.
Yeah,
I'm still not looking forward to it. It's just,
I will say that I was able to, for the most part, forget about it while I was watching it.
For the 2016 or for the?
Yep.
Wow. I'm amazed.
That's what Grandma's therapy does for him.
And yet you watched Land of the Lustrous and acted like that was the biggest load of trash. Oh God,
dude! No, the Land of the Lustrous isn't a load of trash because it's CG.
Because of it's because of the story.
It's because I'll tell you right now. It ends. It's like Tenjo Tenge, but with no plot.
Yeah.
It's worse than Tenjo Tenge because at least Tenjo Tenge had a plot. This one, there's with Land of the Lustrous, there's basically no plot. It's pulling you by this small little thread of mystery. They never get anywhere.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And if there was a season 2, different story.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like there's ever going to be a season 2. So unless you're going to pick up the manga afterwards, I don't suggest literally anyone watch this show.
Well, that's unfortunate because literally I have watched almost the entire series so far with my 4-year-old daughter, and she loves it. So I hope that she forgives.
Well, it goes nowhere. Spoilers.
Yeah. I think she's enjoying it because it's pretty rather than the story. So I don't think she's just gonna be mad that it's over.
Right.
Just turn it all over again. And come back in like 3 months and turn on. Hey, new season came out here.
So she's okay watching the eyes disintegrate and shit.
Yeah, my daughter, she could watch Goblin Slayer. Like I as long as there's not like sexual stuff in it that makes my kid start to question things and all that when it's way too early, obviously. I think she could probably stomach it, She's brave as shit. Like my son, and like I was as well when I was his age, but like he's like afraid of the dark and shit. My daughter, like, she'll sneak up on you in the dark in pitch black like a goddamn assassin. She just walks like she'll walk through the house when it's like she's like, I've let my eyes adjust. She like see you like it's daytime, and meanwhile you like trip over her in the hall. You're like, oh my fucking god, who is that? Anyway, all right. So, any more thoughts you guys want to share about Berserk, the Golden Age movies?
I don't have anything in particular to say.
I enjoy them. I obviously there's stuff that's left out that I think it helps if you have read or watched the previous series. Definitely, I think that's almost, dare I say, a requirement.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
Which is a huge detriment to these films if they just added some more context to certain things.
Which, for the last thing I'll say about ANN cast, they had to like, well, what do you recommend to introduce people to Berserk? The 97 series or the movies? And like, well, the movies are a much less time commitment and blah, blah. And also, I started to think it's a better way to get straight. Like, you don't fucking have any idea what's going on if you don't watch the 97.
Yeah,
they cut out goddamn so much.
Yeah, you need to watch.
Christ, you fucking idiots.
Or you need to have someone next to you who's watched who's read or who's read the manga.
And honestly, that's how it is for so much of Japanese media. That like, I can't tell you, like the fucking live action Tokyo Ghoul movie, if I hadn't watched the anime, I would not have had any idea what was going on. The plots move so fucking quick. that you're just basically like, what am I even watching other than just people acting out a couple scenes that I remember from the fucking anime?
Yeah.
Terrible. Anyway. All right. Well, with that, I think this would be great to end this show at before 6.5 hours. Man, I hope you enjoy work tomorrow. Seb said, I remember playing Berserk on the Dreamcast, and there was a character that said, my name is Balzac. And it sounded like he said Balsack. Yes. Oh, hey, Danny. Yes, you should watch the VOD.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Anyway, that's it for me.
That's it for me.
Are we planning on doing the watch club for Land of the Lustrous next podcast?
Yes, I am trying to make that work.
When would the next podcast be potentially? Because I haven't even started it yet.
I'm thinking. Let me see. I think I've got Tuesday, Wednesday off next week as well. So Tuesday or Wednesday night probably next week.
Okay.
So you got a full week to do it, Reese, and it's actually not a hard watch, honestly.
Yeah, it's like 12, 13 episodes, right?
Yeah, not only is it short, but the actual the story, because like Random Love was saying, the mystery is there, so it's like it's just gripping enough that you'll stay invested.
Not like there's something to pull you into the next episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's hard to pull yourself away, but I'm just saying, like, when you're actually watching it, even if you're only paying half attention, like it doesn't feel like a chore to watch it. And the story starts progressing in ways where it feels rewarding to invest in it, I guess. With the character who's pretty much useless at the beginning. Although I'll tell you, I just got to the part where she fucking changed her hair, and my daughter hates her new haircut. Anyway. With that, I'll let you guys go, and I'll say tune in next week.
Johnny. Till next time, guys.